To the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream for this Metro Bank one-day cup game between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. Good to have you with us as always. As you can see, Dominic Sibley and Ryan Patel making their way down the steps to open up the Surrey innings. Surrey winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Big game this, final game in the group. Let me quickly run through the table for you just to explain how important today is. Tuesday is a very important day with the playoffs on Friday. Leicestershire currently sitting top. They've played their 8 games with 20 points but a superior run rate to Nottinghamshire, who are in second on 16 points. Lancashire third on 16 points. Surrey fourth on 16 points. Kent 5th on 16 points. Northamptonshire 6th on 12. Somerset 7th on 12. Warwickshire 8th on 12. What that says to me is, of those 8 teams, all 8, Leicestershire are already there, but all 8 can qualify for the playoffs. Cameron Steele is alongside me. It focuses up the attention, this, Mr. Steele, but I think for both these sides, and in particular Surrey today, I think the expression is take care of your own house, which means make sure you win this game. That's all that Surrey can do is make sure they win this game. Then we'll see where we are at about 6:30.
Exactly right. Good morning, Mark Church. Good morning, Surrey fans, Nottinghamshire fans. We've got a very, very exciting day of cricket ahead. We'll be keeping an eye on scores around the country and a scintillating game here with some star quality coming in for Surrey. Yeah. Jason Roy, World Cup winner, back in the side for Surrey, and a surprise inclusion of Rahul Chahar, IPL spinner, and signing for who has played for Surrey before in the Championship. Is getting some overs under his belt, as well as hopefully for Surrey fans a place in the knockout games of this Metro Bank One Day Cup. Dan Worrell included as well after playing last night for Southern Brave.
Yeah, and from that Nottinghamshire side point of view, George Munsey and Dylan Pennington come into the 11 as well. So you look at the two sides, and on paper, two very, very strong sides. Both sides coming off the back of losses. Nottinghamshire losing to Gloucestershire and Surrey losing to Somerset. So both sides coming off losses. But as I say, I don't know if I've ever seen a table like this where 8 out of it's just Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire, the only side that can't make the playoffs. They're playing Northamptonshire today. Somerset are playing Lancashire and Warwickshire are playing Kent. So we'll keep a little eye on those scores as well. But really, as I say, all attention for both these sides is just on this game. And for both Surrey and Nottinghamshire, key thing is to win. Key thing is to win, bump yourself up to 20 points. And there is a chance for both these sides. They could finish second in the group and get themselves a home draw in the playoffs on Friday. It's Brett Hutton to get us started. Hutton with the first ball of the day, comes past Martin Saggers. He's on a length to Ryan Patel. It's a little too straight, and Ryan Patel tucks it off his pads and down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So a lovely start for Ryan Patel. And Hutton operating from the Vauxhall end. It did look a loosener, that, to me, from Brett Hutton.
I was just about to say loosener.
A little stiff, that delivery from Mr. Hutton, who is a mighty fine bowler, of course, and has played one game for Surrey as well, on loan a few years ago now. Oh, he's there again, and this will be tucked away again off his pads by Ryan Patel. This will get to the boundary rope for 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries off the first 2 deliveries. And it's a very nice start, this, for Ryan Patel. And Cameron Steele, as a left-hander or a right-hander, if you were asking for 2 deliveries in the first 2 balls of the game as an opener, you'd probably order those, wouldn't you? That was leg buys, but still, it's a nice way to start your day, isn't it?
Indeed. Very uncharacteristic misses from Brett Hutton.
That's better. And left alone by Ryan Patel.
The radar is back.
It is, and he is a wonderful bowler, Brett Hutton. But that first delivery did look a bit stiff, didn't it? Did look a little bit stiff from Mr. Hutton.
It's one of those things. It's a tough tournament to play in as a bowler. Backing up 8 games in a row over the space of 2.5 weeks. 10 overs a go, 50 overs in the dirt each time. It is tough work. So the Premier Quicks in each team have had their work cut out this period.
Solidly forward is Ryan Patel. Plays this one back up the pitch. Ooh, stumps have come off. Bails have come off there from Brett Hutton.
Just going through these teams as well. They seem very, very well balanced. Notts are an exciting team, some exciting young talent, as well as the experience of Haseeb Hameed, the captain, Kyle Verena, wicket keeper, Lyndon James is an old head at it now as well, and that man on screen, Brett Hutton.
Well, I think that's why it's been such a good tournament. As driving is Patel up towards mid-off, Hameed is there. I think that's why it's been such a good tournament, because you have in all sides really now got that nice blend of the older cohort, the younger cohort, but quite a few of the younger cohort have played a bit of 50-over cricket now as well. And the fact you look at what this group is all about today just shows you how good the cricket has been in this 50-over competition. Mr. Cameron Ponsonby has just entered the commentary box. He had a good day yesterday as this one's turned into the leg side by Ryan Patel. And it's the end of the first over. So 8 off the first over, boundary off the first ball off the bat of Ryan Patel, then 4 leg byes. It's a lovely day here in London. Good crowd all ready inside the ground, but the weather, as it has been for weeks it seems, is set fair, and you can see there lots of people already dotted around the ground. It's going to be Dylan Pennington from the pavilion end to get us started. If you just tuned in, Surrey winning the toss, having a bat, and from a Surrey perspective, a certain Jason Roy plays, a certain Rahul Chahar plays, and a certain Dan Worrell plays as well. And for Rahul Chahar, this is 50-over debut for Surrey. Do you know what passed me by completely though? It was D. Worrell in the last game here playing bowled beautifully, and that was his 50-over debut for Surrey. I never thought that was the case. But Rahul Chahar, the Indian leg spinner, plays today.
Well, and this man on screen, Dylan Pennington, he's a handy bowler as well.
He is a very good bowler, Dylan Pennington. So 2 very good sides on show today. First ball for Sibley. Oh, hello. That is a beauty from Pennington. We talked about this couple of games ago. If you can just get that a bit fuller, but as a first delivery goes, that is not a bad first ball from Pennington from right arm over the wicket. That is an absolute cracker.
From Dylan to Dom, that is a fine start. Nice little preview of what we might get at the joust later this month as well.
Well, there's a bit of cloud cover today. It's warm, as that does swing away, but it's a bit wide of the off stump and taken by Kyle Verena behind the sticks. Yes, of course, because next Thursday, the championship restarts, and it is Surrey against Nottinghamshire here at the Kia Oval. So how much today will have any impact on that, I do not know. But I'm quite looking forward to the championship restarting, I must say. Bit of peace and quiet for 6 weeks. Left alone by Sibley, once again outside his off stump. And thank you very much to George Gompertz and John Surtees. With Jason Roy playing today, they've given me some stats about Jason Roy in 50-over cricket. Do you know his last game here for Surrey in terms of 50-over cricket was 2019. 2019. And his last game of 50-over cricket in this country was July 2022 against South Africa at Headingley for England. So it's been a while. But obviously not a bad man to have with a World Cup round his neck. Not still. I'm not sure he's wearing his medal today. He might be under his shirt, but no, very good to see him today. Of course, with the 100 still going on, but he hasn't played the last couple of games for My London. D Worrell playing because his team haven't got any more games and they're not in the knockout stages. It's nicely played by Sibley. Good length from Pennington. It's good over this from Dylan Pennington. They've been very good at the top of the order, have Sibley and Patel. They've given Surrey some really good starts in this competition. I think Roy's carded to come in at 3, which would mean everybody else drops down 1. But that's what's on the scorecard, is Jason Roy to bat at 3. Last ball of the second over from Pennington. Very good first over. Sibley's off the mark with a thick inside edge. Farhan Ahmed goes back to do the retrieval work. The other thing is Ralphie Albert not playing today, end of the second over. But Farhan Ahmed and Ralphie Albert combine beautifully in the Under-19 World Cup together. They bowl beautifully together in tandem in that. Gentleman there with his breakfast in the pavilion. And coffee. Everybody having to move. Do you know when that really annoys me, when that happens? Cinema. Oh, and especially if the film's just started. Get there on time.
Do you get in to watch the adverts?
Oh yeah, that's the best bit. It's the best bit. I have been known, Cameron Still, on occasion, to not actually want to see the main feature film, but there is a big blockbuster coming out and the trailer's out and I want to see that on the big screen. But I don't like standing up for other people when the film started. Hutton with the third over. Sibley just pushes this one away, out into the offside.
Brett Hutton's got one of the great grunts through his delivery stride. For a man who doesn't bowl that quickly, you can hear it through the effects mic.
Certainly can.
Keep an ear out.
Well, it's a little like Wimbledon, isn't it, when some of the old tennis players have loud grunts. Martin Staggers stood at this Vauxhall end. That's well bowled by Hutton. He's got his radar now, just nipping away from Sibley. Sibley able just to play the line of that. And then a little nod back down the pitch towards Brett Hutton, but that's a nice bit of bowling.
Yeah, natural away movement from Brett Hutton. A little bit round arm in his action. We saw some swing from the other end with Dylan Pennington. Something that's characteristic now of the first 10 overs with the 2 new balls at either end.
Well, this will be a good pitch. There'll be something there this morning for the bowlers, but it will be a good pitch to bat on. We've seen that throughout the tournament here. Ooh, that's a good length. Getting Sibley to drive. Thick outside edge down to Ahmed down there at third man. That was a very good length delivery from Hutton. Again, for the left-handed Patel, the shorter side of the ground from this Vauxhall end is off towards the gasometers, and then the longer boundary is through the offside towards Archbishop Tennyson School for the left-handed Ryan Patel. Not using the full surface area. Boundary rope to that offside for Patel is probably pulled in about 40 metres as Patel solidly in behind this one from Hutton. I think what I've also noticed in the competition this year is that the sides have taken their time as well with the bat. Haven't gone all gun blazing from the top. I think you tend to forget how many overs 50 overs is. I always say that we're scheduled to play 96 overs, isn't it, in a championship day of cricket. So we're actually playing more overs than we would on a championship day. As all that swung, driving was Patel, looking to go straight down the ground, but he's got a thick inside edge, and as I said, that's the side of the ground that's the shorter boundary. So Ryan Patel moves on to 8, just about kept the full face of the bat going down the ground here did Ryan Patel. Definitely looking to go back past the bowler, so it's thick inside edge. But Cameron Steele, that is the shorter side of the ground for Ryan Patel.
It is. We'll see a few of those today, running fast across that square. And we were talking the other day about how you know you're playing well when you're inside edging balls like that. And he's got a good piece of that, Ryan Patel. Like you said, Mark Church, showing the full face of the bat, gets his rewards.
So he's just pushing off the back foot. There's George Munsey.
Just to come back to what you're saying about 50 over cricket as a whole, as that's the end of the over, 14 for none after 3. They are really long days, and they're physically demanding, especially if you're an outfielder, out in the boundaries, jogging around. It can be tough because the last 20 overs is often treated a little bit like a 20-over game, especially if there are wickets in hand. So you can really clock up some good miles at this time of year.
A wider range of shirts there in the crowd. Saw some replica Surrey shirts there. You can see some kids already in the ground as well, which is lovely. Pennington with the 4th over. And he's got a bit straight to Sibley there. Hasn't really timed it. He'll get a single. Looking to go more through mid-wicket there with Sibley. But he will get a single up to Hutton. But yeah, nice to see the kids in today. Yeah, that looked to me like a cricket club who have come down to have a watch today. There were a number of different replica shirts on show.
Spread allegiances.
Spreading themselves out, I think it's fair to say, having seen them there.
That looks relaxing.
It does.
Where would you rather be?
Nowhere today, if I'm honest. This is absolutely ideal, with a lot on this game. It's well bowled again by Pennington, well played by Patel. Huge amount on this game today. And as I said, I cannot remember a table like this, where there are 8 sides that can get themselves into the playoffs on Friday.
It's the most amount of jeopardy I've ever seen in this competition at this stage.
At this stage.
And that's not just with a Surrey hat on either.
No, and I don't call them quarterfinals because there's only 4 teams playing on Friday. Now, even I know you need 8 for a quarterfinal. Good bouncer from Pennington. Nice to see that. Just ducking underneath it was Ryan Patel.
Well, that's why I hesitated before when I paused and then said knockouts. I didn't know what to call it for that very reason.
I believe playoffs.
Okay.
Playoffs.
Oh, we've gone all American now.
All American.
Okay.
Yeah. Playoffs.
So it must be the Razzmatazz of the 100 that's done that, of course.
There's a lot of Taz, Raz, and Maz. Not in that particular order. That's a nice looking shot. God dear. That's when you're in form. That is when you are in prime, Nick. Because Ryan Patel there has punched that. The placement is immaculate. There's nothing wrong with this from Pennington. And he has just punched that, and that has whistled off. That is a naughty cricket shot from Ryan Patel. Oh, you won't see a better shot than that all day. On to 12 goes Patel. Pennington, that's well bowled. Just got that one just to nip back a little bit at Patel. That one rolls out into the covers. But how good a shot was that from Ryan Patel, Cameron Steele?
Sumptuous. And a feature of Ryan Patel's game when he is in this sort of form. He's so still at the crease. Triggers early, head doesn't move, an economy of movement. And all it has to be is half a foot wide.
Oh, we've seen some wonderful batting in the competition so far this season. Well bowled, Dylan Pennington. Fuller length, very well bowled. Beating the edge. Genuinely beating the edge there. Interesting over that. 4 gone, 19 without loss. I was saying to you, Jake Libby, 4 consecutive hundreds now in the 50 over comp. That's a lovely bit of bowling. That is an absolute perler from Pennington. So we saw that gorgeous shot from Ryan Patel, but that's a gorgeous bit of bowling as well from Pennington.
Indeed, and there's enough in this pitch for both bat and ball. It's why the Kia over has been such a wonderful place to play and watch cricket, because it gives something to everyone.
Certainly does. 5th over. Oh, that's a good ball as well from Hutton. There is a bit there this morning. Again, I think he wants to go a little bit fuller than that, because Sibley can just play the line, but it's a lovely bit of bowling again from Brett Hutton. Really is.
Well, I mean, the main danger for the Surrey openers here, Patel and Sibley, is these two men, Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington. They'll be fairly happy if they can get through this power play. No wickets down. Scoring at the 4.5 and over.
Oh, hello.
And that's why.
A bit of bowling from Hutton, because Sibley's tried to get a step down to the length of that. Look at Sibley grinning away back to Ryan Patel. He tries to get down to this, and then it just turns him round. And actually, to be fair again to Sibley, he's played the line of that, but it is a beautiful piece of bowling from Hutton, and Sibley ended up just grinning down the pitch. So he's definitely found his radar now.
Certainly has.
Brett Hutton. There goes Sibley again. That beats the edge once more. It saw him coming, I think. Just held that length back a touch. Beat the outside edge. So that's 3 now on the trot that have beaten the outside edge of Dominic Sibley. I think he's just seen him coming. Pulled that length back. That really has gone. That's gone off the pitch. It's a super bit of bowling again.
And I just wonder whether Ryan Patel might have a little chat with Dom in between balls and say, don't worry, mate. It's okay to stay in your box for now.
Oh, 4 on the trot. Gone past the edge. 2 slips in there at the moment are on their toes. Now, Sibley is one of the very best at just putting that delivery and the 3 before it completely out the back of his mind. But at the moment, he's got a slight issue here with Brett Hutton.
And just off screen there, Dom Sibley was gesticulating to Ryan Patel, showing that it's off the seam rather than swing.
Yeah, absolutely, it's off the seam. Well played by Sibley. Just punches this into the leg side. Hamid gets round quickly to pick up. It's very nice to see Rory Burns and Hasib Hamid out there, which we'll see them again on Thursday out there doing the old toss of the coin. Former England opening pair, of course, those two. Rory Burns has sort of used this technique with the coin toss for a while now, where he launches it as high as he can for the toss of the coin.
A steepling coin toss.
This morning was frankly ridiculous. There was almost a delay in play waiting for the coin to come down. Worked again though, because Hamid called wrong as, now Patel's gone after that, doesn't time it at all. Muncie does the fielding. That is an exceptionally good over from Brett Hutton. Went past Dom Sibley's outside edge on 4 consecutive occasions. Sibley, the key thing was, didn't get a nick on it. And Surrey going at exactly 4 and over, having won the toss and batted first, Cameron Still. When you've captained sides, did you have a technique for, were you a header or a tailer?
I was always tails.
Oui.
Because tails never fails, famously.
Oh, of course it doesn't.
It's been a long time since I captained.
I'd see you being a good captain.
Thank you, Mark.
No, I do. I mean, I'm very serious on that. Pennington. His 3rd over from the pavilion end, and Sibley's gone to punch and cut that, and that's actually gone. It's played over the top of that one. That's beaten the bottom edge. So Sibley at the moment is just having to battle through this.
Yeah, just important for Dom Sibley to not get too carried away with needing to do anything different. This is going to be the toughest time to bat for the Surrey players against the quality of Pennington and the experience of Hutton. Dom Sibley will certainly have the opportunity to catch up later if he can weather this storm.
Forward he comes, Sibley. Very solid looking defensive shot.
We were talking the other day with Phil Walker about who are some of the underrated seamers in county cricket. We always talk about who's playing in the England team or next in line, and Brett Hutton was one of the names that came up.
You know, the other one that I always, when I see him with the ball, I think this is not going to be easy for the openers, is Jamie Porter. Always with Porter think this is going to be hard work.
Any of the Essex seamers, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Snater now is a very fine bowler, as that's hitting the pads of Sibley, as he's looking to work this one down towards fine leg. He'll get a single, more to the total.
But Brett Hutton is one of the ones that batters talk about. It's not flashy, it's not 80 mile an hour, but he's a tricky customer, and he showed all of his quality the previous over.
Oh yeah, and he's been doing it for a very long time as well. Brett Hutton. Another name of the youngsters that didn't half impress me when I was down at Chelmsford. And he defended the last over of a game the other day as Mackenzie Jones. Couple here for Ryan Patel, just nicely played, just turned off his hip. And he'll move on to 14. But yeah, I think he's a name to keep an eye on as well, Mackenzie Jones. Very, very good bowler. But then Nottinghamshire have got some really talented bowlers in their ranks as well. No Ollie Stone today for them. He's back 100ing, Mr. Stone. Of course, Josh Tongue as well, we saw in the championship game. That was a brilliant championship game earlier in the season. Oh, well bowled. Very well bowled. And actually, again, to Patel's credit, just played the line. But that's off the pitch again. Cameron Steele.
Ryan Patel doing his gardening, as is customary when one nips off the seam, and that's a gorgeous delivery again.
That's almost done too much.
And that's the thing about what you're saying about wanting to be slightly fuller.
Yep.
If you're wanting to entice the nick to feed those two slips that are in place, it might just have to be a fraction fuller.
It's down the leg side, and that's just flicked away by Ryan Patel. And over the boundary rope and away for 4. I think probably he's looking for the magic ball there, Dylan Pennington. But just outside the hip of Ryan Patel, and Haupt's on its way for 4. Fascinating start to this game. Really has been. And 6 overs gone.
You must say that Ryan Patel's the one who's got more luck out of the two opening batters in terms of balls to put away. That can often happen when you've got a left-right combo. And why so many teams like to execute that, because it is hard to change your angles for right and left-handers.
No, we've lost the ball now. This could take a while. Seekran's having a look for it. I think, yes, it's gone under the big black sheet that covers up down below us here.
Well, Sam Seekran should have a bit of practice with this, because he's played for Dulwich CC for a number of years.
There you go.
He has just moved to a club nearer to Nottingham. I played with him last year at Dulwich.
Oh, hang on. Poor fella. No one told him the ball was back there.
There
Because
we
Brett
go.
Hutton stood with it in his hand.
There we go.
It's always a good idea to let the poor person who's looking for the ball know that it's actually come back. He could have been there for hours.
Or shout overrate.
Yeah, there is that. Could have been there for hours and hours. Started the 7th over. Sibley, what a shot that is from Sibley. We've got across his stumps. He's taken that off middle stump. Now that's an example, and Vikram Solanki used to say this, that he's never seen anybody hit a ball harder than Sibley playing this shot, because he's virtually playing that with a straight bat through mid-wicket.
Oh, it's an early contender to take Ryan Patel's title of shot of the day.
He's not whipping that. It's full face of the bat, punching that through. And Vikram used to say he'd never seen anybody hit it harder playing that shot than Sibley. Oh, now he's down the pitch at Hutton, beats the edge again. Yeah, he's gone for a little dance down the pitch there, Dominic Sibley.
But just going back to that previous boundary, with the almost angled bat, he did a lot of work with Noddy Holder in Perth as a youngster, and one of the big parts of his coaching really, he was a proponent of playing with that angled bat and being able to hit a straight ball through mid-wicket, or even straight when it's wider.
There he goes again. That one is gone mid-wickety.
But just like that, really. Just like that, being able to whip a ball without really breaking the wrists too much.
It's not an easy thing to do, is it?
Not an easy thing to do. But what I mean by that is lots of time on the back foot,
Yeah.
hitting balls from around waist height and crunching them back straight so that you have the ability to try and maneuver a ball wherever you can.
Yeah.
Dan Lawrence is another one who's done a lot of work with Noddy Holder. Justin Langer back in the day.
Oh, no, it's a name you hear a lot about in cricket circles. And at Christmas as well, of course, Noddy Holder.
Of course.
Now, Hamid's just wandered across to Hutton. I don't think there's been any change in the field. Oh, now, shout for LBW, but that's hit him high up. It's nicely bowled by Hutton. And now that's the length. He's gone fuller of length there, and it's nipped off the seam. But as always, Sibley, I don't think that hit him in the unmentionables, but it was sort of at the right level to do that. But height would have been the issue, but this is nicely bowled by Brett Hutton. Yeah, that does nip back off the seam. Good length as well. Sibley was looking to drive that. Yeah, it's just hit him on the inner thigh there, Dom Sibley. That swung. And that's turned by Sibley into the leg side. Hamid gets round to do the fielding. Sibley moves on to 9.
You must say that Surrey have negotiated this start very well. Just seeing how much that previous ball nipped from Brett Hutton. To be 32 for none off nearly 7 overs. Captain Rory Burns will be sat there with a cup of tea and his legs crossed. Very happy with how the guys have gone.
Will be. Now we will be, won't he?
So far.
Yeah. Be glad he's left-handed. Last ball of the 7th over. Punched by Patel, but Munsey's there to do the fielding. It's been a fascinating first 7. It really has. 2 top-quality bowlers going head-to-head with 2 top-quality openers. Very interesting start to this game. One thing we must do, Cameron Steele, because it would be remiss of us not to.
Are you about to say
would you
scores
have a look at
around the
scores?
ground?
I'm going to give you that responsibility.
Are you actually?
We're all really good at this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're excellent at doing the
Oh,
scores.
I'm nervous now.
No, don't build it up too much. But Cameron Steele is really good at this, giving the scores elsewhere. He's learnt from some of the best, haven't you? They're doing the old scoreboard, score roundup. Call it what you will. 8th over. Simply forward. He's just trying to go through cover point there, but it potters out towards Munsey.
Okay, Essex are 27 for none against Yorkshire off their 7 overs.
Okay, lovely.
Noah Thane is at it again, 18 off 22.
Mm-hmm. He's had a very good tournament, Noah Thane, opening the innings now.
Derbyshire are 32 for none off 7.3 overs in their clash with Hampshire.
Clash. Tuesday clash of the Titans. Sibley's forward. Nicely bowled again by Pennington.
Middlesex are 29 for 2 off their 5.3 overs.
I think they've already
They've
qualified.
already qualified.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
But could that be another Radlett special?
Ooh.
Worcestershire Rapids are 49 for 1. I was about to say on Jake Libby watch, he's not in yet.
Oh.
They're playing Durham.
Could he make it 5 on the trot? Hundreds, that is. Jake Libby. He's had a phenomenal season as that hits the outer edge of the bat, flies through backward point, half a hand on it for Sibley. And he'll get 3 here, 2 here. So 2 more to Sibley.
Now, Northamptonshire Steelbacks are 32 for 2 against Gloucestershire.
This is the business end now. 32 for 2 then Northampton, who are currently on 12 points.
Daz Ahmed has got 2 wickets there, removing Proctor and Sammy King.
Oh, Sibley's driven inside that, or outside that. It's beaten his inside edge. Again, little bit of sea movement for Pennington.
And at Taunton,
Oh, here we are.
Lancashire are 41 for none
Ooh.
off their 7 overs. Keaton Jennings and Maddie Hurst set well, both on 20 not out.
Lancashire on 16 points, Somerset on 12 points.
Warwickshire. Sorry, you go.
No, I was going to say, if we keep this up, we might get a role at Eurovision next year.
Warwickshire have only just started at rugby school. 4 for none against Kent.
Forward goes Sibley. Solid looking shot to the left of Hamid, who gets round, throws at the bowler's end, but Sibley was safely home. So that was Warwickshire and Kent, yes?
Yes.
So Warwickshire on 12 points, Kent on 16. Those are the other scores from around the country. Beautifully done by Cameron Steele. Here's our new camera angle on the live stream. Very good for run-outs, that. Graham's over there doing those. He's got his own little turret over there in the JM Fin stand. Oh, now that's short. Pulled by Patel. It's in the air for 6. And, well, just for a second there, I think James Hayes thought he was in the game. But it has soared over his head and away for 6. And again, he's been so good against the short ball in this competition as Ryan Patel. And he's just taken that off his hip and helped it away. And Hayes just gave up on that. He knew it was going straight over his head. So it's our first 6 of the day. And it's the end of the Pennington over. But we've seen him play some tremendous pulls and hooks in this competition. Right, it's a real strength for him, isn't it? But at times it can lead to his downfall, Cameron Steele. But what is it they say? Your strength can also be your weakness. Yes?
Yes.
I don't know if they say that, but sort of makes sense. As forward goes Sibley, plays a good length ball into the offside.
But what I liked about that shot was the commitment to it. Just being able to hoist it over fine leg. The danger with Ryan can often be when he is caught in between. A smidge of indecision on whether to go over the fielder or try to keep it down. But ever since that ball was released, Ryan was committed to putting that over the fence.
9th over. Oh, there's the Hutton grunt, and there's the Sibley pull. Away for 4 it goes. Just a little too short from Brett Hutton, and Sibley jumped all over that. That whistles off to the mid-wicket rope. 2 different types of shot, really. We saw going off hip from Patel and deliberately going upwards. And there, Sibley's rolling the wrists on that. And through mid-wicket for 4.
And placed as well through that vacant gap at mid-wicket.
Now they're sticking with their 2 slips. We haven't seen a change in that in this first 10. They have stuck with their 2 slips throughout this first 8.2 overs. But that will be because of that seam movement that we've been seeing from both Pennington and Hutton. Nice hub. Hum around the ground.
It is also a nice hub.
It is a nice hub. Now, one thing I did spot, and this might be something to throw out there to our viewers on the old email, is if they can think of any. But I have noticed in the Nottinghamshire squad, and this is why I do my research, I can't think of any other squad or team that has 1, 2, 3, 4 players whose squad numbers are in the 90s. That must be the most. I can't think of any other team that has got 4 players with squad numbers in the 90s. As there's that grunt again from Hutton. That's thick inside edge from Sibley, just nipping back at him. George Munsey, 93. Hasib Hamid, 99. Carver Rayner, 97. And Mr. Seacron, 96.
Well,
Yeah,
surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
thank you.
If you do find any other teams who are stranded in the 90s,
Well, I can't remember seeing four in a team in the 90s. There have been some players who've gone with very big numbers, haven't they? Like
300
Well,
for Chris Gale.
well, of course, but you're allowed. If you're the universe boss, you can have whatever you want on the back of your shirt, really, can't you? Oh, that's well bowled again from Hutton. That's that C movement we're talking about. Just nipping back again. Perfect length. Really well bowled, and Sibley's down to do some more gardening. That's why the two slips are in there. But that one is nipping back.
And Hasib Hamid must feel that
Ooh.
his Nottinghamshire side need to capitalise on this movement. Wouldn't be surprised to see Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington bowl 6 over spells each.
I tell you what, this is going to sound a very odd thing to say in the position that Sibley ended up in there. He's actually played that really well because he's got a cross to negate that movement. It's a good looking shot from Sibley. Off the back foot and just punches it, times it to perfection. This has been an excellent first 9 overs of cricket. It really has. And that is a lovely looking shot from Dom Sibley. Just remember the ball he got before, but he's still fully committed to that shot. And that is Sibley's main strength, Cameron Steele. He can forget what's just happened and just concentrate on the next delivery.
Well, as Ted Lasso says, be a goldfish.
Is that what he says?
It is. Be able to forget bad things and move on. But Dom said, that's just how expertly he's negotiated that over. He's played such things as good misses, but then been able to take 8 off of what was a very tidy over from Brett Hutton. We are going to see a change. Young James Hayes comes into the attack from the pavilion end.
Yeah, replacing Pennington.
He is an exciting young bowler.
Goldfish only have 10-second memories, don't they? That's why you don't have to put too much in their bowl. Well, his first ball's short and wide. Patel's gone after it from right arm over the wicket. It beats the outside edge. Allow me to explain that to you. So in your tank, you can go and buy, I don't know, miniature castle. So you think about that. If 10 seconds, then you completely forget what had happened in those 10 seconds, and then it's like a new 10 seconds for you. Every time the goldfish goes round in a circle, seeing the castle for the first time. One way to do it, isn't it? Oh, now Patel's looked to flick through the leg side. More leading edge. It's uppish. He's got a lot of bat on that. The chase is on from Munsey. Slides, flicks it back. And Patel will get back for 3. Yeah, and he's just rehearsing that. But the 50 is up. For Surrey, it's been hard work, this. It really has. These two have played very, very well. Because Surrey, if these two hadn't played like this, Surrey could be a couple down by now with the way that Hutton and Pennington are bowled. But these two have showed why they are such a good opening pair in this competition.
And the longer that Jason Roy stays in the hutch,
Absolutely.
the less the ball does, the more dangerous he becomes.
Absolutely. Ooh, that swung. Great length as well from Hayes.
James Hayes is an exciting bowler. He can get his paces up. Went on loan to Gloucestershire, had a successful period. Is now slotted into this Nottinghamshire side. I met him at the PCA Futures Conference a couple of years ago.
Oh, lovely.
And he's a very nice young man, highly intelligent, driven, as you have to be as a cricketer.
The back foot again goes Sibley. That's the shot we saw off Hutton. Hasn't quite timed this as well, so Munsey will get back to do the field. He's been busy this morning, Mr. Munsey. 2 more to Sibley. Well, there are some very talented young cricketers out there. And I think that's what's been so nice about the competition this year, that yes, there's the old guard, but there's some very talented youngsters as well. And they're playing a lot of this stuff now, as that's just coming back at Sibley as he looks to work through the leg side. I had a goldfish at university. won it at the fun fair. And do you know what? We had it at Durham for about 2.5 years. Brian lived with us. Very happy goldfish, Brian was. Very happy goldfish.
And he doesn't remember you.
No. Well, for Brian, every morning was a surprise. As we peered into the bowl. As this is just flicked away by Sibley. Now, Verena dived to his left. Sibley gone across his stumps. Verena's glove wasn't too far away from that. But that has whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4. And that is the first power play done. And I think Surrey will be happy with that because that was hard work. But they're going at 5.8. 58 without loss.
1-0 Surrey.
Yes.
After the power play.
After the power play.
You would say the scorecard looks slightly unfair for Nottinghamshire, who were accurate and very threatening at times. As we're going to see a man who doesn't miss very often. Lyndon James come into the attack.
It's good cricketer this
from
one.
Our end, the Vauxhall end.
Good cricketer Lyndon James. With bat and ball and in the field. Proper all-rounder, this fella. And Sam Keir on the voice of the gods there. Just explaining to everybody, of course, now in the second power play. Nottinghamshire and Hamid can get 4 fielders outside the 30-metre circle.
Must admit, I am slightly surprised to not see Brett Hutton bowl a 6th over. Even though he went for 8 from his previous over, he did look threatening.
He did look very threatening. So Lyndon James into the attack for the first time from the Vauxhall end. There's his first ball. The slips have come out now. Patel's looking just to lay back and punch that through the covers. Didn't really time it. But there's a lovely description that Sibley, like the goldfish, can just forget the ball before, put it completely out of his mind and move on to the next one.
So we're saying that Sibley's either like a goldfish or like Drew Barrymore in 51st Dates.
Now you have lost me. As this is punched away by Patel. He will get a single. And he got something on that in there at extra cover.
You never watched 51st Dates? Adam Sandler, Drew Barrymore, classic based in Hawaii.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Well,
I've seen Drew Barrymore in E.T. and Charlie's Angels.
The Wedding Singer.
Oh yes, excellent in that. Excellent in that. But no, I've not seen 51 Dates.
51st Dates.
Sorry. 51st Dates. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one out into the offside. Quick singles taken. Throw was fired in by Freddie McCann. Now, just to remind everybody, that single taken, and Jason Roy will keep an eye on Freddie McCann in the T20 quarter-final with Surrey seemingly on for victory. It was that man, Freddie McCann, that ran Jason Roy out from the boundary rope. 479, I think it was. But he is electric in the field. And if this had hit, no, he was home, Ryan Patel, but I wouldn't risk a single to Freddie McCann. Here goes Patel down the pitch to Lyndon James. Hasn't quite got to the pitch of that, but threw the bottom hand into it. And that has gone away through mid-wicket for 4. So not exactly where he intended, but picks up a boundary, moves on to 32.
First truly aggressive shot that we've seen from Patel. Advancing. Yeah, didn't get all of it. Sliced, well, off the splice of the bat. Yeah, but gets more than enough.
Good bat. Whistled away for 4. Oh, that's outside edge. No slips now. And that is a great bit of work down at third man. The sprint and the dive. Is that young Mr. Hayes down there? Sprint and dive and getting the ball just inside the boundary rope. Saved a couple of runs there. Very good work. Nicely bowled, though, by Lyndon James. He's not open in the face to that. That found the edge. But this is a great bit of work down on that boundary rope. Otherwise, that would have been away for 4. Final ball of Lyndon James is over. And this is pulled by Ryan Patel. He'll feel he's missed out a touch there, Ryan Patel. It'll just be a single. Likes it there, does Ryan Patel. So, sorry, just to get back to it. So, the film you were talking... So I get the Sibley like a goldfish, being able to put the last ball in. But what happens in that film to be of that equivalent?
Drew Barrymore
Yes.
plays the love interest.
Right.
Adam Sandler's love interest, and she has
Yes.
amnesia, so every day is a
I
different
see.
day,
Like Groundhog Day.
like Groundhog Day.
There we are. Sat in the crowd enjoying the sun. Today everybody is. Hats and sweets, it seems there in the pavilion. A bit of shade as well. But it's a lovely day again to be watching cricket. And apparently the old temperature's going up again now for the rest of the week.
Tough year for the farmers.
Tough year for the garden. James Hayes on
After
the
that wonderful
pavilion end.
After that athletic
God,
stop.
It was a brilliant effort. It really was. Start of the 12th. And Patel just pushes off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. It's a very good point that you make now, because if Jason Roy, he's carded to come in at 3, they've got through that initial period of the new ball, pronouncing, Kookaburra, just nipping.
Yeah, we've gone through the do a bit early,
Yeah.
and now we're into the flatten out later.
Yeah. Which is the key thing, really. But that's why it's been such a good first 12 overs. As Sibley inside edge, lost that for a second. Head shot round. Oh no, no, not again, Dominic. Oh, he has. He's inside that edge, straight into his unmentionables again. And he's felt that one, Cameron Steele. This is not a Sibley rearrange the furniture and get on with it. He really has felt that. Why does it always seem to hit you harder when it comes off the edge as well, the inside edge? But look, oh.
I suppose it's the design of boxes, isn't it?
That, oh, goodness me. Oh, my word. Luke Littler would have been pleased with that. To finish off a leg of 501 with the bullseye. Oh, dear. But Sibley's all right. Again, remarkable. Just guided off down towards third man. One more to the total.
The clarity of thought for that line about Luke Littler. Just incredible.
He's a fine darts protagonist. Is that the right word? He's getting his
He's
own
a bit of an
show.
antagonist at the moment for a
He's
lot.
getting his own
Pantomime villain for a lot of people now.
Yeah, well, of course it is, because he keeps winning. We're like that here. Cameron Steele, you know this. This is a short ball pulled by Ryan Patel out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will pick up 2. It always makes me laugh in this country, right? When somebody... So let's talk Steve Davis. Yes, he was like this. Old Phil the Power. If a side or an individual keeps winning, everyone says, oh, it's getting boring now. It'd be nice if someone else won just to have a bit of variety. No. Best people keep winning. Best teams keep winning. And that's why I think young Mr. Littler is getting a little bit of grief these days, as this is pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. And they'll pick up another single. But as I understand, he's getting his own TV show now as well, where members of the public can take him on. Reminiscent of the great days of Bullseye. The dart player and the non-dart player as a team. Cameron Steele. Final ball of the Hayes over. Sibley, that's deliberately played, very nicely played. Just lays back, opens the face, guides it away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Nice bit of cricket that. 76 without loss. 12 overs gone. Cameron Steele, I'm going to leave you. You're going to be joined by a man you watched yesterday. You were on the outer watching Cameron Ponsonby doing his stuff out in the middle. Got a little bit of social media action yesterday, the Cameron Ponsonby performance. But a few thoughts from you, Cameron Steele.
Yep, Surrey in a strong position here at 76 for none. Dom Sibley looking to have worked himself into a nice position now. And we're going to see a bit of Farhan Ahmed from the Vauxhall end. Just the one over for Lyndon James. Wonder if he'll be swapping ends. And I get to welcome a man who was dismissed by a
friend,
another
foe,
friend,
and
foe.
colleague, former colleague,
Yaz-
current colleague.
Yazrana. Welcome, Cam Ponsonby.
Thank you very much, Cam. So it was very good to see you down at Wormsley yesterday. Now we had a Wisden podcast cricket match against the Final Word cricket podcast. But Farhan Ahmed is into the attack here from the Vauxhall end. On the money straight away. Now, unfortunately, for the sake of the show, Yazrana took the first over for the Final Word. I faced up at number 1. Short, pulls. It does go into the gap. Is it gone all the way for 6? Yes. So a second 6 of the innings for Ryan Patel. He moves on to 45 off 32, and just a slight drop in length by Farhan Ahmed, capitalised upon by Ryan Patel.
I was just about to say it's going to be tough work for Farhan Ahmed from this end. A pitch that doesn't offer loads of spin. Short side on that leg side for Patel.
So you mentioned there it doesn't spin that much from this end.
No, just at the oval in general.
Okay, got you. You're going to say I was fascinated for a second. The wicket was split 50-50.
Not like Chelmsford. That split 50-50.
Hang on, explain this. So which end at Chelmsford spins? I imagine it's the one which Simon Harmer bowls from.
How on earth did you guess that? A little bit, it's left a little bit drier at that end. I wouldn't call it doctoring of pitches in any way, but they play to their advantages, which is one of the best spinners in the country, perhaps the world. But this is a tough pitch to bowl spin on generally here at the Oval over the last few years.
Well, Farhan Ahmed has 4 fielders out on the fence, long on and deep mid-wicket in position. Short again, that's a very gentle single on offer to Sibley. So the plan at Chelmsford is spins from one end and what seems from the other, so Sam Cook can have a roll. This sounds like perfect planning.
Generally, Simon Harmer bowls from one end most of the day, and Snater, Cook and Porter bowl from the other end.
A bit ugly from Ryan Patel.
Matt
Heaves-
Critchley makes sorry.
Heaves a single down to long on, 85 for no loss after 13. So yes, to finish off the acknowledgement of yesterday, Yazrana, whose job I've taken, there's no two ways about it. He left his role at the Wisden podcast under no cloud of disgrace. Shook hands, been there for a very long time. So he bowled number 1, I batted number 1. One of us had to die, and unfortunately it was me. 4 of 3 though. I've seen the dismissal. The shapes look alright. I'd hit it a long way in the air.
Looks are the key.
Exactly. I was very pleased with it. Hayes into Patel on 47. That's pulled. That could go all the way. It has gone all the way. 10 metres past the rope. Another half century for Ryan Patel. This one off 36 balls. He's been in such fine form in this competition, both this year and historically. And he's off to a flyer today, Cameron Steele.
Yeah, and that's an imperious shot to bring up his half century. We spoke before about Ryan Patel committing to that short ball, and he has absolutely mullered this out to a long boundary on the leg side out there. 53 off 36 balls now.
Well, this innings has confused me watching on, because I'm sure I've spent 50% of it seeing Brett Hutton beating the outside edge of Dom Sibley. And Surrey are 91 for no loss, flying along at 7 runs and over. Have Surrey basically got through here? The hardest part of the innings, the new ball early in the morning, and looking set fair for a big total.
Certainly feels that way. That's why I was surprised not to see Hutton and Pennington continue. Sorry, I just went Kiwi there.
3 sixes in the innings from Ryan Patel. 3 different types of pull shots as well. One kind of over backward square leg, one off the spinner. And that was a big hit off Hayes. I assumed it had to be almost settling into the hands of the fielder on the boundary. But he'd got all of it. Short again. Haven't really seen Surrey challenged on the front foot in the last couple of overs at least.
Yeah, just important here for Hayes to get out of this over. 6 from it already. And 9 from his previous set. More of the same there. Couple of balls. On top of off just there to Ryan Patel. Important to hone in there.
Another pull shot. And another 6. 4 from 4 for Ryan Patel. And he is flying along at the Kia Oval. He moves on to 59. Surrey move on to 97. And that early danger, that new ball spell has absolutely been navigated. And Surrey are firmly in control here.
Just a fraction short from James Hayes. And capitalised on by Ryan Patel, who is moving as well as I've seen him move. Such strong positions.
And this time a cut shot. It will just be 1 run. Martindale with the fielding out in the deep. So 13 off the over. Surrey 98 for no loss after 14. You've been friends and played with Ryan Patel for years. He does seem to come alive in this competition.
He does. It's one competition that I suppose he's guaranteed to get a run of form in. Gets 8 games at least, where he gets to open the batting. And he kicked it all off in 2021 with a scintillating knock against Notts at Guildford. We call him the Guru of Guildford, or the Wizard of Woodbridge Road, however you want to look at it. But he just manages to find himself some form, consistent batting and rhythm. And he said to us the other day at Guildford, up in the commentary gantry, that he seems to have just found his hands.
That's what Steve Smith says, isn't it?
It is.
Farhan Ahmed to continue. And again, another ball played off the back foot.
But I mean, when you find your hands, it can... Everyone communicates it differently. Sometimes it's form, sometimes it's a feel. But generally for Ryan, what it looks like is he's really still at the crease, moves early, in position early, and just allows his hands to run free.
Well, the bad news for Nottinghamshire is if they do break this partnership, Jason Roy's in next. Sibley back on strike for the first time in a while. And that's short again. A good dot ball for Nottinghamshire.
I like this field to Dom Sibley. That square leg and mid-wicket in, both on 1. Just look to bowl at Sibley's hip here.
It's a very elegant way to bring up 100 runs for Surrey. A good crowd in here at the Kia Oval. Warmly applaud the milestone. And the 100 partnership comes off just 87 deliveries. Is it too simplistic a piece of analysis to say that Notts have just been a bit short over the last few overs?
No, you're bang on. We haven't really seen too many drives. They've either brought the catches in or made Surrey hit down the ground.
There is that slightly fuller length. Also absolutely love Farhan Ahmed's load up at the top of his run up. Crouches almost like a boxer or a tennis player about to return serve. Here he goes. So much energy he puts through the crease. That is another dot ball. So a bit more control on offer for Nottinghamshire. Just 2 runs off the 15th over, 100 for no loss. Ryan Patel on 61 off 45. Dom Sibley on 30. I'm Cameron Ponsonby, joined by Cameron Steele up in the commentary box. Advantage Surrey after 15 overs. On Super Tuesday, no less. So remind me of the connotations. I know that's also it's not quite election season in the US. We've got the table of nine teams in the group, and 7 can claim the final spots in the eliminators / qualifiers. So Surrey are currently 3rd. Just win is the best way of describing it. If you've got a Surrey hat on, Surrey just need to win. And we can worry about the goal difference and the net run rates later.
Titillating Tuesday. Hayes is going to go again from the pavilion end.
An easy single for Dom Sibley. Need to apologise to Yaz Rana, who's listening, and he said I made it sound like he got sacked from the Wisdom podcast. He'd like to formally put out on record it was not the case. Well, there is one Reddit thread, if you can believe this, that's gossiping about the status of our friend Yaz Rana and his next professional move. And someone has inferred, a randomer on the internet has inferred that he left in disgrace. And it's quite funny, actually, because it's not true. Another pull shot. This time, a couple of bounces to the fielder in the deep.
Well played there by Ryan Patel. This time committing to keeping it along the ground. Looks as though it's a plan now for James Hayes to go short at Ryan Patel, who very rarely leaves the pull shot alone. It's there for the taking.
That did not sound brilliant off the bat from Dom Sibley. It just caught slightly higher up the blade.
And Dom Sibley's caught up nicely here. After a tricky start, he got most of the good deliveries from both Hutton and Pennington. He's now 31 off his 47 deliveries. Now looking in decent rhythm.
Another dot ball, so not just having a moment here. And of course, Dom Sibley's able to settle into his work and relax into the fact he's 31 of 48 far more because Ryan Patel is flying along at the other end. 62 of 46 for the left-hander. This time they hit to mid-on and run. Brings Ryan Patel back on strike. We talk about production lines, whether that's here at the Oval or up at Yorkshire or whatever county it may be. I always think about it when I see Ryan Patel batting and then Ollie Sykes as a fellow left-hander and that pull shot. It feels like you can tell they've both grown up playing in that indoor centre just on the other side of the ground from us. Very distinctive, very similar styles. This time Patel backs away. Hayes follows him, well bowled by the not seamer. So another good over for Nottinghamshire, just 4 runs off it. 104 for no loss after 16. And I believe we're going to have 5 off 32 and just a slight drop in length. Half century. It came off just 36 balls and started elegantly and only got better. Flicked it round the corner, but it's been his pull shots that have really been the story of the innings. There's the first 6. There's a second 4. And anything slightly short of length, Ryan Patel has sweated on. So, Farhan Ahmed's going to continue. Have you played against Farhan Ahmed at all?
I have in a championship game in end of 2024. I think he took a lot of wickets that game, actually.
down the track. And it's not the cleanest strike from Ryan Patel, but he will get 4. And that'll be a source of frustration for Farhan Ahmed. He just managed to squeeze in a tight over in his last set of 6. Then the first ball of his third over, Ryan Patel goes on the charge.
Outstanding composure from Ryan Patel. Very often, very easy to lose your feet, to lose your composure when using your feet like that, but keeps his shape. I played against Farhan Ahmed in 2024. It was a very flat pitch in a championship game at Trent Bridge. What was so impressive, I think he was 16 at the time. He bowled what felt like a million overs and went maybe at 2, under 2 and over. Managed to keep Sai Hassan at bay for most of the time. He's a wonderful player of spin, and yeah, he impressed a lot of people that day.
He's both so young, but also been around for a number of years now. Played for England under-19s as a 15-year-old. Took a hat-trick in the Blast for Notts not too long ago. Of course, the younger brother of Rayan Ahmed. There's always been that slight temptation to say, could England very soon have 2 Ahmeds and 2 Roos actually in the same England team? I feel like Ryan Patel's just ticking here. Stock deliveries, slap down the ground to long on for 1.
Yeah, it looks as though Ryan Patel's made a conscious effort to target Farhan Ahmed here with the short leg side boundary. The lack of spin that we've seen so far. Dom Sibley just looking happy to play second fiddle here and do what he does.
Tell you something I've really enjoyed across this Metro Bank. It's been Rory Burns' wicket keeping, because he's produced a couple of stunners within being... I almost worry for him that he's reminding everyone that he's entirely competent with the gloves on. I feel like at his stage in his career, he doesn't want people to remember that.
Well, speaking to him the other day, as it closes out the over, 17 gone, 112 for none. Yeah, speaking to Rory Burns the other day, he certainly loves his keeping, and he's actually enjoying it a lot this year. He said it's keeping him more engaged. Not that he was ever disengaged, but he kept first Surrey in the T20 Blast a couple of years ago. It is very easy to forget that it is a string that he has to his bow. As we're going to take a drink here.
Well, there is the card. Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley both facing 51 balls apiece. But Ryan Patel has been the main aggressor in this innings. 4 sixes, all of which have been heaved over the leg side. Meanwhile, Dom Sibley's just taken a little bit longer to get into his work. He had a brilliant battle against Brett Hutton early on in this innings. It looked like Brett Hutton was getting the best of Dom Sibley, but the Surrey batters managed to survive. And there's the bowling card, and you can just see after that opening spell, it might not look that dramatic. Brett Hutton going at 4.5 and over, Pennington going at just over 5s. But once Surrey got through that little period, the runs have been starting to flow. 112 runs scored after 17, the best part of 7 runs and over. And in what's a must-win game for both teams here, Surrey will be far the happier of the two sides. Would Rory Burns ever be tempted, red ball 4 days, to have the gloves again, or is that a step too far?
I believe that's a step too far, but it's always nice to know that he can add himself to the list of keepers or potential keepers there are at Surrey, which includes Dan Lawrence as well, who took the gloves last year in a couple of T20s.
He kept in the game against Essex where he then scored a century. Is that correct? I'll test you. I'll rephrase that. I feel like I remember that happening, and we'll check it, because it was a spectacular innings after it all. And it was such a moment of confusion, because I think the swap happened during the fielding innings, and we saw Dan Lawrence sprinting off, having to get some kit on and then come back out.
I remember Ben Foakes doing his back, and then Dan Lawrence taking over in that sense. But I can't remember which game it was.
Oh, I think it was against...
I'm obviously not doing my job as a commentator.
I think it was against Glamorgan, because that's the match where he scored the spectacular century. And he was sweeping Andy Gorvin from a length. It was such exciting batting. Now, Nottinghamshire are having a bit of a meeting of minds to work out how they're going to make this breakthrough. When you do get to this point in a 50-over game, the ball's getting that bit softer. You're probably entering the period of the sim game part of the innings, I would describe it. Both teams are happy to kind of tick along at 5s for 20 overs. That's all well and good for Nottinghamshire, but they do need wickets, otherwise this score from Surrey will continue to grow.
Indeed, and they're leaning on a bit of experience here. With Lyndon James only coming back for his second over. Bowled his first over from the Vauxhall end to Ryan Patel, who had the benefit of the short side. Often does bring control. Lyndon James is a fine bowler. Excellent all-rounder. And sometimes a drinks break can just make things happen.
And James wearing a number 8 on his back. You can see he's just blinded himself a little bit there in the course of his fielding. Cap dropped over his eyes. But it was Stuart Broad who decided that Lyndon James was fit to wear the shirt. Broad had been number 8 at Nottinghamshire previously, and then almost handed it over to Lyndon James in ceremonious style. A bit more movement. They will pinch a quick single. George Munsey at backward point. And Sibley's still doing a job here. If Surrey can just get deeper and deeper into this innings, with the run rate ticking over and wickets in hand, currently all 10 of them, well, then goodness me, there could be some carnage later.
Yeah, intrigued to see the plan that Lyndon James goes for here against Ryan Patel. Saw some short stuff from James Hayes. All fielders are spread on the leg side, minus Haseeb Hamid, the skipper at mid-on.
Muted appeal. Not much going for that. James staying over the wicket, currently to the left-handed Patel. I say not much going for it. I might have changed my mind. Let's see. I wonder if I'm going mad here. Taking the outside edge there. One more run to the total. Talk me through this, Cameron Steele. Because I think this might have pitched in line and just straightened a little bit.
I think he's got an inside edge on that. And I would say that was why the appeal was so muted.
That's why you're here. Because if I was out there, standing, Ryan Patel would have stopped batting. Sibley thinks about one run. Freddie McCann, a live wire in the ring, as always. It's just been a slightly calmer period of play. The last 5 overs. Ryan Patel hasn't had hit a 6 for, well, at least 4 overs, so it's all...
So it must be calm.
All toned down a little bit. Beauty. Excellent bowling from Lyndon James. 18 overs gone here at the Kia Oval. Sorry, 114 for no loss. Cameron Steele is going to take a break. George Gompertz is going to come in beside me. It's another beautiful day in southeast London. We had almost 7,000 in here for Surrey's last home match in the Metro Bank. We're ticking along at the moment. We've got a fair few thousand in currently. I always think it's at its absolute best. The Kia Oval is at its absolute best when the cricket is being played over towards the gasometer side. And that left-hand side of the stadium, as we're looking at it, becomes a sun trap later on in the afternoon, and you're 50 yards away from the cricket. Farhan Ahmed to continue into his 4th over. Down the wicket comes Ryan Patel, continuing to target the spin of Farhan Ahmed. George Gompertz, how are you doing?
Yeah, morning. Oh, I always say morning. It's always afternoon at this point. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Thank you, Cam. Just glad it's umpires Lungley and Saggers out there and not umpire Ponsonby.
Beautifully bowled. It takes the outside edge. Surrey will get 1 run. Sibley thinks about a second, but not on offer. But that's a better length from Farhan Ahmed.
Tell you what, as you said at drinks, Surrey will be absolutely delighted about the game state at the minute. No wickets down at drinks. 100 plus on the board. Ball's a bit older. It was swinging a bit at the beginning, but it's not doing a whole lot now.
It's good again from Ahmed. He's found his length now. We'll wait to see if there was a bit of bat on that. No, is the answer. Leg bye is given.
Is umpire Ponsonby happy that's given not out?
Very content with that. Just sliding down leg side for me.
Yeah, just sliding on with the arm. Not gripping on the surface at all.
Oh, Sibley goes to the reverse. It's a short boundary out towards the SSE Energy Solutions stand. So he only needs to get a little bit on it, and he's in with a chance. 4 balls, 4 singles scored. Left-handed Patel back on strike. 3 men out on that short leg side boundary, which Patel has been targeting. Down the track again, this time up over long off. And a 5th 6 of the innings. Ryan Patel is in a one-man show at the moment. He moves on to 77. And a pretty special innings continues.
Yeah, he's seeing it like a beach ball out there. Every time he comes charging down the track, he just seems to know exactly what's going to happen. That's not an easy shot as well, going over long off. Cam, you can probably tell us a thing or two about that.
I can tell you how to get caught at mid-off. I'm good at that one. But it does prompt a field change immediately. Deep backward square leg comes into the ring. Long off goes out. So long on and long off in position. They're both incredibly wide as well. If Patel can try and hit the sight screen, he'll still be safe. He just nudges the ball up to long off for a single. And another over ticks by. 19 overs gone now. 125 for no loss. And Farhan Ahmed, I don't think he's bowled too badly in the last couple of overs. But Ryan Patel has been firmly in control.
That's always the trap with having long on and long off out. Is you see that gap in the middle, you think, just hit it straight. Even if I don't get all of it, it'll be absolutely fine. And then it comes out a bit inside edgy, goes straight to long on. You think, that's another day done.
Well, Lyndon James is going to start his 3rd over. And there's that pull shot again. Patel has 3 men out on the leg side boundary to him. And that pull shot, what makes him so good at it is often it's not that short when he's turning to it. I'm sure he's got in trouble playing it over the years, but today he's got the pace of the wicket. He's got the power to be lifting it up over those boundary fielders. Well, play and a miss.
Yeah, well, the case at Guildford was that the pitch was quite slow. If it was back of a length, anything back of a length would just sit up really nicely, so Patel was able to latch onto it. And the case here is the pitch is so good that he could just moved after the bat, almost looked like he hit it. But the pitch here is so good that anything short of length is going to come onto the bat nice and quick, and then you can just get back and across and pull it. So yeah, he's looked very good on the short ball.
Come through for a quick single. George Munsey with the shot at the stumps. And we'll wait to see the replay, because I think that was pretty touch and go for Ryan Patel. And I tell you what, if you're Dom Sibley, one thing you really don't want to do at the moment is run out the man on 79 of 58.
And it's been a bit of a theme of his batting in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Sibley's looked for a lot of these quick singles, and a couple of them have been turned down. And in the end, he was safe.
There's that pull shot again. A bit uglier on this occasion. Spliced out to deep mid-wicket for one.
But from Sibley's point of view, I guess he's got his mate at the other end who's absolutely firing 80 off 59, so all he has to do is just rotate the strike. But in his mind, he would like it to be more comfortable than that, because you've got that man at short cover who is in pretty close. It's a drop and run that he's looking for, and if he picks that gap between backwards point and cover, it is on. But nonetheless, was very close.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching Dan Worrell bowl on this, because my concern for Nottinghamshire is we've seen Lyndon James working over Dom Sibley in the last 2 overs. He's getting the ball to nip off the seam. It's not looking brilliantly easy for batting when Dom Sibley, Test match cricketer Dom Sibley, I'll add, is on strike. And it makes me wonder if Ryan Patel's playing a bit of a special knock here. Because whilst he's on 80 for 59 off 59, I do not believe it's been that easy for Surrey out there. "20 overs gone here at the Oval. And Surrey are 130 for no loss. It's been the absolutely perfect start for the home team in what's a must-win match.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those pitches, well, the old cliche is never judge a pitch until you've seen both teams bat on it. But maybe it's one of those pitches where it's the player who's more attacking who has more success, and the player who hangs back is maybe more reactive and lets the bowlers get on top. Struggles a bit more if there is any late movement off the surface, as we see loads of people here today. I think we're going to be pushing 7,000 again today, enjoying the sun here at the Oval, and I think a lot of them wouldn't be too upset if Surrey did lose a wicket, because Jason Roy is back in the squad, back in the team, back here at the Oval in a list day game for the first time since April 2019.
Well, we're going to see a bit more spin from Nottinghamshire. Another off-spinner, Freddie McCann, comes into the attack. So just 4 overs for Farhan Ahmed. On the money, straight away.
I like that pace as well, 56 miles an hour. Just a little bit of flight, a little bit of topspin. He's giving it a chance to turn. And the length is absolutely perfect as well. Maybe just a touch short on second viewing. Ideally wants to be bringing Patel just forward onto that front foot.
Well bowled by McCann, just that touch fuller, as George mentioned. Freddie McCann just did himself a little mischief when he was fielding that first ball of his over. He was running over the Hessian, covering on a wicket next door.
Now here's my controversial take, Cam.
Here we go.
And that's maybe not as relevant for the way that McCann did himself a mischief, as you said, in that first ball. But it's not worth fielding off your own bowling. Unless it's straight at you, it's just not worth it. So many injuries from people just chucking hands out willy-nilly at balls hit extremely hard back of them and breaking fingers.
So, hang on.
Yeah.
So, for instance, there where the ball's being hit to the mid-wicket region.
That is slightly different.
So you're saying you can run after the ball off your own bowling.
That's all right, yeah.
But if a caught and bowled opportunity is presented to you,
I think if it was caught and bowled, he's probably best having a go. But drilled at you along the floor.
does this
It's just
translate to all fielding?
no. Just off your own bowling when you're not set. It's
The
hit.
risk reward isn't in your
It's
favour.
hit incredibly fast, given the distance.
That's very short. A real loosener from Freddie McCann, who unfortunately for Notts ruins what was otherwise a very, very fine over. A 6th ball boundary. And this flow of runs from Ryan Patel. I was going to say Surrey, but really, It's one man. It's the left-handed opener out there in the middle at the moment. Just continues. He's on 86. His partner, less than half his total, stood alongside him. Dom Sibley on 40. And Nottinghamshire are going to need a lot more fielders, to be honest. And they're going to need them to start stopping the ball.
I'm not sure they're allowed any more fielders.
It'd be a good tactic.
But what I was saying is I don't really suggest people do this, right? But when it's hit so hard at you and you don't have time to set yourself, you just stick a hand out. The number of broken fingers I've seen this season is absolutely insane.
I have actually, annoyingly, I have actually broken a thumb in exactly these circumstances. Lyndon James, another good ball to Sibley. This time the ball takes the inside edge. Let's wait for one run.
I've just got Sibley feeling for it a little bit. Not sure if we will have a replay of that last ball, but is playing with his hands a long way in front of his body. Just wanting to get to it as early as possible, try and take out any of that movement. That's caused him to get the inside edge, which is run down to fine leg. Just a single for Patel through mid-wicket. It'll bring Sibley back on strike. We've just seen two different ways of playing on this pitch. We've seen Patel, who's been really ultra aggressive and has taken the attack to the bowlers, in Sibley, who's been happy just to sit back, as batters often are when they've got a partner at the other end who's really going for it. He's certainly found it more difficult.
Edged. And that'll be 4. Dom Sibley, in a very distinct way, is playing a little bit of a gem here for Surrey, because I think his innings is closest to the true representation of this wicket. The ball is nipping around. I don't think it's brilliantly easy out there. On this occasion, soft hands and angled bat means the ball goes down and beats Verena behind the stumps for 4 runs. And in the context of today, with 7 teams competing for those 2 eliminator spots, if Surrey can win, and not only win, but win big, that makes an enormous difference with the net run rate. Notts are in 2nd currently. Surrey are in 4th. A win for Surrey takes them above Nottinghamshire. And actually, the net run rate doesn't matter in that context, but in other ways it does. In other ways it does.
Confidence. And this is one of the main reasons why the One Day Cup's been such a success this year. It's genuinely so competitive.
Oh, good timing from Ryan Patel.
And the weather's great and the outgrounds are great and the youngsters are great, etc. But if you're not really playing for anything, it becomes a lot less appealing. But the situation this year where every match genuinely really does mean so much. You can see it in the numbers and the footfall at grounds around the country. People have really taken to the competition this year.
Yeah, it's been a very fine year for the Metro Bank. Sibley on 46. Rock solid in defence. Another over ticks past. Surrey 144 for no loss after 22. And I do believe, with the assistance of my friend and colleague Mark Church, that this is now the highest opening partnership in List A cricket for Surrey against Nottinghamshire. Mark Church nods sagely. And you saw Jason Roy just on the screen there applauding his 2 teammates. He's probably got a little bit of pad rash at the moment, but I don't think he'll mind too much, if at all. Freddie McCann to continue. Ryan Patel on 88.
And Jason Roy will be, in a weird way, itching to get back out here. As I said, not long ago, hasn't played List A cricket for Surrey at the Oval since 2019. It's been 7 years in waiting for the good people of South London to see him here in this competition.
Well, Nottinghamshire continue to pursue with this field, a wicket with this field. Mid-wicket and square leg in position to Dom Sibley. And he goes for the big reverse sweep. Connects with the ball well, but finds the fielder.
Yeah, the man is on the boundary at deep square. He needs to get it in between that fielder and the one on the 45. Well, it's the left-hand to Sibley was at a short third.
That's shorter again. McCann just gets away with that one. Farhan Ahmed bowled a very similar delivery to that about 10 overs ago and saw it sail into the stands. Dylan Pennington's doing a lot of waving down at long off, trying to grab someone's attention. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wave for this amount of time before.
Still going.
Short again. The angle just keeps that ball coming in towards Ryan Patel. He gets a single to end the 23rd over. Dylan Pennington is still waving. He's hoping to maybe trot off for a comfort break. 23 overs gone here at the Oval. 147 for no loss. And we're approaching, I think it's our 5th heat wave of the summer here in London.
At what point is it just a hot summer?
Well, I think we've got to that point. We've definitely reached that point.
This is just the weather. And instead of having 5 heat waves, it's just, we had
one hot summer.
No, or just, a week of a bit cooler weather. At what point does the cool wave become the news story?
Wow.
That makes you think.
I saw an extraordinary statistic, which I think Mark Church is going to enjoy as well. We'll wait for one ball.
Quick single.
Ryan Patel's been judging that run very well today. Here's the stat for you. That this year in London, there have been more days above 30 degrees centigrade than in the entirety of the 1980s.
Wow. Now that is a great stat.
That is...
There have been...
Say
it again.
This year in London, there have been more days above 30 degrees than there were in the entirety of the 1980s.
10 years worth of summers.
We're still it's only the 11th of August. We've still got time. It's going to be 35 on Thursday.
It's been out-summered by a few months of 2026. Wow.
Just having a little look at Lyndon James's footwear there. I hope everyone bought their fans a long time ago.
I'm not a fan of a fan.
Well, I wasn't either until it was 33 degrees for 2 weeks at a time. Still a tiny bit of movement there again from Lyndon James. The ball just tailing back in to Sibley. So you've gone through this heat wave with no fan at all.
Yeah.
It's a remarkable sleeping tactic.
Yeah, just on top of the covers, hope for the best. I just find that a fan pointing at you can just makes your mouth a bit dry, doesn't it, when you wake up?
Down the track comes Sibley. And mid-on, that fielder's been perched just on the ring for pretty much the entirety of the innings. And Surrey have judged their runs to him very well throughout. Now Dom Sibley's waving. It's been a waving day at the Kia Oval.
How would you describe a waving day?
Well, when I see Dylan Pennington and Dom Sibley waving the best part of 75 seconds between them, it's more waving than the entirety of the 1980s done by both of them. Clipped into the leg side, and that's the 150 run partnership. Ryan Patel moves on to 92, and this pair have been nothing short of brilliant for the home team. 150 runs off 143 balls. We're already seeing something extraordinary here at the Oval, and it shows no signs of stopping yet. Dom Sibley's about to close in on his 5th score of 50 or above this season. Solid in defence. And that's my concern for Notts, is that it might only be about to get easier for Surrey as this innings continues. Somehow Lyndon James is extracting a tiny bit of movement to the right-handed Sibley. But it is a tale of 2 innings at the moment. Sibley's doing his job. Ryan Patel's doing the job of Superman at the moment. He's 92 off 73. It's exactly 150 for no loss after 24. Look at that. Three drinks, 3 varieties. Moretti, inches, Aperol spritz in a can. What a day out at the Kia Oval that is.
What a day for cricket. And we've had drinks 5 overs ago. But
It's a heat wave, George.
it's just the weather, Cam. It's just the weather. We had a cool wave a few weeks ago. Now it's warm. Yeah, no, it's 150 for the partnership. And it is a partnership because you may have been watching. I think, well, Patel's been going gloriously. Brilliant shots everywhere down the ground, on the pull. And Sibley's just struggled a little bit. But it's the fact that Sibley's still been there that has allowed Patel to go a bit harder. And if Sibley was dismissed earlier, perhaps Patel would have had to rein it in a little bit. So it is very much a batting in partnerships. And whilst one can go at one end and the other just supports at the other end, that's very much been the dynamic today. And they'll be hoping there's absolutely no reason why they can't push on to 200 and beyond.
Well, long on and long off in place to Ryan Patel. He takes an easy single. There's so much time left in this innings. We're not even halfway yet. Jason Roy still to come. Rory Burns, the captain at number 4. Adam Thomas, who's been in such fine form. Ollie Sykes and Josh Blake, who can both hit a long ball. And there's a bit of a change-up from Dob Sibley. He paddles it round the corner, thinks about 2. Decides against it, so he just moves on to 49. Seven runs to go for Ryan Patel. And Notts have just got a tiny bit more full to him, because he hasn't been able to lean on that pull shot, which served him so well across the first half of his innings. 4 sixes from that one shot, a 5th 6 when he lofted Farhan Ahmed over long off. Sibley on 49. That's a short ball. And that's a good dot ball for Notts.
Yeah, McCann probably got away with one there. Just punch it down the ground. Easy as. He's found Haseeb Hamid at mid-on.
Short again. And this time Sibley brings up his 50. His 5th score of 50 or above this Metro Bank season. 1 century, 4 half centuries. And it's not been the easiest of times for Dom Sibley across this innings. First Brett Hutton, then Lyndon James have really been challenging both sides of his bat. But he's still there, and he's been assisting Ryan Patel, who's on 94. He's played no small part in what's a record-breaking partnership between this Surrey pair. Oh! And would you believe it? Ryan Patel's missed one. For the first time, for as long as I can remember, Ryan Patel has not laid bat on ball. And we now are at the halfway point of this inning. Surrey are 154 for no loss. George Gompertz is going to take you through the next 20 or so seconds, and I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Yeah, been a pleasure, Cam. I'll speak to you again soon. But yeah, Surrey will be absolutely beside themselves with the position they've got themselves on. 2 in bats, 154 for no loss. Halfway through, they're going to want to be sailing well beyond 300, you'd think. 300 and beyond, Mark Church.
Yes, you have to be absolutely brutal here if you're Surrey. And you have to say to yourselves, 350 please, from here. And Ryan Patel has played beautifully for this 94. He's got to say to himself, I'm still going to be there after 40 overs. When you get into this sort of position, in this sort of game, this is where you have to be utterly ruthless. And they're getting their rewards for the way they played in the first 10 to 15 overs, when it wasn't easy. And I thought Hutton and Pennington bowled some really nice deliveries. Found a bit of seam movement, but they got through that, and now they're getting their rewards. These two have played really well in the competition. This the highest opening partnership for Surrey against Nottinghamshire in List A cricket. Going past Messrs Ward and Butcher in 2001, I think it was here. And that was 112. Straight drive from Ryan Patel. This will get him closer to that 100. Nope, chase is good from Hamid. Didn't quite time that actually, Ryan Patel. But he picks up another couple. Takes him on to 96. But you win the toss, you bat first. That first 10 overs wasn't straightforward. But they got through those 10 overs, and now, well, as I say, Surrey should be aiming from here for 350 minimum. And then you put Notts under so much pressure with a huge total to chase. Patel drives, thick inside edge. You'll get a single here. Hamid comes round to do the fielding, and they will pick up one more.
We talked about that in the last game here at the Oval, the psychology of batting second with a big total on the board.
And in that last game, George, Surrey were in a great position and then let it slip here. Now, they managed to win the game thanks to the bowlers, but they freely admitted afterwards that actually they had let their batting from where they were below where they needed to be. Sibley's using his feet and will bring up another single up there to mid-on as round comes Hutton to do the fielding. But yeah, they were probably 60 runs short of where they should have been from the start that they had. And they bowled really well to defend. Today, they've got themselves into a magnificent position here. They have got to be absolutely ruthless with the bat today. Ryan Patel's on 97. And he'll get another single. It's well run up towards Hutton at mid-off. And he'll keep the strike here. Will Ryan Patel moves him to within 2 of 100. I think I'm right in saying that if he gets there, it'll be his first one since the championship game here against Essex a couple of years ago. Ryan Patel, but he's been in absolutely prime form in this 50 over comp. And just thinking ahead to championship cricket next week, then Dan Lawrence will be playing a test match. Ryan Patel will just slot in terrific form. Freddie McCann to continue. Patel just turns this one quietly into the leg side. So, yeah, Dan Lawrence will play in the test match. Ryan Patel will slot into that position, bump up the order. As turning this one is Ryan Patel into the leg side. Just kept a little bit low on him there. Ryan Patel was deep in his crease.
He was out for 97 at Guildford against Leicestershire. He surpassed that. I wonder if he's feeling nervous in the 90s again.
No, I would think he's thinking along the lines of just get to the 100, then let's make it massive.
Oh, so many runs on offer today.
Well, he could make a double 100 here. It's not beyond the rounds of possibilities. 99 not out, 27th over. If he's really greedy today, he could make a double 100 here. Ryan Patel. He's got an opportunity thanks to his own form and work that he's done today. He's up the non-striker's end now. Sibley just punches away through the offside. One more to the total. So here is Patel on 99. So 162 without loss. And Ryan Patel one away from 100. His 85th delivery. And McCann is around the wicket to him. And Ryan Patel whips this leg side, won't get a single on this occasion. It's good over from Freddie McCann. Quiet over, which is what Nottinghamshire need at the moment. They need some quiet overs. Sibley and Patel having a little natter. Oh, doesn't London look fantastic today? Beautiful. Beautiful day, but there is Dominic Sibley. Here's a few of the highlights of the 50. That was the shot that had Cameron Steele and I purring. That was just a bit too short from Brett Hutton. But this was all in that first sort of 10-15 overs. Again, that had us purring, that shot. But he's just been able to play his way because of the way that Ryan Patel's been playing. And that's why they're such a good combination at the top of the order, these two. Deliberately replayed that final boundary. So yeah, very fine opening partnership from these two.
As you said, Church, he's been able to play like that because of Patel, and it works both ways as well.
Dylan Pennington into Sibley, back into the attack. Pennington, his first 4 overs went for 21. Hasib Hamid is trying to conjure up a wicket here. Jason Roy lurking on the balcony.
It'd be a fantastic situation for him to come to the crease as well.
Sibley just opens the face, guides this one down towards third man. They'll pick up one more. So that will bring Ryan Patel back onto strike on 99. Well, that's the other thing here. They can also change that batting order around if needs be. Roy will come in next. But these two will just want to keep going. Ryan Patel just holding his hand up. He's not quite ready. He is now. Drives back up the pitch. Oh, Pennington, brilliant bit of work. Throw back, hits the stumps. The appeal. And the umpire shakes his head. Great bit of work from Pennington. That was a brilliant bit of cricket. See it side on. Graham with his camera. But did very well here, did Ryan Patel, to quickly turn. Pennington did as well to get the throw away. He's easily home, but it was a very good bit of work from Pennington. Very good bit of work indeed off his own bowling. So Patel's still on 99. Drives, wants a single, won't get one.
He's hit that one too well. He's had a few singles to mid-off, hit and runs, but that one is absolutely smashed. By the time he would have set off, it was already in Lyndon James's hands. Just looking a bit itchy to get to the other end, as you would if you're on 99.
Good over this from Pennington. He's backing up the over from McCann. Said that Hamid wanted some quiet overs. Pulls, there's the 100. Brilliant innings from Ryan Patel. And he is just in the most wonderful form, Ryan Patel. 88 balls and a hug from Dom Sibley. Surrey players on the balcony for him. Just a classy century this from Ryan Patel. 100 out of 164. That's nipped back at Sibley. They're going to take the quick single. Patel scampers through. Pennington throws at the stumps, misses. And they're through for the leg bye. But yeah, he's just been in prime nick. And what's been lovely with Ryan Patel in this 50 over comp, and he said it, he's found his form in the 50 over cup. He's been freed up a touch. That nips back. You see how high that's hitting Sibley. It's good running from Ryan Patel. It was his call. Sibley asked him and then he came for the single. And that's good running from Sibley and Patel. But thinking ahead, just throwing ahead to next week and the return of the championship, between these two sides, Patel will go into that full of runs. But he is a lovely player to watch when he's in this sort of form, Ryan Patel, and this has been a brilliant 100. But as I say, he will now sort of tick that one off, and then he'll still want to be there at the start of the 40th over. That last power play is McCann to continue. And pushed up the pitch by Sibley.
He can almost mentally reset now. He's got over that hurdle, and now he can just focus on how many runs are on offer.
It's been a good couple of overs from Nottinghamshire, McCann and Pennington. He's found a combination here, has Hamid. Just a quieter couple of overs. Single for Sibley down the ground, long single there for Sibley. You can see the heat haze there. Always good to see a heat haze. As, oh no, Ryan Patel has flicked one into the leg side and he's just got away with that. As Ryan Patel, he played that as if it just stopped on him a touch. And it wasn't too far away from Farhan Ahmed. Coming in from short mid-wicket, stuck out a hand. He would have thought to himself for a second there, Ryan Patel, that might have been the end of my innings, but as it was, it just got away from Farhan Ahmed.
Just wondered whether it would have been worth chucking a dive there.
Now Sibley reverse sweeps. It's good from McCann, saw him and pushed it wider, but Sibley's got quite a lot of bat on that. The chase is good, the flick back is good. Martindale out there doing the fielding for Nottinghamshire, but Sibley picks up two more. But if you watch this again, McCann has seen where Sibley's going, so pushed it wider outside that leg stump. He's still got a lot of bat on that, did Dominic Sibley. Great bit of work from Martindale. He's in the game again here, Martindale, but that's good placement from Sibley. Just a little too short from McCann, and Sibley's just given himself a little bit of room to enable him to go a bit straighter through extra cover on this occasion. And despite the best efforts of Martindale, it's always just getting away from him and over the boundary rope for 4 runs. Signalled there by Martin Saggers. So 29 gone, 21 left. Wonderful start this for Surrey. Just a reminder, and we'll have a look at the other scores from around the country, because this is, well, Tremendous Tuesday, I think it's being dubbed as, because 7 teams in this group could still make the playoffs. But the key thing is, for all of those 7, you just win your game. That's all you worry about, is winning your game. And elsewhere in this group, Northamptonshire still back, so you can still qualify. They're 189 for 4 in the 28th against Gloucestershire. Lancashire 156 for 3 in the 27th against Somerset. And Warwickshire 164 for 3 against Kent in the 27th. So what that tells us, it's a bit early to say, but just a reminder, Leicestershire already in on 20 points. Nottinghamshire on 16 second. Lancashire third on 16 points. This is all down to net run rate. Surrey 4th on 16. Kent 5th on 16. Northants 6th on 12. Somerset 7th on 12. Warwickshire 8th on 12 points. So any of Notts, Lancashire, Surrey, Kent, Northants, Somerset and Warwickshire can make the playoffs on Friday. So that's why this is such a good start from Messrs Sibley and Patel, because there is quite a lot hanging on this game. Pennington it is to bowl his 6th over, 30th of the innings, and Patel off his hip just works this one out towards deep backward square and picks up another single. Now the other thing, George, is the highest ever partnership for Surrey against Nottinghamshire in list day cricket is 189 between Ali Brown and Gareth Batty, and that was, if I can see that far, that was 2001 at Trent Bridge. So first and second wicket had a very, very good year in 2001 against Nottinghamshire in list day cricket. Sibley forward,
So that was
Turns this one into the
189,
leg
was it?
side. 189 for the second wicket at Trent Bridge between Gareth Batty and who did I say?
Ali Brown.
And Ali Brown. And then for the opening stand was Messrs Butcher and Ward in 2001 here at the Kia Oval.
Now, Church, I've just caught a glimpse of your phone. Is your lock screen a picture of you on a tractor?
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. Mowing the lawn. Forward comes Sibley. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run.
Is there a story behind that?
Well, it's somewhere you know very well. It's cutting the wicket in the parish.
I thought it looked a bit like the parish. Yeah,
Yes,
indeed. Just getting it ready for the game at the weekend.
Absolutely.
Captain requested anything special?
Well, yeah. Something 42 yards long. Sibley forward again. And he gets round, uses his feet on this occasion, does the captain. Sibley picks up another single. Moves on to 63 now, Dominic Sibley. Absolutely glorious day now. Not a cloud in the sky. Very warm out there, getting warmer. Very, very warm. I think we'll be all right for whichever sides do make the playoffs on Friday. Because we're entering, well, it's hot enough today, but we're entering another hot snap. Few water scorcher. We've had that a few times this season. Short ball. He's onto that, Ryan Patel. He's pulling. Oh, he's gone. He's pulled to the longest part of the ground. The catch is taken. James Hayes out there takes the catch, and Ryan Patel will be annoyed. He's played so beautifully, but that's the longest side of the ground. He gets a pat on the head from Dom Sibley, but Patel's brilliant innings comes to an end for 102. The opening partnership worth 175. And listen to this for Ryan Patel. And Jason Roy waits for him. But a proper ovation there for Ryan Patel. Gone for 102. Got a fair amount of that. And that's one of his major strengths. But just picked out Hayes just inside the boundary rope. And as I say, that is the longest side of the ground for the left-hander. But that'll be a relief for Nottinghamshire. But out comes Jason Roy. With a platform, I think it's fair to say, for Jason Roy.
What a wonderful time for Jason Roy to come in at bat. 175 for one for the first time in List A cricket at the Oval since 2019. I imagine what a fair few of the fans here have come here to see. What a wonderful time. No pressure. Just go out and support Sibley for a few, see yourself in, then go and score some runs, because 350 is still well in reach here.
Well, amazing, really. So his first List A game anywhere since March 2023, when he played for England against Bangladesh in Chittagong. First time he's played a List A game in this country since 2022. That was England-South Africa at Headingley. And first time here at the Kia Oval since April 2019. And that was Surrey against Essex. So Jason Roy gets ready for his first delivery. And he's solidly forward, and he's off the mark straight away. And the end of a good over from Pennington. 176 for one, as you can see there. Surrey going at 5.87. But Ryan Patel going in that over and played out of his skin again today, did Ryan Patel. Here are some of the highlights. That's the shot of the day. We will not see a better shot than that all day. That punch through cover point, but George just in wonderful touch, Ryan Patel.
It's so enjoyable to watch. Seeing it like a beach ball, rocking back, pulling, coming down the ground, just Everything seemed to come out the middle of the bat until at the end. I think you were talking to Cam earlier, how sometimes strengths can become weaknesses, and he latched onto his strongest shot. Just hit it straight down the throat of the man in the deep.
Yeah, and I think going to the longer side of the ground as well. He got quite a lot of it, but it is a long old carry out there.
Well, from the other end, it would have easily cleared the ropes.
But it did play beautifully. I was saying, one thing Jason Roy won't do, and Freddie McCann's bowling at the moment, is take a single to him, because it was McCann that turned the T20 game on its head with a direct hit from the boundary rope to run Jason Roy out when he was in 79, I think, at Trent Bridge in the quarter-final. McCann's doing a good job here with the ball for Nottinghamshire. Simply down the pitch, picks it up on the full, whips it to deep mid-wicket. But yeah, Laurie Evans and Jason Roy put on over 100. Then Evans went for 40 odd, and then McCann's throw from the boundary rope, direct hit, and that changed the entire quarter-final. Oh, Jason Roy's bowled by McCann, is he? Or is that hit Verena? Yep, he's bowled. Jason Roy has gone for 2. He's danced down the pitch to McCann. Now, I was just wondering whether that hit Verena's pads and came back onto the stumps. That would have been stumped anyway. He was a long way down, Jason Roy. But I think that's bowled. We'll see the replay in a moment. I just wonder whether it had come off Verena's pads or a part of Verena, and it would have been stumped. But Roy goes for 2. Came down the pitch, was looking to whip this through the leg side. Yeah, he's bowled him. Hit the top of the off stump there. And, well, Jason Roy, the platform was there, but it hasn't quite worked out for him. Nice bit of bowling from McCann, actually. Just did him in the air. So Roy goes for 2. And a couple of wickets in a couple of overs for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, we see this not too infrequently, that there's such a big opening stand and then a couple of wickets fall. From Jason Roy's perspective, he's been up on the balcony watching since 11 a.m. for 2 hours of runs have flown fairly comfortably. Then he's come to the crease, and having not played here in List A cricket since 2019, only last 3 balls before bringing the skipper to the crease. He's been in form not only with the bat, but with the gloves as well.
He's had a really good competition, Rory Burns. And I think what he's done is, with his batting, he's just completely freed himself up. And he's not worrying too much about sort of being defensively solid and all that good stuff. He's just, if it's there, see ball, hit ball. And it's worked for him. And he's kept beautifully. So, Jason Roy will be sick of the sight of Freddie McCann. Ran him out in the T20 quarterfinals, bowled him now, but it was a nice bit of bowling from McCann. He just got a bit of turn. And all I was wondering was whether Verena, it had hit his pads and come back onto the stumps and Roy would have been out stumped. But as it was, it just hit the top of the off stump. So a nice bit of bowling from Freddie McCann.
Brilliant. He's almost been done in the flight. He gave it a bit of air and a lot of topspin, and it's dipped quickly. And Roy wasn't quite able to get to the pitch of it, and it's done a bit off the surface as well to turn in. It may have taken a bit of a deflection off Roy, I'm not sure.
Well, if there is any turn there, Chahar will be interested. That's the other thing about a massive total. And Surrey have Chahar in their bowling ranks today. Dan Worrell, Tommy Elam's been bowling really nicely, as has James Taylor. See a bit of Patel and Thomas today, I would have thought, and possibly a bit of Ollie Sykes. So plenty of options for this gentleman, Rory Burns. But all he's concentrating on now is batting. He's sweeping, he's outside the off stump there, and it hits him. And that'll be leg by. It's good use of the feet from Brett Hutton there.
It's a little Ronaldo chop number.
Yeah, that's experience.
I was about to say, I wonder how long it's going to be until we see Rory Burns with the sweep shot. Well, it took 2 balls.
Well, it's a strength. He's got a number of them. Reverses and orthodox and laps. Rory Burns. 19 left. So just clawed it back a touch here of Nottinghamshire. Burns and Sibley. That old double act. are out there in the middle together. How long does he keep Pennington going for? Because he'll want Hamid a couple up his sleeve from Dylan Pennington. But it's Pennington that's made the breakthrough.
At the same time, this is the biggest opening they've had the whole game. So strike while the iron's hot. But the old cliche is add 2 wickets to the total and see where you are. Well, we have added 2 wickets and Surrey are still in a pretty decent position.
Burns just trying to run this one down towards third man. Munsey's there to do the fielding. Lovely atmosphere in the ground today. See a gentleman there in the distance, very sensibly putting on his factor 30 or 50 or 15.
It's pretty relentless when you're sitting there, you're not moving, just a sitting duck for the sun.
Oh,
perfect. You love it.
Well, I fell asleep yesterday for about 3 hours in it. I didn't mean to. Nicely bowled by Pennington. Been a good combination, this, McCann and Pennington. Exactly what the captain would have been looking for. Just find 2 bowlers that can work in tandem at this point, and that's exactly what he's found.
Since Patel climbed into the 90s and then these 2 came on, the scoring just slowed a little bit. It's definitely harder to accelerate the rate again once it's come down rather than just keeping it high.
Short ball, hooking, Burns, gone. Oh, this has all changed. Farhan Ahmed with the catch. Pennington, this has been an outstanding little spell from Pennington. And Rory Burns has gone without scoring. He's very annoyed with himself there. Took on the short ball. Didn't really get hold of it. And Farhan Ahmed taking the catch. And all of a sudden, Surrey are 179 for 3. And Nottinghamshire are back in this now. Very good from Pennington.
It was there to play the shot, and Burns just with a little top edge just rushed a bit from Pennington. Maybe he's zipped it in. It's well directed, coming from over the wicket. It's a fairly simple catch in the end. And now Surrey will just have to stabilise again, and once again try and just accelerate. But at the moment, be pretty happy just to try and tick along and go a few overs without losing another wicket.
Just got a little cramp for room there, did Rory Burns.
That's exactly what can happen when you've got a right arm bowler coming from over the wicket. You never have any width. And it's very well directed, and it's pretty sharp as well.
It's a tremendous little spell, this, from Pennington. Really is.
And as you said, this wouldn't be possible without McCann's pressure from the other end as well. So it's very much a partnership they're bowling.
Well, they've
in.
worked it very well. And Adam Thomas, who's had a very good 50 over comp, makes his way out to the middle there to join Dom Sibley. But excellent from Nottinghamshire, this. Could have easily just let it slip. But Hamid's turned to McCann, and then he's gone to Pennington. And Pennington's picked up a couple of wickets in this spell. And yeah, back in the balance now.
It shows just what a little bit of pressure can do. Just a few dot balls in a row, lower the run rate. I've got 3 wickets as a result of it.
Slip comes in. Thomas is off the mark straight away. Just opens the face of the bat, guides this one down to third man. I thought Farhan Ahmed did well there, actually, because I think for a second he almost overran it. I think he thought to begin with that was going to land a little shorter to him than he thought, so he came sprinting in and then suddenly realised, oh, hang on. And he did very well there. Did Farhan Ahmed. Well bowled again by Pennington.
Well, strange as it is, the game of cricket, that Jason Roy came in a few overs ago, and we said this is a great opportunity for him to come in, score a few runs with not a lot of pressure on him. And now Adam Thomas is coming in a couple of overs later, and all of a sudden this is a really important position for him to come in.
This is why the competition has been so good this year. Because there's been some really gritty cricket in this year's competition. Shot from Sibley. Just turns this with those wrists. And Martindale, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Because that was really well timed. He lost his sunglasses. But that was away for 4, I thought. And Martindale showed great turn of pace here. And got the ball just inside the boundary rope because it was beautifully timed by Dom Sibley. But Martindale there does really well. That's a great bit of work. He's done a couple of those this afternoon as Martindale. Very important. So the end of the over. Pennington with that wicket of Rory Burns. And there are 18 overs remaining. There's a bit of a committee meeting out there. Lyndon James, Dylan Pennington and Hasib Hamid all having a natter. McCann will continue. Might just bowl McCann through here.
Really excited to see how Adam Thomas plays this, because he's been so impressive this year, and he's looked so confident at the crease. Now there's a little bit of pressure on him, on the team more generally.
Well, he had the championship game against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and he played brilliantly. And that was when Tongue and Stone and Pennington were basically trying to take his head off, and he played brilliantly that day. Alongside Dan Lawrence, who's, of course, back in the England fold. Very pleased to see that for Dan Lawrence. He's had an outstanding summer for Surrey in the championship. It's good from McCann again. Start of this over. Just a single. Long single there to Lyndon James for Thomas. Sibley's role sort of changes a little bit here now with those 3 wickets.
Yeah, well, he's transitioned from the supporting role to now the lead player and the in bat.
Sweeping from outside his off stump. That's a great shot. Picked that on length. Sibley. Full roll of the wrists as well from Dom Sibley. Oh dear. Well, that's gone under the gate. Well done, that gentleman. It's well fielded. But he's just played this on length. Gets himself outside that off stump, and then beautiful sweep shot that. Super camera work from Graham.
He's had a great day, Graham.
He has. He's loving his little podium he's on as well. Over there. Apparently he's going to be dancing on that at about 8 o'clock this evening. Sweeping again is Sibley. Oh, he's repeated the dose here. So back-to-back boundaries for Dom Sibley without taking a real risk. And key thing again is he's picked the length, rolled the wrist, got right on top of it. Has Dom Sibley. That was quicker, and he's just waiting for that. Hasn't tried to hit it too hard, just helped it on its way, and James Hayes diving across, but it beat him over the rope for 4.
It's glorious because he's played it on the up as well. It's by no means a half volley. He's found that gap, which is just closed a little bit now.
He'll pick himself up a single here. Just turns it into the leg side. Hamid gets round to do the fielding. And Thomas puts a thumb up to Dom Sibley. There is Central London with the surprise-looking flats. MI, whatever it is. You can see the top of that over the arch roof of the JM Fin stand. And we're up in the commentary boxes on the second from the roof down, the second tier. And we're probably one from that right hand side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes in there. So we've got a lovely view of all of this. Can we see Graham in his little podium? Yes, on the left hand side there of the street. I think you can just about see Graham's podium. And as I say, only 8 o'clock tonight, he's going to be dancing on that. Pennington continues. It might be the last one for Pennington, this, because I'm sure Hamid will want to keep a couple in his back pocket from Pennington. Sibley with a single there. And that will bring Adam Thomas back onto strike on 2.
Well, as you said, Mark, Sibley's role changes now. and he was the supporting actor. Now he's the lead role. So whilst beforehand he could just nurdle it around and watch Patel get the runs, we saw, even in that last over, just a bit of impetus, and those 2 sweep shots in a row, the 2 boundaries.
Well, I think the key thing from a Dom Sibley point of view now is that he bats the 50 overs.
Absolutely.
Because there are still batters to come in, Blake and Sykes and Thomas, of course, who can get on with it quickly. Not that Sibley can't, but I think the Sibley role now is be there at the end of this innings, and Surrey will be up over that 300. But if they could nip Sibley out now, Nottinghamshire, that would change things. It's well bowled again by Pennington. Thomas solidly forward. The other thing here is with Pennington, Hamid and Pennington have set their field really well. And he's bowling to that field.
You're a big fan of bowling to the field, aren't you?
100%. It does make life a lot easier. Now, there are certain bowlers that set their fields. There are certain bowlers that just like the captain to set them and tell them what to do. But especially at this time of the game, short ball. And Thomas is just looking to work that leg side. Can only just pop it back up the pitch. But this has been a tremendous spell. It'll be a 4-over spell from Pennington. And he's got 2 for 10 in these 4 overs so far. Well, 3.4 overs, 2 for 10. At a key time in the game as well.
The first wicket fell at 175 for 1, at which point Notts were probably thinking that this score was going to be up around 350. And 4 or 5 overs later, the game looks completely different.
Goes wide of the crease here. That'll be tucked away by Thomas. Here's Martindale again. Does very, very well. Martindale. Terrific fielder out there. It really is. Just a single for Thomas.
Well, you put your best fielders in the hot spots, and he's got a lot of action out there. And his ground fielding's been exceptional.
Ah, look, the old miniature bat signed by Brett Hutton.
I'm so glad that
marvellous.
there's still a market for signature bats.
Absolutely.
It's not all selfies and digital.
No. Bring your marker pen as well for your miniature bat. Sibley clips this firmly through the leg side. How well has he timed that? Martindale won't get to that. Pennington, well, I was going to say he got a bit straight there on Sibley, but Sibley actually got himself across his stumps and worked a good length ball through mid-wicket for 4. So that's just a nicely played shot from Dominic Sibley. He's on to 80. We're going to have a drinks break with 16 overs to go. A well-earned drinks break, I feel, today, because it is a very, very warm day, which gives me an opportunity, George, to let's have another look at the scores from around the country.
Oh, excellent.
Because it is important today to keep an eye on what's happening elsewhere. And in this group, Northamptonshire Steelbacks 2-2-6 for 5 in the 34th over against Gloucestershire, who are the only side that can't get in the playoffs now, Gloucestershire. And Northamptonshire started this game on 12 points. Somerset and Lancashire 2-33 for 3 after 33, so they're going along okay. Bet you Keaton Jennings has made runs, 94 not out. Keaton tends to sort of turn it on when it matters. Rocky Flintoff, 47 not out as well for Lancashire. That's magnificent hair under his hat. Well played, sir. Magnificent head of hair there that gentleman has under his hat.
It must take something for you to get distracted from doing round the grounds.
And the other game in this group, Warwickshire and Kent, evenly poised this. Warwickshire 197 for 5 in the 33rd. Warwickshire on 12 points, Kent on 16 points. Nottinghamshire players looking like they're having a picnic.
And those scores from round the grounds really is testament to how well Notts have fought back, because at drinks, 17 overs in, Surrey were 112 for no loss. Now, at the second drinks break, they are amongst the lowest scorers of the group. two other games surpassing 215, 220 runs. That final game, 197. But it just shows how well Notts have done to claw this one back, to firstly slow the run rate, and then secondly take the wickets. And now it's up to Surrey to lead the charge again and see how far they can push this.
What I thought was interesting, yes, and it's the new ball, I know, but I think there's still a little bit in this surface early on.
Oh, absolutely. We saw a lot out of the hand in the first few overs, and even when that subsided, we've still seen movement off the pitch.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting chase, but again, Surrey need to be up over 300. At one stage I was thinking 350. I'm not sure they'll get to that now, they might. But definitely need to be up over 300 here today. It's a fascinating game, it really is. So, drinks break is over. McCann has come out of the attack. Farhan Ahmed is coming back into the attack. Thomas is on strike, retaking his guard. I was saying to Cameron Steele, Farhan Ahmed and Ralphie Albert combined together brilliantly in the Under-19 World Cup. It was lovely to see an off spinner and a left arm spinner in tandem in that competition earlier in the year. $16 overs remaining then for Surrey. You can see there at the bottom of your screen they're going at 5.82 at the moment. 6 overs left of the second power play. And the off breaks of Farhan Ahmed from the Vauxhall end, and that's good work off his own bowling as Thomas was just looking to push that one down to long on. Ahmed gets across quickly. Very talented young man, this one. Much like his brother.
I love that stance that the top has run
Yeah,
up.
the
Like a
only
Ronaldo free kick.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins, when he bowls his leg breaks, which isn't that often these days, he does that as well. It's almost like he's sitting down on one of those sort of
Spike chairs.
Yeah, look. Farhan Ahmed. It's a very deliberate start to his approach, Farhan Ahmed. It's nicely bowled. It's well played by Thomas. Just waits on the back foot, pushes it out into the offside for a single.
It's almost like Johnny Wilkinson lining up for a conversion. It's this whole routine, or even a footballer taking a penalty. It's this whole mental routine. And Cam Steele's coming back on in a few balls. I'm sure he'll be able to tell you all about the mentality and psychology of bowling. But I wonder if this is maybe something he's working on intentionally, is just to get him into the right headspace of bowling.
It's turned leg side by Sibley. Well, of course, Johnny Wilkinson famously had somebody sat in a certain row behind the posts in his head. That was all part of his routine. And he was kicking the ball to them. But then he was an absolute obsessive. Thick inside edge from Sibley. And he'll get a single. And that will bring up the 200 for Surrey.
Well, in the same way that the batters will set up the same time every delivery, bowlers do the same thing as well. It's just not always as pronounced as it is with Farhan. There we go. Blows in his hand. Sits down.
He's got a lovely action. He's driving. Here's Thomas. That's a good shot. Just slightly over pitch, that one. From Farhan Ahmed. Well fielded, sir. That was very nicely played by Adam Thomas. And away for his first boundary. So 4 more to the total. Just tossed it up a touch, but just over pitching and driven away very nicely by Adam Thomas for 4. It's the old cat backwards time now. Protecting the back of your neck. So 15 to go at the end of that over from Farhan Ahmed. Thank you to George. George will be back. And Mr. Cameron Steele is making his way back in. Now Brett Hutton comes back into the attack. So we saw Pennington bowl a terrific 4-over spell there to pick up a couple of wickets. Now Brett Hutton back into the attack. Welcome back, Cameron Steele. It's very interestingly poised, all this.
Certainly is. Good to be back.
You know, it's good to be as. Take that, Sid. And there's the grunt from Hutton straight away, nipping back at Sibley. Hits him high up on that back leg outside the off stump. So Hutton immediately just gets a bit of nip.
Yeah, and a good test for Dom Sibley to keep going here, and for Adam Thomas to get going.
Well, look, wonderful innings from Ryan Patel, but McCann and Pennington, in particular Pennington, combined brilliantly there, didn't they? I think Pennington's second 4 overs was 2 for 15 in the end. There's that grunt again. And Sibley's trying to run that down to third man, but there was no pace on that really from Hutton. That bounce once into the gloves of Verena. I can't not hear him grunting now after you said that, Cameron Steele. It is a very pronounced grunt from Mr. Hutton, isn't it? Who is another one of the cricketers alongside the likes of Overton and Clark that you do think of sort of nightclub bouncer as well, don't you, with them? This one's punched away off the back foot by Sibley. It's sort of the grown-ups. When you look at the likes of Brett Hutton and, as I say, Jamie Overton, Jordan Clark, it is like the grown-ups have turned up.
Dad's here.
The dads are here, yeah.
Got to behave.
Dads and lads match. Yeah.
His nickname is the Ledge.
Well, I'm not surprised with the way he bowls.
Well, I actually don't know. I don't know why it's Ledge.
Hey, maybe he's just got lots of windows. In over the wicket he comes. Hutton. Forward goes Sibley. We'll get a single this time to Hameed, who shies at the stumps. He's quick, Hameed. He's just a natural mover, Hameed. He always has been. He's sort of got elastic arms.
Yeah, he always makes stuff happen. He's electric in the field.
He really is. He's just a natural mover. I think this would have been tight. If it had hit, I think this would have been tight. Ooh, I think it had just been home.
In fairness, Adam Thomas is rapid as well. Good athlete. Two good athletes on show.
Yes, indeed. Thomas comes back onto strike on 8. Really enjoying this today. Proper cricket, Cameron Steele. Proper cricket. There's a little inside edge from Thomas. Great over this from Hutton, though. 5 balls, 1 run.
I don't think Surrey will be too unhappy with ticking along at 4 or 5 and over. I know this over has only gone for 1 so far, but one of the faults the other day in a emphatic win against Kent really was the way that the Surrey innings stumbled.
It just fell away, didn't
Just
it?
fell away. But the wickets in hand and some of the firepower below with Sykes, Blake.
Yeah. This is work leg side. Won't get a run on this occasion as Freddie McCann does the fielding. Very good over from Brett Hutton, just the single.
But by the same token, Nottinghamshire will be delighted with the way that they've clawed this back.
Yeah. Well, they've done very well because it could have got away from them horribly. But they have clawed it back. Just to say, I think in the interval, you and I and Cameron Ponsonby are going to be talking about the 50-over competition this year. Led by Cameron Ponsonby, who's at the back of the box there watching highlights of his innings from yesterday. Was it live streamed, the game yesterday you went to watch?
I believe it was.
Was it? Excellent. Excellent.
Unfortunately for Cam Ponsonby.
Well, I did notice that Yaz was very quick on the old social media last night. As Ahmed comes around the wicket here to Sibley. He's using his feet. He works it out into the leg side. And they will pick up 2. Good running from Sibley and Thomas.
Outstanding from Sibley. Turned so quickly there. Always getting 2. He's a good mover when he gets going.
He is.
Deceptive for such a tall man.
Yeah. Sibley bottom hands this leg side. He's going to go, is he? Yes. Caught out at deep mid-wicket by Sam Seacran. Oh, and Sibley has gone for 84. And Farhan Ahmed has his first wicket. Good catch. And Nottinghamshire hanging in there, and Sibley's good innings comes to an end on 84. He actually didn't really go through with that fully. He more sort of just checked it, got a lot of it. And the catch was well taken. And Sibley has to make his way back for 84. And I tell you what, Nottinghamshire have done really well here, Cameron Steele, and they're hanging in this game at the moment.
They certainly haven't. Well done, Farhan Ahmed. Dom Sibley's fuming with himself there. It looked as though he was just trying to punch this into the gap. And like you say, Mark Church didn't fully go through with it. And now we'll be wondering, should he have gone through the shot and tried to clear that long boundary? But excellent piece of athleticism from Sam Seacran on the fence. And he knew straight away, Dom Sibley.
You're right. When you see it again, he was just trying to get it into that gap, wasn't he? He wasn't trying to take it over the boundary rope. He's just tried to go into the gap, got it a bit too straight, and it's a very good catch.
He's almost fallen into the trap of the ball before. Looking to put it in that pocket and run hard again.
Well, here's Ollie Sykes joining Adam Thomas. So we've had the massive opening partnership between Messrs Sibley and Patel. Not a huge amount since. But here is a young man who is capable of making that run rate go through the roof. He almost got going on here against Kent. A couple of big sixes into the pavilion, Ollie Sykes.
And he will come hard at Farhan Ahmed with the short leg side boundary. Watch out.
Around the wicket comes Ahmed to Sykes. Sykes is forward. Plays his first ball gently back up the pitch. I was saying that Farhan Ahmed has, like his brother, huge talent. He really is. For such a young man. Sykes drives down the ground. Get his first run down towards long on. And I was saying to you earlier as well that I loved watching Farhan Ahmed and Ralphie Albert in combination during that England Under-19 World Cup. Great to see a left arm spinner and the off-break bowler going in tandem. And they enjoyed bowling together. They really did. Ralphie Albert not playing in this one today. Well bowled again by Farhan Ahmed. He switched to go around the wicket here in this over, because Sibley was taking him from outside the off stump and sweeping him. Very good over this. The wicket is Sibley and just 3 runs off it. Last ball of the over. Thomas will work this one wristily into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 209 for 4 then. Thomas 9, Sykes 1. A few more thoughts from you, Cameron Steele, and then it will be Cameron Ponsonby to guide you through the final 13 overs of this Surrey innings.
Thank you, Mark Church. And if you're just joining us, Dom Sibley has just fallen. There was a huge first wicket partnership between Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel. Sibley played very tidily for his 84 from 105 balls, and Farhan Ahmed, who's had a slightly tougher day, just managed to dislodge him with an excellent catch by Sam Seacran. Welcome back, Cam Ponsonby.
Thank you very much, Cam Steele. Enjoying seeing Ollie Sykes back out in the middle for Surrey. I saw him score a century in club cricket against my club 2 or 3 weeks ago. I got back to Fieldview where Spencer play. Sykes was out in the middle. My friend was on the boundary. Sykes was on about 70. I said, has he been batting well? And he kind of rolled his eyes. He went, it's all right. Bit of simple technique. Next ball, 6 over mid-wicket. Well, it looks like he's batting just fine. Freddie Haller. Clubbies, they're the worst out of everyone.
Well, simple technique sounds like Nirvana. As a former player who had his own technical deficiencies.
There is Sykes, just looking to drive. How often across your career were you not tinkering? Was there a period you had where you thought, I'm just about right now?
I never felt that I was right. Bowling, I never stopped tinkering from age 13 through the yips all the way till the end. But batting, there was maybe 2 months where I didn't tinker with something.
And how were those 2 months?
Nirvana. It was a fruitful period in 2017. Didn't have many of those, but it was very enjoyable while it lasted.
You had a brilliant start to, I want to say, the 2022 or 23 season, a handful of years ago.
Are you talking about the ball in 2024?
Very possibly. Because every year, there's always one county player who becomes the flavour of the month. And if you perform really well in April, and there's no international cricket on to distract the journalists of the various national newspapers, you become the one player who almost does the media rounds. I remember, I feel like you must have, you started with a fifer maybe?
It was a fifer at Lancs, yeah. I was the beneficiary of the Kookaburra ball at the start of that season.
Oh, swing and a miss. Bit of nibble from Brett Hutton. And a very fine over. Nottinghamshire have done incredibly well here over the past 15 overs to wrestle themselves back into this game. Surrey were 150 for no loss. They've now lost 4 for 60. A bit of wobble from Brett Hutton.
Has moved lavishly off the pitch. Brett Hutton's been pick of the bowlers today. Him and Dylan Pennington been outstanding and just shows this pitch still has enough in it. A certain D. Worrell will be sat up in the change rooms licking his lips.
How did you find that little 2 months of media attention?
It was different. It was the first time I'd ever really got media attention, and the last in my cricketing career. Look, it was exciting because I was bowling really well. And put myself in the conversation really, which was the culmination of a hell of a lot of hard work. I'd overcome the yips as a 18 to 21 year old. And sorry. And just had worked so hard at my bowling that it was a lot of relief in a sense to be able to show the world that you can do a certain thing where I'd been written off before. I'd been written off at Durham as a leg spinner.
And for those who don't know, when you're talking about the yips, are you talking about you'd lost that professional level, or was this side of the net stuff?
Side of the net, full tosses, double bouncers, which is pretty jarring as a professional player when you're signed as an all-rounder. I was signed at Middlesex at the time and at Durham University.
Well, I hope for your sake those 2 months with the bat in 2017 was slightly correlating with that.
They were. But no, it was just nice to be able to... Well, the first aim was to be able to bowl a leg spinner that landed on the pitch. And to have taken 21 wickets in 3 games, I think it was, for a club that didn't usually play a spinner. It was something I was extremely proud of, and you know what, like I know I've retired due to injury, but it's potentially something that will haunt me for the rest of my life, given that I'm still involved in cricket and will continue to love it and watch it, that I didn't carry on for the rest of that season and sort of see where things might have ended up.
Single to end the 39th over. Sorry, 215 for 4. So did injury strike in that 2024 season?
At the end of 2024. So, I mean, I had the chance for the rest of the season to really put in some big performances. I was playing in the... I still would miss out in championship games because of green seaming wickets. But if I'd continued the form that I had, I'd needed to make myself undroppable. And to be honest, I think that's why Surrey, so many players get picked for England from Surrey, is because it is just so hard to stay in the team. And it'll be the same with Notts for a number of years now.
Oh, another swing and a miss.
Just look at Calvin Harrison having to move on to Northants, and he's been displaced by extremely exciting young spinner in Farhan Ahmed.
So take us back to, for those who won't be familiar with it, I imagine the process of overcoming the yips, it's not as simple as just learning how to bowl again from a technical perspective, but it's surely mainly a mental battle.
It's all mental, yeah. I've never been shy of hard work. I'd like to think that anyone who I've played with or against has seen that. And I actually had to have a shoulder operation age 20 because I trained so hard to try and overcome the yips. I was bowling upwards of 2 hours a day and had to have a clean out of my shoulder. Anyone who knows the medical jargon.
And that was a 3-year process. So 3 years of side of the nets. I don't know at what point I'd personally, probably after a couple of months, think this isn't for me anymore.
Well, I never lost my wrong 'un. I never lost my googly, so it was always something that I could fall back on. And I never lost my batting ability. Well, we all do at certain stages. I'd often nick half volleys, as we all do.
Lovely drive from Ollie Sykes. He's just been struggling to find his way out in the middle. 4 off 12. And I must admit, I was thinking this even during Surrey's opening partnership, where Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley put on 175 for no loss. Ryan Patel was making it look very, very easy, but Dom Sibley wasn't. And Dom Sibley is a very fine player. So I do wonder if whether, as this match progresses, that innings from Ryan Patel just gets better and better.
Well, it's full credit to Notts and these two bowlers going to work now. Brett Hutton and Farhan Ahmed dovetailing off the work of Dylan Pennington. They've done a stellar job at putting the brakes on this Surrey innings. I want to talk about Farhan Ahmed as well, and something that I experienced in that media madness for a month back in 2024 is the weight of expectation is tough for spinners. As the 40th over comes to a close, 218 for 4. There's so much expectation on young spinners to be the next Graham Swan, the solver of all of England's spin woes over the last few years. The long and the short of it is that bowling spin in England is really tough. And to find your way into a team and to keep your place when your speciality is just to bowl spin, and it's far easier to get into a side as an all-rounder. And this young man on screen has so much expectation on him from Notts fans, from England fans, from his family, to live up to what his brother has already achieved or to outdo him.
He's still only 18 years old. On the money there. And you're entirely correct, because I remember having a flicker in my mind earlier this year where Farhan Ahmed dropped out of the championship side for Nottinghamshire, with Liam Patterson-White being selected instead. I'm thinking kind of, oh, must be tough for Farhan Ahmed, kind of thinking about it in terms of him being a 22-year-old or 23-year-old, forgetting that at the time he was probably still 17 years old. Plenty of time and plenty of talent on his side.
I mean, ultimately, the reality is that you've got to force your way into the side, and you've got to keep your spot in the side by hook or by crook. And from my own experience of being left out of Surrey Championship sides, I didn't perform well enough to warrant keeping that spot. If you want to be the best and you want to play Test cricket, when the pressure's on, when the eyes are on, you've got to do the business. And that was what was so impressive about Emilio Gay at the start of the season. There was chatter about him being good enough to play for England and that he was next cab off the rank, and God, didn't need to score the runs.
Well, isn't there that saying, slightly flippant saying within cricket about kind of runs on Sky count double? And the idea that, on the one hand, that might sound ludicrous, just because the TV camera's down there doesn't mean it should matter anymore. But also, just because the TV camera's down there, lofted by Sykes, that's 6. He'd found himself in a little bit of a bind. 5 of 15. Brett Hutton beating his outside edge. And now with that short leg side boundary for the left-hander, he's targeted it. And he's found the middle of his bat, and he's found the middle of the stands as well.
Yeah, this is what he does, Ollie Sykes. A big back lift. A 6 hitters ton as his sponsor. Watch out, Farhan Ahmed.
Bit short on that occasion. Have to get a hurry on in the deep. Just 1 run. 41st over comes to a close. 228 for 9. For 9? For 4. Might have been a hell of an over from Farhan Ahmed. For Emilio Gay to score those runs when the pressure is on does make the quality of the runs different, surely.
Absolutely. And you joke about Sky Sports runs, but it's, along with Sky Sports haircuts, it's something that players talk about all the time. And I wrote something today that went out in the Times about, well, the weight of runs, and some count more than others. And that's why players are so keen to play in the 100. Is, I know we're going out on live stream here, but Sky Sports cameras, it's what the England coaches and selectors watch. And even if it is a 100-ball game, whatever the format, whatever you think of it, if you're scoring runs against one of the best attacks in the world and under the pressure of a death over, you are more likely to play a test match than, say, someone who's, say, Jake Libby, who scored 400s in a row for Worcestershire.
Brett Hutton into his 9th over, and again finds the outside edge of Ollie Sykes' bat. And I can't think of the last time I've watched a 50-over game where we're in the 42nd over of the match, and Asim is getting the ball to wobble enough to be forcing professional batters to be edging the ball, to be missing the ball. Hutton still making the ball talk. Thomas just sits on that ball. There's going to be a moment where Surrey are going to have to at least have the option of flicking through the gears. Josh Blake still to come. When do they make that switch with 8.5 overs still to go?
I wonder whether Captain Hasib Hamid is going to keep Farhan Ahmed on from the Vauxhall end, given what Ollie Sykes did to him on the penultimate ball of last over.
Dot ball again. This has been an almighty spell from Brett Hutton. No wickets in the book. But given the context of when he bowled, he opened the bowling at the start of this innings. I couldn't believe he went wicketless. Such was the trouble he was causing Dom Sibley. And now in his second spell, as Cam Steele mentioned earlier, he's shoved the brakes on this innings. Economy rate of under 4 and over. Thomas shuffles down the crease, looking to change that movement. He's coming back for 2. He's going to have to be quick. Fortunately for Adam Thomas, he's very quick.
Outstanding from Adam Thomas there. Caught Sam Citron sleeping slightly on the fence there. But that has to be a feature of what they do now, these Surrey batters. Stalled slightly. And the conviction there. If it had been on target, might have been in trouble, but always tough to get a direct hit from out on the fence.
Another quick single, this time beats short mid-wicket. That last count, there was 4,000 in here at the Oval today. There's something around the number 3,500 at the Oval when it officially becomes a crowd. When it's around 2, it can feel a little bit scattered. With a full pavilion. Effort ball from Brett Hutton. Punched down the ground by Ollie Sykes. 42 overs gone now, 233 for 4. I mentioned it on commentary earlier. As soon as the cricket is over towards the SSE Energy Solutions side, the gasometer side, I can't think of anywhere better to watch cricket in the country. Perch up, short boundary, 50 yards away from elite sport being played. Sun trap. You got it wrong. Well, you spent your time in the middle.
It's a pretty good place to play cricket. Unless you're bowling from this end with a short side to a left-hander, but...
Well, you are correct, because Lyndon James has been brought into the attack. And more personally, Farhan Ahmed has been taken out. So seam replaces spin from this Vauxhall end.
Good move, I'd say, from Hasib Hamid. It was going to be tough work for Farhan Ahmed. After being hit for 6 from Ollie Sykes, he did a good job from this end, the Vauxhall end. But now a bit more experience with Lyndon James, who's been tidy with his 6 overs. I suppose it's the luxury of having Freddie McCann bowl that you have a choice. A few overs freed up.
Well, Sykes still targets that short leg side boundary. And this time he puts it 20 rows back. Notts did their best to protect the leg side. 3 fielders out in the deep. But an easy swing of the bat. And that simple technique we spoke about with Ollie Sykes comes to fruition.
Dismissive from Sykes. And this is why he wouldn't have been too fussed about a slow start. He knows he has the power to catch up as the innings progresses.
So how would Ollie Sykes be plotting the route to the end of these 50 overs? Is he thinking, I've got 8 overs left, or more to the point, I've got 4 overs from this end left?
Excellent question. And excellent bowling from Lyndon James. Ollie Sykes, I would say, falls into the category of can hit 6s on any boundary, and ideally will be wanting to be striking from this end, but will certainly back himself to clear the ropes pretty much any field. He's such a clean striker of the ball, and No wonder MI London picked him up for this year's 100.
My London, please.
I just, that's an affectation I'm unsure I can keep going with, having just said in the Times I don't know why they're called My London. Is that a...
I'm just trying to remember who pays us. That's the only thing I'm just going through my mind. The thing I don't get is they're not called My Nye in My New York.
Although perhaps you're onto something.
Brand alignment, brand consistency. Thomas on strike. Well bowled by Lyndon James. It's amazing how quickly innings and scorecards can change. Thomas was the player of these two ticking over. Sykes had a slow start, was on 5 of 15. But a couple of sixes. Now it's Thomas, the batter, who's just trying to find his rhythm. Well fielded by the skipper. Deep mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Scampering along to close that angle. Such a crucial position in one-day cricket. And those two men at cover and mid-wicket. And now, actually, at the back end of the over, you can explain this one to me, Cameron Steele. Haseeb Hameed has gone all the way out to the ring.
Yeah, always happy to give a one away at the end of the over after such a tidy piece of work from Lyndon James. As that closes out the 43rd over, 241 for 4. Yeah, especially given that Adam Thomas, as you said, is now the slower of the two. Imagine a few bowlers are keener to bowl at Adam Thomas, but it's par for the course, really. At the end of the over, it's always defend one or two of the last balls and keep your ring fielders on the ring itself. Often a new batter will come in and the fielders will come in on the single 2 or 3 pitches away, especially mid-wicket and cover, cutting off those singles that can be taken up to a long on or long off.
So, Brett Hutton to finish his 10-over spell. He's been fantastic for the visiting team today. Thomas on strike. When he gets one, it's a glorious drive. He might get 2, actually. They scamper back, and they make it safely. Good running from this young Surrey pair. Bit of a misfield. It feels harsh calling that a misfield at mid-off because Adam Thomas had absolutely climbed into it.
Outstanding running from Ollie Sykes as well. Someone who's struggled a little bit with injury this season. Has had somewhat of a knee issue, but to see him run the first one as hard as he did, turn quickly and get back safely by some distance as well is excellent to see.
Not just having a play around with the field here. So long off drops out. Deep third now in the ring. Long off in play immediately. So good field change from Notts. $4,662 currently in at the Kia Oval. We had almost 7,000 in for the last Metro Bank fixture at the Kia Oval. Guildford was sold out twice. Attendances here in South London have been strong for years, but they just keep getting stronger. It's an extraordinary graph to see, especially in the county championship. I think a couple of years ago they beat 50,000 across the season for the first time. Last year they were around about 80,000, and this year they're hoping, praying to get up towards 100,000. Me and producer John just did a great game of charades there. working it out between us. Sykes on strike. Wow. A very slower ball bouncer from Brett Hutton. Ollie Sykes gets the periscope out, knocks it on its head, and they come back for 2.
Outstanding running again from these two. Ollie Sykes did really well to hit that. Wonder if he maybe thought that it was a no ball as opposed to what would usually be a wide. Dexterity involved with that.
What is the rule there? Because it is when it gets above head height.
Honestly, I don't know. It changes every year.
Flicked into the leg side. It'll just be 1 on this occasion because it caused some controversy a couple of years ago. So I think someone's got out hooking or pulling, only to be not out because the ball had gone over head height.
I actually think most cricketers don't know the rule. Is the honest answer?
Well, we've got 1. Do you know the rule?
No.
So we're 0 out of 1 here.
Well, former cricketer.
Former cricketer. You've had all the more time to read up on it then.
Thankfully, I read much more interesting things than our rules and regulations.
Well,
but perhaps I should.
You say that. The excitement in this commentary box earlier this year when Leicestershire's Ajaz Patel was getting wided whilst bowling down the leg side, despite trying to bowl an attacking line. And the county championship playing regulations were brought up. People say cricket's confusing. I've never understood that personally. Well, an exceptional field here. We have 2 fielders out at deep backward point and deep cover point. And Adam Thomas lifts the ball up over cover. And they do come back for 2. More fantastic running.
Yeah, so this field here with the 2 men out on the fence on the offside. Deep point and deep cover, signalling that Brett Hutton's going to bowl wide Yorkers or slow and wide. That one pretty well directed, but the athleticism of these two guys at the crease brings them back for 2.
Another slow, wide Yorker from Hutton to finish what's been an exceptional spell of bowling. 44 overs gone, brings up the 250 for Surrey as well. When people check the scorecards tonight and they see none for 42 from Brett Hutton, he's not going to get the justice he deserves.
No, being outstanding today, Brett Hutton. New ball spell, very unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Getting the ball to seam and swing all over the place. It's been such an outstanding pro for Notts and Northants over the years, and briefly Surrey for 1 lone game.
When was that?
2022, I think. I actually captained that game but didn't finish it because I got sick.
So was this in the Metro Bank?
No, this was a game against Sri Lanka A.
At Guildford?
At Guildford.
I'm going to embarrass myself here with my own cricket badgery knowledge. I want to say Nico Reefer made some runs. And I think Gus Atkinson played as well.
Yes.
You're just going to agree?
I think you're right.
Perfect.
I think you're right.
That's good, because I think Nico Reefer, as a result, my laptop's died. That's okay. I can turn to my phone in times of dire need. Flicked around the corner. Just 1 run. So I think as a result, it was a first-class game. Nico Reefer, who was a professional here at Surrey, didn't play too many games. John's trying to tell me he's got 68. I already know. I've got it up here. Ben Geddes got 104. But long story short, Nico Reefer, 1 innings in first-class cricket, 68 runs, first-class average of 68. Well, that's very wide. But Ollie Sykes had shuffled across, so well bowled from Lyndon James. I don't know if Ollie Sykes agrees with it. And it was Gus Atkinson who got 91.
These two are definitely going to put the foot down now. Ollie Sykes and Adam Thomas spent the winter in Perth together. Adam Thomas in particular won the Ollie Cooley medal.
For those who don't know what that is,
The Grade Cricket Award, best and fairest, I think they call it over there, for the best player of the season, and he certainly was. Scored a boatload of runs. Came back in good order to have what really is his breakout season at Surrey. Ollie Sykes has been unfortunate so far this year with a knee injury. He had a bit of a skin issue that he had to get sorted.
oh, very short, very slow and very wide. Lyndon James will have to bowl that one again. That was an enormous Surrey contingent out in Perth over the winter. We had both these two at the crease now. Nathan Barnwell was out playing for Midland Guildford as well, Alex Stewart's old club.
Josh Blake at Rockingham Mandurah.
I remember bumping into, well, confusion in the middle. Sykes gets home safely enough. Bumping into Ollie Sykes at the Wacker. Actually, chatting for a couple of minutes, and he was explaining that apparently it's a different county every year. This year it was Surrey, who everyone basically decided in the group chats over the previous summer, shall we all go to Perth together? A year or two beforehand, it was Gloucestershire. Sounded like a very fine idea to me.
I wonder where Notsall went. If anyone knows.
Do get in touch.
Yeah.
Sykes looking to target that short leg side boundary. This time just gets one.
I know Ollie Sykes, good to see him back out on the field. As soon as he got over his knee injury, managed to get some tonsillitis. So he's had a tough old year, but he's looking fit and firing at the moment.
I used to pretend to have tonsillitis all the time. That was one of my great skills as a child. If you had it 5 times a year, you had to have them taken out. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to bring too much attention onto the disease, so I managed to average out 4 times a year a lot. Goodness me. A flying effort from Carl Verena. A thick outside edge from Adam Thomas. And rightly or wrongly, it's 4 runs after 45 overs. He scores 259 for 4.
50 partnership for these two who've played nicely, steadied the ship. And that effort there from Carl Verena. Flying like a salmon, flying like a Rory Burns. When Surrey played against Kent, couldn't quite reel it in.
So 5 overs to go, 30 balls. It's going to be a change of bowling as well, because Brett Hutton is finished.
And only 4 down. Surrey will be aiming north of 320 if they can. They've got Josh Blake to come, as well as Indian import Rahul Chahar. He can give it a smack as well. But these two are going nicely.
Hayes back into the attack. That's lifted high. Who wants it? Deep mid-wicket, settles underneath it. Out. Easy as you like, caught by Ben Martindale in the deep. And Ollie Sykes' fun comes to an end. He goes for 26.
Big moment in this game. Just as Ollie Sykes was getting going, James Hayes has done the job for his team. He had a tough start as Ryan Patel was getting into his work. And has managed to pick up the wicket of the dangerous Sykes. Haseeb Hamid will be very pleased with that. Simple catch for Ben Martindale.
Well, it is a simple catch, but he's also made it look extraordinarily simple. An air of nonchalance to Martindale in the deep there. Imagine professional cricketers have taken thousands upon thousands of catches just like that. Hot spots are plenty. Josh Blake's going to come to the crease. He's had a very fine Metro Bank. Picks up a bit of an injury, so he hasn't always been wicket-keeping. Now, just to go... I'm not going to go around all the grounds. I'm going to go to one ground in particular, which is relevant to this match here. So to remind you of the table, Nottinghamshire are second, Lancashire are third, Surrey are fourth, Leicestershire are top. They've played all their matches. They're a win ahead, so they don't matter too much. But Lancashire do. And unfortunately for Surrey, Lancashire are currently 347 for 3, with 7 overs still to go. Keaton Jennings is 155 not out. And how about this? Rocky Flintoff, 18 years old, is currently 95 not out off just 60 balls. So Surrey might be relying on a pretty hefty favour from Somerset. Blake faces his first ball, knocks it into the leg side for no run.
I just wonder the plans for James Hayes here. Got 2 men back on the leg side, plus a long on. Josh Blake is strongest square of the wicket. Will look to play a sweep, pull shot, and cut hard.
Another dot ball. And this is the value of a wicket in these death overs. It just, ever so briefly, pumps the brakes. A new batter just has to find their feet again.
And Josh Blake's job here will be to get Adam Thomas back on strike. Keep rotating the strike. Dot balls are a premium for Nottinghamshire.
There is that single. Blake will get himself up down the other end and off the mark.
Just going back to that Ollie Sykes dismissal, I do wonder if it was a conscious effort to target that Hayes over, given that Dylan Pennington still has 2 overs left.
Well, had he struck the same, had he played the same shot from the Vauxhall end, it would have been 6. As it happened, a much bigger boundary towards the Harleyford Road side. Thick edge over the head of short third, and that's 4. A despairing dive from Lyndon James. And useful runs for Surrey. And Adam Thomas is now putting together a handy little cameo.
Yeah, a little bit of good fortune for Adam Thomas there. Not bad bowling from James Hayes. But such is what can happen when you have your third man up.
Two fielders out in the deep on that offside boundary. Thomas finds the hands of one of them on that occasion. So 4 overs to go here at the Kia Oval. Surrey 265 for 5, and Cam, still it's time for that. What's the word? Immortal question. What would Surrey be happy with from here? What's par? What should we be looking at?
A few different answers to that question. Before Ollie Sykes got out, I was saying they'll be eyeing up over 320. But now, I think if they can get to 300, they'll be happy.
It's a big swing and shows the importance of a wicket late in the day. And as you mentioned, Dylan Pennington did have 2 overs left. And now he's going to bowl the first of them. 4 overs to go. Something that is in Surrey's favour here is they have a right-hand, left-hand combination at the crease and one short boundary in play. They look for 2. Pennington was bowling to a very straight set field there. Happy for Adam Thomas to try and target that big leg side boundary. But now, Josh Blake himself is able to target the short leg side boundary.
I think ultimately Surrey will be disappointed with where they are now, given the start. None for 175. Outstanding opening partnership from Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley. Really stuttered. Unfortunately, Jason Roy and Roy Burns couldn't get going. And then just losing the wicket of Ollie Sykes there really hurts.
Blake goes for the scoop, gets it up over the heads of the wicketkeeper and away for 4 runs.
That's what he's done all year, Josh Blake. Come in the final 10 overs, 10, 15 overs, and used all of his innovation, dexterity, expertly done by the young man. He's turned himself into somewhat of a finisher.
Well, let's see if it prompts a change in field from Notts, because Fine Leg and third man were both in the ring. It does immediately. Fine Leg has now dropped out to the boundary. Big step across and out. Pennington pushes the ball across the left-handed Blake, and despite it being a full toss, he just can't quite find a clean connection. And Haseeb Hameed takes a comfortable catch running backwards. Surrey now 6 down for 270.
Outstanding from Pennington. He's been the pick of the bowlers today. Saw Josh Blake go, trying to target that leg side, jumping across his crease. Just manages to hang it out wide, and Josh Blake can't get quite enough of it to beat Haseeb Hameed, who makes that look a lot easier than it was. Manages to track back quickly, take it over his head. Tidy catch.
Well, you'd mentioned before about defending on the ring. And look at where Haseeb Hameed ends up taking this catch. He's a good 5 yards outside of the ring. And that's only possible because of his starting position, nice and deep.
As well as how athletic he is as well. He's one of the best movers across the field. It's Haseeb Hameed. As we're going to see, Surrey's Indian import, very exciting man, Rahul Chahar, gives the ball a good whack.
Well, there was quite a humorous situation when Chahar first joined earlier this year. There'd been a bit of confusion about when he was actually arriving in the country. If you cast your mind back to the test match that happened here and the off-field dramas with England that were associated with it. And so Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson obviously missed the test match, and Brendan McCullum was doing a press conference in the indoor hall here, giving an update basically on the whole situation. So you've got a room full of journalists inside a tent inside an indoor hall, if you can imagine that. We all arrived, and Rahul Chahar put a cone down on the ground, and we're just doing bowl throughs by himself, and everyone went, oh, so he's arrived then, has he? Yes. Can we write that? Down the leg side to start with from Dylan Pennington. So Chahar is going to be here for the back end, or more to the point, the run-in of this county championship season, where you imagine spin's going to play such an important role given how hot and dry this summer has been.
Certainly, he's a very popular member of Surrey's dressing room, Rahul Chahar.
Defends his first legal delivery. I imagine, I'm going to guess here, but I think he might be borrowing someone else's pads, because I wouldn't be surprised if his own kit didn't have black pads. He's only here for one game, so he's got the tape over the logo on the shins. There you go.
I can't imagine he was expecting to play even this morning.
Well, he was a very, very late addition to the squad. Short, feathered behind, and Chahar has to go. Nottinghamshire's back end of this innings continues to get better. Surrey were 175 for no loss. They are now 271 for 7. And goodness me, Cameron Steele, Nottinghamshire are giving themselves a fantastic chance in this match.
Clinical from Nottinghamshire. Right on the money there. Dylan Pennington. As good a bouncer as you're going to get. Just talked up how Raoul Chahar can give it a whack, but no chance of whacking this one. Straight through where the grill is. And just gets the finest edge. Sorry, I've really stuttered now. But credit to Nottinghamshire. Their fielding's been outstanding. Seeper Mead's bowling changes have been excellent. And they've never quite let the game get away from them.
Well, Pennington has 7 balls to claim a second list A fifer in his career. 2 in the over for Pennington. And Tommy Elam comes to the crease. Good moment in his career to stay in the team with the arrival of Rahul Chahar. I think people would have expected maybe Elam would have made way and Ralphie Albert would have stayed. But Elam's had a very tidy season with the ball and kept his place. And he's off the mark. Tucked away to square leg for 1 run. 47 overs gone, 3 to go. Surrey 272 for 7. And well, 300's looking quite a long way away at the moment.
Certainly is, and Tom Elam's job here now is definitely to get Adam Thomas on strike. 39 off 42. He's been starved of the strike the past few overs. And Surrey have to fight tooth and nail here to get as close to that 300 mark as they can. It's a good pitch, regardless of the seam movement that we've seen.
So, Hayes to bowl his penultimate over, you'd expect. 3 to go. Elam on strike.
Well bowled by James Hayes. Warmed into his work today. Very impressive young man, is Hayes. Works so hard at his game. Kevin Shine, bowling coach at Notts. They're an impressive outfit as a whole.
Elam gives himself some room. And he's found a little pocket in the deep there. He might even get 4. He does. No, he doesn't. Phenomenal fielding. Out in the deep.
Freddie McCann and Ben Martindale out there. Or it's Sam Seacharan.
Well, that looked certain to be 4 runs. A good teamwork in the deep from Nottinghamshire. And that's indicative of their last 20-25 overs. They fought their way back into this match. And Elam's been, will probably feel he's been robbed of a boundary. I'll tell you what, Adam Thomas, chain out, shirt untucked at the oval.
It's a bit sorry, isn't it?
I can't imagine anything better than being 39 not out at the oval with my chain hanging over my collar. Maybe if I was on 43 instead. Thick outside edge. And that one will go for 4.
Right idea from James Hayes. Hanging the ball wide. Field set for it. But Adam Thomas, who's walking across the crease again, targeting that short side towards the SSE Energy Solutions stand. Wild swing. Just manages to get enough on it to pick up 4 runs and move himself onto 43 at a runner ball.
Well, the field is still set for those wide Yorkers. Thomas steps across again. That will be a wide ball. That was very almost a no ball. Hayes coming perilously close to missing the cut strip. So still 3 balls to go in this over. Haseeb Hamid's just having a chat with the umpire. I imagine about how far Adam Thomas had stepped across before that delivery. Lifted up. Fielder settles underneath it and gone. Another tidy catch by Hamid. And Nottinghamshire's sprint to the finish line continues. An 8th wicket to fall for Surrey. And they're still 20 runs short of that 300 total. They're still 45 runs short of where they probably thought they were going to get to when that man and Ollie Sykes were at the crease together only 2 overs ago. But more good bowling from Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, well executed by James Hayes. Looking to bowl those wide Yorkers. Got it pinpoint on the wide line. And once again, the captain does the rest. Up there with the safest hands in the game.
Has he ever been a slip fielder, Haseeb Hamid? I feel like I always imagine him there.
I actually don't know. I mean, the amount his fingers are taped up, I'd imagine he probably has been. Might have broken 1 too many digits in his time to stay in there.
It's the worst feeling. Right, James Taylor's coming to the crease. And you can imagine that he's a bit surprised he's having to have a bat today. But there's a job to be done here. So these final 20 runs, Surrey will be very, very happy to have them on the board when the innings change around. So Taylor on strike. Beautifully played by Taylor. Just runs the ball down to deep third for a single. 1 ball remaining of this 48th over. And what does Tommy Elam do here? Is he going to try and get 12 risk-free runs across the end of the innings? Knock 1 a ball, or are you still trying to force that issue with only 2 overs to go?
Got to try and hit the boundary fielders hard along the ground. If you can, make sure they bat the 50 overs. And you might just pierce a gap and get a boundary.
He gives himself some room there. Tucks the ball into the leg side, but there's 4 fielders out in the deep on the leg side in position. So it's just 1 run, 2 overs to go. Elam does keep the strike. And Surrey 282 for 8.
I suppose the question is now, does Dylan Pennington go pole hunting?
He's got to, surely. He could finish with a sixfer.
Has to.
Personal accolades would be playing on my mind if I was out there. But we do have a left-hander on strike with the short boundary in play. See the fielder at short fine leg waving at the moment. Yep. He's been sent off down to fine leg to protect against the scoop. Mid-off and cover in the ring. Full toss. That finds the hands of Freddie McCann, who's ready to throw.
Really well fielded by Freddie McCann. I know on a stream it might look as though that's easy to do straight at him. But given that he's set on the ring, he's run in 4 or 5 yards there. Although now he's being sent back to the fence. But to attack the ball in the way he did and search for the run out, it's been indicative of the intensity in which the Notts fielders have gone about their business today.
Pulls into the leg side. That'll be 1 bounce into the hands of deep mid-wicket. George Munsey out on the fence. And his throw trickles into the hands of the wicket-keeper after 2, 3, 4 bounces. He's been around the block, George Bunsey. He knows what he's doing. Teams will do their best to get the ball as soft as possible. Probably a bit late in the day to do it now, 48.2 overs in. Short. And left alone by James Taylor. Both umpires happier with that short ball.
And they haven't given one for the over either. Crucially, as we'll probably see a couple more of them from Dylan Pennington. Welcome to the crease, James Taylor.
Well, that has raced through. Verena took the ball, fingers pointing to the sky behind him. Short ball followed by Yorker. And Surrey will look for two here. Elam says yes.
Oh,
A direct hit. They asked the question of the umpire. It looks like he's still making his mind up. Not out.
good running, but top fielding again from Freddie McCann. Just spoke earlier about him charging in to cut off a single, but this time coming to cut off two. It was always two. Tommy Elam turned quickly, but that was actually a lot closer than Martin Saggers made it look.
Edged 4. Crucial runs for Surrey. Well bowled by Pennington. But Taylor does just enough to keep that out. And it beats a despairing Carl Verena behind the stumps.
Good fortune. But those will do for Surrey. Just wonder whether James Taylor's not picked that ball. Having had the short one previously in the over.
Another slower ball from James Taylor, and have some of that. A flat-batted cover drive for 4 runs. 2 boundaries to finish Pennington's spell. And what started with an over where Pennington would have been eyeing up a fifer, ended with Surrey scoring more than 10 runs off of it. And those are fantastic late in the day runs for Surrey. They're 293 for 8.
Sublime stuff from James Taylor, the number 10. But shouldn't get in the way of what's been a outstanding spell from Dylan Pennington. His 10 overs.
I don't know if Pennington had been doing it for the first 59 balls of his spell, but that 60th ball, he was running in with his tongue out. I don't know if that was a distraction tactic to get into the head of James Taylor. Elam finds one more run into the deep. So 5 balls left, and the form batter, James Taylor, 11 off 5. That was a wonderful cover drive. He's now got the short boundary to work with to his leg side.
Surrey in reach of 300 now, and a good test for James Hayes. Try and hide it away from that short side again.
How far across is James Taylor stepping here?
Well, maybe he shouldn't, given that one he's just pounded through the offside.
Steps across, but pounds it down to long off regardless. Some very clean ball striking from James Taylor.
Well bowled from James Hayes. Off pace. Getting hit where he wants to.
Four balls to go. Where's Elam's boundary option here? Goes short. Looks across to the umpire. No. Just signalled as 1 for the over. So not given as a wide ball. Well, I think Elam was asking that to be a wide both on line and length. I think on another day, he might have got the decision his way. We'll wait to see the umpire's signal. Leg byes given. So 2 balls remain in this over. James Taylor, he's on 12 off 6. Three fielders out on the offside boundary, just 2 out on the leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket and long on in place. Well bowled again by Hayes. Nails his Yorker. The fielding's done at point. So just 1 run, 1 ball even to go in this over. 3 runs scored off the bat.
And good fielding there from Brett Hutton, who found himself at point. Don't often see the big fast bowler out there.
Last ball of the innings. Hayes into Elam. Goodness me, that's come off the back of the bat. And more good fielding from Hutton, this time at short third. And an entertaining end to the innings as Surrey finish on 298 for 8. A fantastic recovery from the visiting team. After Surrey were 175 for no loss. Notts then fought their way back into this fixture to keep Surrey below 300. Instinct reaction, Cameron Steele, how happy in total do you think Surrey will be with their final score of 298?
Just below happy. Not quite happy, not quite satisfied after the start that they got. Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley, 175 run partnership. They'll be disappointed not to have nudged that score, certainly over 300, but even 350 the way they started. But all credit goes to Notts, the way they pulled things back. Dylan Pennington, the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 54 from his 10. Freddie McCann taking the huge wicket of Jason Roy, World Cup winner, returning for a game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They were excellent in the field today. Ryan Patel scoring a scintillating 100. Couldn't quite get his team to par, which we would say was around 340. Dom Sibley contributed with his 84, played very nicely. Adam Thomas and Ollie Sykes couldn't quite get past their starts at 43 and 26 apiece.
Well, there is the tail of the tape. Ryan Patel's century, 102 off 91 balls, ably assisted by Dominic Sibley. Now make sure you don't go anywhere across this innings break, because myself, Cameron Steele and Mark Church are going to be having a conversation led by Mark Church, no less, about just how successful and how well this year's 50 over competition has gone. Mark Church is alongside me, so I'm going to turn on his microphone.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Well, very interesting innings that from Surrey. I think they'll be a little disappointed where they've ended up, because, as you and Cam were saying, with the start they had with Sibley and Patel, they'd have wanted up over 300. They've got themselves to 298. So 299 it will be for Nottinghamshire to win. And of course, this is all part of this Tuesday in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, where we are looking to see what the results are come the end of today, and then we will know who's in the playoffs on Friday. We know Leicestershire are there, but then Notts, Lancashire, Surrey, Kent, Northampton, Somerset and Warwickshire could all still qualify for the knockout stages of the Metro Bank on Friday. Of course, the top from each group go straight into the semi-finals, and then it's the playoffs on Friday, those semis on Sunday. So that'll be very interesting come about 6:30 tonight. See who's playing who, where and when, but I think for all sides, key thing is to win. And Surrey batting first, 298 for 8, so it'll be 299 for Nottinghamshire to win. Crowd are out there at the moment and having a good old look round And some of the players not partaking in this game at the moment are all having a bit of a bowl. I can see Yusuf Majid out there having a bit of a bowl. So, Mr. Cameron Ponsonby, so I've written an article, and I'm not going to bring the 100 into this. All I'm going to say is, and I've made this very clear, I've nothing against the 100, I've just got no interest in it. What I have seen this year in this 50 over competition is there has been a real upsurge of interest, and also the competition itself, the cricket, has been terrific. There's been some great games. I think the fact that we're going into this Tuesday in this group with 7 teams, you've just seen the Lancashire score, haven't you? 7 teams still all vying for a place in the knockout stages. But why is it? Why is it this year? Because of the previous years in the 50 over, it's been called a developmental competition, and it's sort of been downgraded a bit. Whereas this year, as I say, there's been a real interest in it, and I think all counties desperately keen to get themselves into playoffs and try and get to that final in September. It's interesting, isn't it?
I think there might be an element. On the whole, I agree. I think this year it's been a really fun competition to follow, in no small part because it has been competitive across the board. As you say, in the group that Surrey are in, 7 of the 9 teams can still qualify for this eliminator, and it's into the final round of fixtures. That hasn't always been the case.
No.
And so you have a natural sporting intrigue that's brewing. I also wonder, from a more kind of hometown bias perspective, historically Surrey haven't done very well in this competition.
No.
And so when it rolls around for the likes of you and me, if we're heading down to Guildford and Surrey are played 6, won 1, lost 5, there feels a bit of a damp squib situation with the tournament. That's not been the case this year. And finally, because I think the weather's been so fantastic, families are wanting something to do. We had almost 7,000 down here last week. We have over 4,500 in currently. I imagine, I wouldn't be surprised if that keeps on ticking up slowly but steadily into the afternoon. And so as a whole, you have a bit of a perfect storm for reasons why the Metro Bank would be popular. And I wouldn't be surprised as well if it played in a little bit to the fact that this is the first year that the 100 has the private investments. So if you do feel particularly strongly against the 100, you might be wanting to vote with your feet a little bit more and say, well, I've not been best pleased with the direction of travel in that competition. I'm going to go down to my local county and support the cricket there.
Cameron Steele, you've played in this comp. When you were playing in it, was there, and there would never have been a feeling of we're just going through the motions, but was there a feeling of, well, this is just sort of on the side of everything else that's going on?
It's a good question. Not really. No. I mean, there's always professional pride at stake. I mean, I suppose the difference is this year is Surrey won the first game.
Yeah.
That's huge, and it can be a tough tournament, especially with the 17 players that are missing this year. It can be tough to get up for it and think, oh, well, can we win it? But ultimately, as soon as you cross the boundary line, you're always trying to win. You're always trying to do your best for your team. And even though there are at times when I was playing, we suffered some really heavy defeats, and it can be demoralising. You never stop trying.
I think from a Surrey perspective, I think there's almost been the perfect storm of a lot of those younger players, with so many players having been away the last 2-3 years in the 100, having to play, and they've come into this year's comp and they played quite a bit of 50 over cricket.
And they've done well.
And they've done well because they've had the 2-3 seasons into this season. Then you've got your Dominic Sibleys, your Ryan Patels, your Rory Burnses, those senior pros who've also had good years. And I just get the feeling, both Camerons, I get the feeling that from a Surrey point of view, that sort of it was a perfect storm, and this year, winning that first game at Zebra was very, very important. But they've got the old pros, the old stagers, and then these youngsters. Because I still look at Ollie Sykes, Adam Thomas, even Josh Blake, sort of youngsters. But actually, when you look at it now, they've had 2-3 years of playing 50 over cricket, haven't they? Either Cameron can go first with an answer to that one.
I'd also add to that you've had Rory Burns and Dom Sibley being ever presents. And that's not always been the case historically, where some of the senior players, not just at Surrey, have had more time off during this period of time. And if someone's literally kind of on holiday or having a rest, then when you're on the other side of the boundary line, you go like, well, I guess this is just the cricket that's on now. Whereas now it does feel like there is something being brought into it. I remember speaking to you when we were down at Guildford, I think after Surrey had just won their first fixture. And to that point of it makes such a difference to start with your best foot forward. And you were saying how it's a cliche line, but the vibes were high.
Yeah.
People were having a good time, having fun playing in it. That's obviously not something... Well, I was about to say it's not something that you can say would be true across the country, but the point is this: you can say it across the country,
yeah, you can,
because everyone's won half their games and everyone's lost half their games. But I can't remember if you'd have had it overlapping, where you wrote a piece for the Times about this kind of period of the calendar. It used to be a case that the 100 players would be over here and the One Day Cup players would be over here. There's now a bit of a mesh where if you're not playing for your 100 team, you can come back to the One Day Cup competition, like Jason Roy has done today. What's it like, mentality-wise, being in the changing room in the One Day Cup? Are you thinking, if I go all right here, I might get a phone call for next week and be up at Birmingham Phoenix, or are you locked in just in the competition?
A bit of both. I mean, it's different for everyone. Is the crux of it? Is that you might be, I don't know, Tommy Elam, who's playing his first full season really in the One Day Cup, who's jostling for position, wants to win games for Surrey. I mean, fundamentally, everyone wants to win games for their team. But in the back of your mind, there are certain other opportunities, in waiting. And for another person, it might be, for Rory Burns, it might be wanting to win something. It might be for Ryan Patel continuing to get his form. For Dom Sibley, churn out the runs. Yeah. It could also be for someone trying to get a contract elsewhere if you've been released. There's so many different things at play, but in the back of your mind, players do want to play in the 100. There's no...
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? And regardless of what you think of the format or anything, or just whether we need it with T20 cricket or not, like, players want to play in the 100, and this period of time in the One Day Cup, it's so useful for everyone, and it's so much fun when you get on a winning run, and it's a great opportunity to win a trophy. And I think, as you mentioned, with guys like Jason Roy coming back, Dan Worrell driving down from Nottingham last night, it's massive, and it's a bit of a virtuous cycle, really, where if the team who are there are winning more, everyone wants to be involved more, and you sort of get a little more purchase for what you're putting out there.
Yeah, and we'll come back to Surrey in the 50 over in a sec. All I would also add to that is, I think for the 50 over competition, this has been really important to keep it relevant, because I think it was always sort of seen as going on in the background while the big stuff was happening. I think it's been an important year for the entire competition in the fact that there is some relevance and narrative to it. We've seen Ryan Patel at it today with 100, and Adam Thomas has been very, very good in the comp. I think we're just going to see a little bit of those two in action in the competition this season. Here's Ryan Patel, this 100 today. He's just Cameron still. He's just in the most beautiful form, isn't he? And he said to you he'd found his hands in Guildford. There have been many that have in Guildford found their hands, but he's just looked in top nick, hasn't he?
This is as well as I've ever seen him bat, and it's a great sign coming into the end of the season and hopefully some playoffs for Surrey. But It's when he stands still at the crease and just lets his hands go. And Adam Thomas as well.
Yeah, this is him at Sebra, I think, in the opening game. And he has been the breakout player this season. 100 on championship debut. He's worked on a couple of things over the winter, which we've discussed. He was told to go away in Australia and work on a couple of things on his technique, which he's done. And he's had a very, very good one-day tournament again. But Cameron Ponsonby, this is Surrey's breakout player this season, Adam Thomas.
Well, he's averaged 58 across the competition this year. And to your point about, in theory, Adam Thomas is meant to be the kid in the batting lineup who's learning his way, who's you're almost expecting to underperform, but that's okay because he's learning and developing. Whereas actually, he's been the front runner.
Yep.
He's been scoring bulk runs, and that's come off the back of him making a century here on county championship debut. He's also able to roll out some pretty useful seamers. We heard him down at Guildford. He was chirping Cam Still alongside us about being on comms. He's obviously such a massive presence and character in the dressing room already, even at the age of 20.
Definitely, and it's very important. You spoke about him, the trivial things, being loud out in the field. It's really important to have those guys, and Adam Thomas has taken the enthusiasm to a new level. Something that you don't often associate with Surrey is guys being really at other teams and just loud in the field, and he's been buzzing around. Can't speak more highly of him. He went over to Australia, improved his game. He's a serious athlete, top kid, and he's got a very, very exciting future.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say about Adam Thomas is what we said about Jamie Smith when he first broke in. He's hugely talented, but it's what's up here as well. He learns so quickly. Nothing really seems to fluster him. And he's got a huge future ahead of him. He really has. So Cameron Still, with Surrey in the 50 over competition this season, I would like you, sir, to pick me two players that we sort of talked about Adam Thomas there, Ryan Patel, but two players that have stood out for you in the competition this season.
Well, I'm going to start with one that you might not expect. I'm going to go with Tommy Elam.
Very good.
A little bit for what I was mentioning before, how he's got a lot to earn and a lot to gain from this time of the year, and he's come in like a duck to water really, and bowling his off spin. He's played some handy little knocks to the bat as well, some nice little scoops. But I spent a lot of time with him in the winter trying to rehab an injury, and just after the last 12 months that he's had, it's just so nice to see him gaining a place in this side and doing as well as he has, really. He's a very talented bowler, and one feature of his bowling that I love is the shape that he gets on the ball, and it's something that you don't often see from a lot of off-spinners in one-day cricket now, who often just fire it in at the hip and just try and get hit for one. So it's just been really nice to see him establish his spot in the team, really.
He's played every game in the comp this season. And you sort of think today as well, okay, Chahar's come back, and you've got Ralphie Albert there, who's had a good comp as well. But they've stuck with Tommy Elam, and I think that's great, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that will be a big... It's a shame for Ralphie Albert, Yusuf Majid today, but a huge feather in the cap for Tommy Elam, and I hope he takes a lot of heart from the backing that he's getting from Matt Spriegel and the Surrey staff.
Second player?
Second player will be less surprising, and it's Ryan Patel.
Yeah.
For a lot of the reasons mentioned before, he's just looking so good. His runs have spoken for themselves, and really like it when Ryan's just still at the crease, and it just looks like he's got his flow back. He's struggled a little bit this year so far, and he's one of those players who fits into the mould of doesn't always play, can't always get a huge run of consistent form. So to see him back out there and doing his thing is just wonderful to see.
I always think with Ryan Patel, this competition reminds me of his quality, because from afar, if you want to take the more kind of cynical view of the competition, it's a 1.5s competition, it's a second 11 competition, and you see Ryan Patel in that context, and he does look a step above everyone. And to your point there, where you go, well, he doesn't always play here. Well, he'd play all the time everywhere else. He's such a quality player. He's played such innings of importance for Surrey over the years. I think it was his last century for Surrey was against Essex in that
Yeah,
2024 game.
and that was when he started to learn to score dirty runs. Cameron Ponsonby.
We know you like dirty runs.
We've seen the beautiful runs from him in this one-day comp, but that's when he started learning about dirty runs in that championship game.
But to add the kind of the grit to the flair that he already has, then you plug him back in here and you go, oh yes, that's why Surrey want to make sure that they're keeping him around always, because if you're going to lose a Dan Lawrence or an Ollie Pope to the test team, to have a player of that quality to be able to plug and play wherever you want across the top six is such a luxury. I think in terms of my players from this competition, I'd maybe go Josh Blake.
Yeah, 100%.
Cam mentioned it earlier about
100%.
his kind of reinvention as a finisher.
Yep.
And you see his strike rate across the competitions around about 115. And that's not something that I at least really associated with him before this season. I knew he was a very fine player. I knew there was potentially interest from other counties around the country. And again, a bit like Ryan Patel, these guys are going to have temptations elsewhere. Do they want to go and try and play more regularly? And, well, Josh Blake's proven across this month that he's more than comfortable at this level.
The two I'd like to mention, James Taylor, who, okay, again, he might not have the wickets he deserves, but he's always bowled those overs up top and at the back end. And the captain. I'd like to mention the captain, R.J. Burns. Now, people know my thoughts on R.J. Burns, but it's the fact that he's sort of freed himself up batting well. I know it didn't work today, but he's just gone out there, played his shots, and he's scored some important quick runs at important times. And he's ended up with the gloves on. I never thought I would see Rory Burns keeping again. But he's been really into the comp this year, hasn't he? That's the other thing. He really has been into it. And yeah, so it's been. I know he didn't play in the T20, but the old championship can take it out of you for a while. But he's looked re-enthused for the old 50 over this year. Would that be fair?
Very fair. Well, I mean, in the T20 side of things, he did play a lot of second team.
He did.
And did really well and scoring a fair clip as well. And people often forget that he keeps.
Yep.
But just speaking to him in general, he has been so engaged in this comp this year. And it's you can see it with all the celebrations of whenever there's a wicket. Him and Ryan Patel in particular are fizzed up.
Yep.
And it's as much as you might not like to hear it, it's an easy competition to be down on at times. But to see those two senior players really into it, and especially Rory Burns, who carries so many people with him, it's just been refreshing. It's been so good to see them go at it and really throw themselves at this competition.
And that catch he took against Kent, oh my word. It's like rolling back the years.
And the stumpings.
Oh, the stumpings as well.
I had forgotten he was a wicket keeper, and then you saw the team sheet and you go, Rory Burns. Oh yeah, he did.
I
used to do that, didn't he?
genuinely never thought I'd see him keep wicket again. I really didn't think that would ever happen. So that's been a joy. The other thing I want to ask both of you is, and we're talking about Surrey, obviously, but across the comp as well. And we were talking about it earlier. Jake Libby, ridiculous. What is it? 400s on the bounce. People have been doing some extraordinary things in this 50 over comp, haven't they?
He missed out on the record.
Was it today? He didn't make one today.
I think he made 46.
Still not
so
bad.
A dramatic failure in the context of his own standards.
But players have been doing some pretty special things in the 50 over this season.
I think that's part of the charm that the competition brings. That because there's sometimes teams have to get dragged together in slightly unusual ways. We've seen Surrey's have to make some kind of unusual late overseas recruitment this year. Dan Worrell's come driven back down from Nottingham for today's game. Rahul Chahar's now all of a sudden in the squad. And sometimes just they're kind of, what's the word? Textures. They're oddities that lead to strange moments. Youngsters performing out of the blue, or kind of seasoned vets having their time in the sun. You mentioned Jake Libby with his 4 centuries in a row, a picture of consistency. Rocky Flintoff and Keaton Jennings have just put on a couple of hundred together for Lancashire. 2 players at kind of opposite ends of their career. Keaton Jennings has scored thousands of professional runs, whereas Rocky Flintoff has now made such an imprint and kind of confirming his status as one of the game's most exciting young players. So I don't know, the conditions just feel ripe for strange, exciting things to happen.
Your thoughts on that? Cam, still? Just the competition, we started the competition overall. There's been some Mackenzie Jones. Have you seen Mackenzie Jones?
Yes.
Oh,
Scottish player.
I like him bowling for Essex. Then we see. What's been lovely is we've seen some of the older crop doing their stuff, but then some of the younger crop as well coming through and doing their stuff.
It feels as though the standard has gone up.
Yeah.
In that the younger crop are coming of age, and the senior crop are buying in, and that's all it really takes.
Well, as I say, I think it has been. I described it as. I said this to Cameron Steele. I am a big fan of Star Wars.
Yes.
Yes. And 11
Which
years.
one?
Well, this is the point, Cameron
Okay.
Ponsonby. 11 years ago, the new crop of Star Wars films came out, and they dropped a little 30-second trailer.
Ooh.
And the opening words you saw, dark screen, were, "There's been an awakening.
Wow.
Have you felt it?" And that's what I felt with the 50 over this season. There's
One of the
definitely
boxes.
there's definitely been an awakening, and I think a lot of people have been feeling it, which is important.
Could
Now-
you imagine if Star Wars rivaled the Metro Bank in the box office? More to point the other way around, I guess.
What a blockbuster it would be. What I would like to see is who plays Rory Burns in that. That would be. Damon always likes. We've just seen
He'd
him
have a
in
blue
the Odyssey.
lightsaber, I reckon, Rory Burns.
Oh, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. Now let's just recap where we are in this game. So Surrey 298 for 8. Cameron Stewart. It's something to defend, isn't it, from a Surrey point of view? But they probably feel they've left leaving a few runs out there.
Indeed. At the start of the day, they might have been happy with 300, but given that start between Ryan Patel and Dom Sibley, they've certainly left about 50 out there. And this is a strong Notts batting lineup with Hasib Hamid and Freddie McCann at the top, the likes of Carl Verena. It's going to be tough work for Surrey, but it is an accomplished bowling attack.
It is,
Now-
and this is what they were short against Kent, and they defended that. Cameron Ponsonby.
I've got a question.
Yes.
Do we need Lancashire to lose?
Well, we're looking at this at the moment, and this is brilliant from George, the producer. So there are the scores at the halfway point. Now look, Lancashire 443 for 6.
That's loads.
That is a lot of runs, to be fair to them. It must be a good pitch. Somerset can't have bowled that badly.
Get it.
So yes, it'd be a heck of a chase from Somerset. Yeah, I think, and I don't want any of the Somerset contingent to come at me after this, but I'm putting Lancashire down as favourites to win
I
that.
think that's okay.
So you can see the table away to the left. Now, Lancashire, that would jump them up to 20 points if they win that. I'm saying if, because we don't know yet. We can see Warwickshire versus Kent, and I just saw that Kent are 2 for 2 in their run chase. Now, Kent there are on 16. If Warwickshire were to win that, they'd go up to the 16 points. Surrey or Notts win this one, they go up to 20 points. And then with that bottom one, obviously Gloucestershire can't qualify. Northampton win there would take them up to 16 points. Kent are now 18 for 3. So actually, again, nothing. As a man of Kent, I don't want people thinking but from a Surrey perspective, and a Notts perspective, if Somerset could pull a miracle out, that would be a good thing for both Surrey and Notts. But I don't. Surrey and Notts, yes, but I don't think that's going to happen. Actually, Warwickshire beating Kent for both Surrey and Notts would be a good thing. And whoever wins this one will go up to 20 points. But then, of course, NR will come in. NRR, net run rate.
I think with some help from the back of the box, it feels like if Surrey win, they should finish third. But they'll have to win. They'll have to win by a certain amount to overtake Notts' net run rate.
Oh, they will. Do you know what I've learnt over the years with this? And George, George, our producer there, that is a magnificent table you've produced. But what I've learnt over the years with this is it's always better just to wait till about 6:30. Then you'll have a much better idea
When it's finished.
When it's finished, you'll have a much better.
Amazing.
You'll have a much better
tomorrow,
because there could be all sorts of twists and turns this afternoon, Cameron Steele, couldn't there?
There could be. What did I call it before? Titillating Tuesday.
Did you?
tantalising Tuesday.
Tantalising,
maybe, but
Yes.
there's, I mean,
Tremendous Tuesday.
tremendous Tuesday.
Yes,
I was
very
just
good.
speaking to John Surtees before, and I think it's about the 4,000 who are tuning in.
He's got no idea.
They
what's
could have,
going
well, no, but they
I
could
hope
have.
he is. He's the
on.
one
Well,
writing
he
on
is,
the
yeah,
sheet.
but he's confusing me with all his bits of information at this early stage before Notts have even started the chase.
All I know is that Somerset are not chasing 440 against Lancashire.
God, now you've said it.
There's no way.
What was that Australia-South Africa one-day international?
It was less than that.
436.
4-3.
Didn't
They're
Shane-
never chasing that
Shane,
down.
Was it Shane Watson said, "Oh, we wanted to declare."
No. And then South Africa won.
Indeed.
So strange things can happen. But I think for Surrey here and for Notts, it's a pretty simple equation. This. Make sure you win this one first,
Yeah.
then worry about everybody else after that.
But surely Surrey at this point know how many runs they'd have to win by to overtake Notts' net run
Yes,
rate.
I'm sure someone somewhere's doing the maths,
Right.
which
Well,
we
I'm gonna
haven't had.
message the powers that be.
Because I'm going to keep this very simple. As the players are making their way back out to the middle now, Nottinghamshire need 299 to win. That is where we are at the moment. And Rory Burns is leading the Surrey players out there to the middle. And the Notts opening pair making their way out into the middle. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a very interesting chat about the 50 over. Just trying to work this rotor out. Is it me to begin? Yes, it's me with Cameron Steele. So Cameron Steele, 299 for Nottinghamshire to win. The other thing, I think, is we saw Messrs Pennington and Hutton with the new ball, pronounced seen, etc., getting a little bit of nip. I think the same here for Dan Worrell. I think he tends to swing it, but I'm not sure it'll be the most straightforward start to this run chase from a Nottinghamshire point of view.
No. It'll be an excellent test for the opening pair. Dan Worrell is a guru with the ball, as we know. He played against Kent last week and was getting some prodigious swing, lavish swing.
Well, he was at Trent Bridge last night. Drove down this morning, as I understand it. Must have left early. But here he is with the first ball of this Nottinghamshire run chase. 299 then for Nottinghamshire, and there's an outside edge first up. Martindale on strike for the first ball. Freddie McCann will come on to strike, so a pair of lefties starting up for the Outlaws.
And it'll be a stern test for these two youngsters. Freddie McCann, already proven cricketer in championship matches. Ben Martindale, exciting young player. Clean striker of the ball.
First ball for Freddie McCann. Bowled nicely today. Oh, now they've gone up for the court behind. It's a beautiful delivery from Worrell. But it wasn't the most convincing of appeals from Dan Worrell. There was Burns went up behind the stumps. Jason Roy went up, stood next to his old mate there at slip. But it's a gorgeous delivery from Dan Worrell from the pavilion end. Oh, look at that. Well, McCann would have also been concerned his off stump was about to go out of the ground. Lovely start from Worrell. Oh, and this one's almost York McCann. Tries to drop the bat on it. Worrell ends up with a big grin on his face. So he's found his radar straight away here, Dan Worrell.
Well, he's just picking up from where he left off last night up at Trent Bridge. Playing for Southern Brave, of course.
Ah, the Braves of Southern. The Braves of the South. It's quite an irony that he was playing last night at Trent Bridge. Now he's back here playing against Nottinghamshire.
Such is the madness
Well,
of
it
this
is,
period.
it is a mad period. Forward comes McCann in his first runs. Just lets that hit the face of the bat. That rolls off down towards third man. And they will pick up a single.
Did a very funny interview last night. He bowled, I think it was his 20 balls for 21 runs. And Tash Farrant had him in the break and was asking, "Oh, what were you thinking when you got hit for that 6 and you're bowling at Nyron Donald and trying to get him out?" And he got him out the next ball. Frankie just said, "I was just trying everything in my power not to bowl a wrong un."
That's Worrell's in, forward. Comes Martindale and plays this one up towards mid-off.
I think
Well, when they have the players on the old microphones, I've always said though, if you've got Billings or Evans in your team, you don't have to pick anybody else. They're knocking on the producer's door upon arrival. Was he on the old microphone while he was out?
No, it was
good.
after the innings, after the
right,
post-innings interview.
Excellent. Driving, Martindale, nice looking shot.
But he also said, as that's the end of the first over, 3 for no loss. Yeah, Frankie also said that he couldn't believe that Nyron Donald didn't hit him for another 6. It was a classic Dan Worrell interview.
Well, I've interviewed Mr. Worrell on a number of occasions, and it's always a highlight, I have to say. Well, his first over tidy, couple of absolute pearlers in there. And James Taylor, it will be, to get us started from the Vauxhall end of the ground. He's bowled very well in this comp this season as James Taylor. Picked up 3 for against Somerset in Surrey's last game, 3 for 41, which actually out of a total of 368 for 9 is a good effort from James Taylor at Taunton. So you can see there on the bottom of the screen what the required run rate is and current run rate, although we've only had the 1 over. But always good to have that information. As here is Martindale driving straight into Elam. There at short extra cover. Martindale goes for a little bit of a wander. Beautiful afternoon. You can see the heat haze there. Over 4,000 inside the ground today. Enjoying the weather, enjoying the cricket. Oh, Burns and Roy behind you when you're batting. It's a good looking shot. It's a lovely shot from Martindale. It's just lent on that. The chase is on, but that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. Just lent on that. Very nicely played by Martindale, and the first boundary of this Nottinghamshire run chase.
Gorgeous looking stroke there. Textbook from Martindale. James Taylor didn't really miss there. Just like you say, Mark Church, all he had to do was to lean on it and...
Oh dear. Well, look at that. Shirts are off behind James Taylor. Martindale drives again up towards mid-off, and there's no run. I'm at that age now, Cameron, still. That even, not that I've been on holiday for many years, but even by the pool, I keep shirt on. Don't want to frighten anybody. I don't want to put anybody off their lunch.
Not been tempted to wear a rash vest?
No.
Rash vest and some Speedos?
No. Oh, Speedos, definitely, yeah. But I just keep my T-shirt on. Not those gentlemen, mind. Just probing away outside that off stump is James Taylor. Oh, there'll be some in-depth conversation behind the stumps today with Burns and Roy. That's
Some
Adam Thomas,
high
I think.
IQ stuff.
Some Shakespearean chat from those two. Well, actually, on a serious point, so much experience behind the stumps today from a Surrey perspective. Well bowled by Taylor. Just cramps Martindale up for a bit of room. Nicely bowled by James Taylor.
I spoke to Matt Spriegel last night, who was saying that Jason Roy has been chomping at the bit to come and play. And to start with, he didn't realise that if you'd missed a couple of games, you couldn't come back.
Doesn't surprise.
I don't know if he would have been able to anyway at any stage.
Yeah, the rules and regs change on a daily basis, it seems. Well bowled. Just pushed that across, but it bounced a bit more. Nice last delivery of the over. from James Taylor. Actually, a word for Matt Spriegel as well. You know, his first year fully in charge with Gareth Batty away, etc. And with Jack Brooks as well. Done a really good job. And there's a man who was in the side that last won a one-day comp for Surrey. He hit the winning runs against Somerset, Matt Spriegel. 2011, I think that was. Dan Worrell. But he's been at the club a long time, Matt Spriegel, but delighted to see him in charge. Paul Franks, of course, with Pete Moores away. Oh, Dan Worrell. Well, this is gonna be a tester for McCann and Martindale, as you say. And again, that's the length from Worrell. McCann's just got to sort of say to himself, as has Martindale, really, just get through the first spell of Worrell. But look at that go. Started on about Midland leg and has ended up with Rory Burns taking it away to his left-hand side. He's finding something as usual, Dan Worrell. McCann solidly forward. Plays this one out into the covers.
Just looks as though McCann is trying to stay leg side of it here. Worried about the swing back from Dan Worrell. Knows the danger. Pretty simple technique. Quite similar to Ben Martindale down at the other end. Both have worked closely with Ant Boter.
Yeah, good coach as well. Well, that does swing, but it's down the leg side. Good take from Rory Burns. Tumbling away to his right. Wide's the signal, so that will be one more to the total. I very much enjoyed the chat in the interval about the 50 over competition. I'm going to say something slightly controversial now as well. I've loved the 50 over comp. Loved it. I think 40 overs would be about right. And I think that the old 40 over comp used to be about right. That one as well is just bouncing a touch more of Freddie McCann. Just had a little look back at Dan Worrell there. Comes marching back towards us. But it's found its relevancy. And there's been a narrative this season in the 50 over comp. I tell you what. That has moved off the surface from Worrell. Seeing that again, it's just pushed Jason Roy wider, so he's gone from sort of second slip out towards fifth slip, and Dan Worrell, for that delivery we've just had, just told Jason Roy to go a little bit wider. That'll be for the slice from a McCann drive.
I think Rory Burns might be having a little chirp there.
Well,
he's happiest when he's angry.
Yeah, but he is. Well, bowled again from Worrell. Yeah, and Freddie McCann here has just got to get through this, because this is just tough. It's top quality bowling. That is a beautiful delivery again from Dan Worrell.
Very little you can do there as a left-hander.
Well, it's just the off-cutter to a right-hander that just hits the turf and goes away from you. It's going to be the one that goes straight on that could be dangerous here. Oh, there goes McCann with that drive, and that was the slice I was talking about. That's why he moved Jason Roy, but that's actually gone all the way down, one bounce to third man. So the end of another interesting over from Dan Worrell. And Nottinghamshire on the chase of 299, 9 without loss, Cameron still.
Good energy from the Surrey team. You can hear on the effects mic there. Look as though they're hunting in a pack today.
What I've noticed as well, you saying that, is that cover ring is interesting actually, because they've got, well, it is, and they've got Elam in at short extra, so they're in very, very close. You talking about hunting in a pack. Well, the covers are here. Oh, McCann gets a delivery with a little bit of width from Taylor, goes after it. But again, James Taylor just getting that to kick. That was up at around 86 miles an hour, and that's just kicked to touch at McCann.
And we've seen some quality seam bowling on display with Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington for Nottinghamshire, and then Dan Worrell and James Taylor here.
McCann drives, nice looking shot, good placement. This could go away for 4, this will go away for 4 across the square. So very well played by Freddie McCann's been under the pump and then has just checked that away through cover point and off to the boundary rope for 4. So he'll feel a bit better about everything now, Freddie McCann. And of course here, if you go square of the wicket, the square is so big, as we always say, with all the cut strips. It's going to absolutely whistle off towards the boundary rope. Again, as Cameron Steele said, he's giving himself a bit of room outside that leg stump to try and go through the covers. Is Freddie McCann. It's a lovely atmosphere today around the ground. Championship starts again next week. Busy old end to the season. Won't get a run again here, McCann, because Sykes gets round to his left to do the fielding. But yes, I think now you're at that stage of the season where it's a big deep breath from everybody, and then knowing that till the end of September, whether you're playing Championship or Test cricket, there's a lot to come in a fairly condensed period of time. So it's going to be a busy old end to this summer. McCann again uses his feet and then drives on the up. Good shot, just checked it on top of its bounce. It's good batting from Freddie McCann. He's just beginning to work his method out here, isn't he? And very nicely played by McCann, and away to the boundary rope for 4. I've got to say hello to Jack at the back of the box. Hello, Jack, at the back of the box. There we are. Jack is here. He's going to be the future, and he's learning from the master there, Cameron Steele, at the back of the box. Here's Jack. Very nice to have Jack here today. This time, well, he hasn't struck this at all, and it's a great effort to get that at mid-on. Hung in the air, and it's Dom Sibley, who's tall for his height. Dom Sibley, and McCann, that was toe end of the bat, and Sibley hung in the air, got a hand to it, and yeah, great effort to get to this. That would have been a great catch from Sibley. It really would have been. Sort of tipped it round the post, did Dom Sibley. But McCann looking to go down the ground, and he's almost pulled that off, actually, as Dom Sibley. But as it is, McCann picks up a single off the final ball of the over. So he's looking to be positive here, Freddie McCann. 5th over, Worrell's 3rd. And McCann's back on strike. And McCann will be thinking to himself now, just get out the other end. Martindale hasn't really seen much of Worrell at all. It's been all Freddie McCann, hasn't it?
Certainly has, and interesting to see Dan Worrell at the top of his mark there, just shifting the field a little bit squarer after those shots that Freddie McCann played off James Taylor in the last over.
Well, 3rd man as well is very fine. This is short, pulled by McCann, 1 bounce to Taylor. Just hurried him up a touch there. Got onto him a bit quicker than he thought, McCann. But he gets a single. And that does bring Martindale on to strike to Dan Worrell. It's going to be a fascinating run chase, this. Both sides know they basically have to win here. Have to win. Nice sound off the bat there from Martindale. Fielding's good from Rahul Chahar. In there, the batting didn't quite go according to plan for Mr. Chahar today because he likes his batting. But looking forward to watching him with the ball. Sunglasses on as always.
The showman.
I call him the rock star. It is like having
is
a
a
rock
rock-
star.
he is a rock
Leg
star.
spinning rock star.
Wonder if he's brought his leather jacket as well.
I do hope so.
Bit hot for that.
Yeah, he's not going to field in it. Forward goes Martindale. Solidly playing this one up the ground, and there is Sibley to do the fielding. Yeah, Rahul Chahar is a very, very watchable cricketer, whether it's in the field or with the ball in his hand or with the bat. He made runs down in Cardiff in the one championship game that he's played this season. Came out as night watchman. Played it in his own way, I have to say, the old night watchman role.
Night Hawk.
Now that's just stopped a touch on Martindale. Just hopped on him. But I am looking forward to seeing Chahar when he comes into the attack. Plenty of options today for Rory Burns again. Lot of spin. Oh, outside edge, is it? Yes, and it's Rory Burns, one-handed, away to his left. And Martindale goes for 6. And Rory Burns had a lot of ground to cover again there. And got that left mitt to it. And Worrell makes the breakthrough. Martindale goes for 6. And very good work again behind the stumps from the captain, Rory Burns.
Outstanding bowling. And excellent catching once again from skipper Rory Burns. I feel as though he maybe could have gone with 2 hands here. But he's enjoying having the gloves on so much. He just wants to stick one paw out and let it melt into the gloves, which I assume are probably Ben Folkes' gloves.
Well, they'll be well worn.
They will. And must say, Dan Worrell's deserved that. Been excellent at the start of this innings, as he so often is. It's a huge wicket for Surrey. Ben Martindale's been in some good form.
Yeah, I feel a little there for Martindale because, as I say, it's been McCann that's seen most of Worrell, and he's gone past his outside edge. And then Martindale gets on to strike, nicks one. So here is George Munsey, who will be aggressive. That's the way he plays. That was the final ball of the over. So Worrell with the first wicket. Rory Burns with the one-handed grab away to his left. So round of applause for Dan Worrell. And the 6th over, James Taylor. McCann's taking this off about leg stump. That's very nicely played. Just turn of the wrists. And a boundary off the first ball of the over, and McCann's on to 16. But very nicely played this by Freddie McCann.
Yeah, tidy from McCann. He's earned that as well. He's made some width out of balls that haven't been too far outside off stump from James Taylor, but just chasing that straighter delivery as Taylor.
It's a good looking shot as well from McCann. Sykes in there to do the fielding. Now, Cameron Steele, I'm feeling the urge and the need from you for a scores roundup, if you would be so kind. Because as we've been saying, there's a lot of games going on and they've all got something riding on them. with qualification for the playoffs. I don't think Kent are going terribly well in their game. Somerset need an awful lot of runs to beat Lancashire.
Do we just want to stick to Surrey's group, or you want all of the scores?
No, I think we'll stick to Surrey's group for now, and then possibly a bit later have a look at the other scores.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. At Cheltenham, Northamptonshire Steelbacks are 308 all out.
Mm-hmm.
Gloucestershire are 54 for no loss
Right.
in their chase.
Although they can't qualify, Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire still could. That's our first score. Cairns driving square of the wicket. It's good work from Jason Roy in there at backward point.
At Taunton,
Here we
should I
go.
say the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton.
Good pitch there,
Lancashire,
by the way.
it looks it.
First.
Lancashire scored 443 for 6 from their 50 overs. Keaton Jennings getting 156, and Rocky Flintoff 76 ball, 123. Somerset are 26 for 1 off 4 overs.
Well, they're going at sort of the right rate at that stage. Unfortunately, they've lost a wicket.
Johnny Connell is the only player to fall.
Right. So you would sort of say cricketing logic says that Lancashire are going to win that.
You'd imagine so,
You would
but it's a
imagine so.
strange and wonderful game.
It is
that
a
we
strange
play.
and wonderful game.
At Rugby,
Oh, lovely ground.
Warwickshire were 263 all out from their 45 overs. Matt Milnes picked up 4 for. He bowled so nicely here
He did bowl very
last
well.
week.
Did bowl very well. As this is uppish from McCann just in front of Elam in that short extra cover position. End of the over.
And Kent in chase are 56 for 5.
Oh dear. Yes. So, unless something spectacular happens in that game at Rugby School, then it doesn't look like Kent are winning. So Kent would stay on 16 points. Lancashire would go on to 20. And then we've got to see what happens in this game. Net run rate will be important. Very important. Ooh, look, Dan Worrell. Oh, this would make a great little video without any sound effects. He looks a little bit like sort of the air traffic controllers that bring the planes in. He's trying to get everybody in just the right position for Munsey. Munsey's first ball. It's turning it off the stumps. And there is Chahar to do the fielding.
You could make a good Twitter page, couldn't you? No context, Dan Worrell.
Well,
There's a lot of material.
There'd be an awful lot on there. He'd have to have someone to do it for him, I feel.
He's a no social media man.
Well, I don't blame him. Munsey, of course, who's open for Scotland in international cricket. That's off his thigh guard, just trying to flick that away down to fine leg. Of course, opened in the World T20.
I'll be looking for that shot just there. He's known for his quality square of the wicket, George Munsey, and his switch hitting.
He's a very strong man.
Not many times he would have faced someone of the quality of Dan Worrell. Similar to Ben Martindale up at the top.
Yes, Martindale, the wicket to fall for 6. Oh, now that's bouncing and hopping off a goodish length. I think that's hit the bottom glove. Munsey pushing forward. I think he'll get off the mark, he will. But that definitely just hopped and hit his bottom glove.
Yeah, it's
Nicely bowled.
been interesting to see that Dan Worrell hasn't really tried to swing the ball. Looks as though he's mostly bowling wobble seamers, letting that ball dig into the pitch, which is still offering.
Well, this is exactly what we talked about in the first innings. Worrell's in. And that's solidly played by McCann. Worrell comes wandering back to the top of his mark. Forward goes McCann again. He's just keeping the batters really honest here at the moment. Is Dan Worrell. And McCann again, just looking to find a method against Worrell. Just saw a gentleman there in the crowd with his bag of sweets. Last ball of the Worrell over. McCann again gets outside that leg stump, looking to open up the offside, but drives straight into Elam at extra cover. So again, a very tight over from Dan Worrell. And a round of applause for Worrell. I would have thought this is a nice temperature at the moment to be sat watching cricket, Cameron Steele.
If you're in the shade, I think.
Yeah, in the sun it would be very warm.
Most people have migrated to the shade.
Well, I don't blame them at all.
Raul Chahar's gone without a hat as well.
Of course he has. Of course he has.
If I had hair like that, I would as well.
I would. And the sunglasses. And the earrings. As I say, cricketing rock star. Muncy on strike to Taylor for the first time. But yeah, we just got a shot there of a lot of the spectators in the pavilion have moved up seats in that front tier to get a bit of shade. Been a magnificent summer, weather-wise. Really, really good summer. And it's set to continue this week. Temperature is going upwards, I think. Again. Once he drives, Taylor gets a hand to this. It ricochets away up towards Ryan Patel. Sort of afternoon. Not that I can swim very well, Cameron Steele, but just a quick dip in a pool this afternoon. You dry off quickly.
Local Lido.
The local Lido. Surrey used to go to that one pre-season.
Glad I wasn't here.
No, it was cold. Really cold. Tooting Beck. There's a Lido at Tooting Beck, isn't
My
there?
local.
Yes, and they used to go there in pre-season in March. As I say, it was very cold. I just think it's popular at the moment, though, the old Tooting Beck Lido. Oh, shot from Muncy. On drive, it's powerfully played as well. And he's taken that from a long way outside his off stump. And that's very nicely played by Muncy. His first boundary. But this is a very strong shot, Cameron Steele.
Gorgeous stroke. Just over pitched from James Taylor. And like you say, about a stump outside. Off stump, but still carted back past mid on to move himself onto 5.
This time he's opening the face of his bat, guiding it down towards deep third. There is Josh Blake coming round to do the fielding. Have you been to the Lido then in this weather?
I haven't this year. I usually do.
Is it a bit like Australia down there, is it? You know, when you see Bondi Beach?
Oh, just like Cottesloe Beach.
Is it? I can imagine. Can't imagine that. Dan Norcross lives there. That's not a man I'd want to see at the Lido.
In a rash vest and Speedos.
Can you imagine? Oh, now forward goes Muncie. Thickish edge. No slip at the moment. So he'll pick up a single. So 8 gone. It's a little like the Surrey first 10 in that the bowlers have kept the batsmen very honest. But Patel and Sibley, of course, got through that first 10. The Outlaws have lost Martindale. But it's been hard work this for the batters so far. Worrell will start his 5th. 1 for 7. Well, 4 overs from Dan Worrell. It's in here to Muncie. He's got his slip back in now.
Well, I was going to say there's been less playing and missing in this first 10. Well, this first 8.1 overs from Nottinghamshire, but not quite as far ahead as where Surrey were in that one big wicket of Ben Martindale. Just the class of Dan Worrell, as well as Dylan Pennington and Bretton Hutton bowled. Worrell just showing he's a cut above.
Won't see that came back at him. Gets a single. Chahar gives chase. Muncie picks up one more. I thought Pennington was outstanding with the ball today, especially that second spell. I think he was none for 21 off his first 4, and then his second 4 was 2 for 14, I think. Terrific stuff. And they needed a wicket when he got it, because that opening partnership, a record for Surrey against Nottinghamshire between Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel. Patel making 102. As McCann will get a single here. Chahar slides to his right. But it was a very fine opening stand. But then it was a little like the Kent game, really. The platform was laid, and then Surrey just couldn't sort of take off and zoom away from Nottinghamshire. They hung in there very well, did Nottinghamshire. Forward comes Muncie.
I think a lot of that has to do with the quality of this Nottinghamshire side. They were excellent in the field all day. Good changes, good bowling changes by captain Haseeb Hamid. And it's what's so exciting about this fixture is, even though we are in what can sometimes be called as the secondary competition of this time of the year, the strength of both sides is is really quite remarkable, given
really
the plethora of players who are missing.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a few international caps between these two sides today. Now Chahar, as you can see, has just been moved a little tighter in there at short mid wicket. Turned off his hip by Muncie. They can just tuck him up for room. Just cramping him up at the moment is Dan Worrell.
And he's just moved Jason Roy from first slip into that position at square leg. Obvious plan to go a little bit straighter at Muncie.
Good view of all of this for those spectators that you can see behind Dan Worrell. Last ball of the over from Worrell. Off his hip again from Muncie. Will get runs on this occasion. Just the single down towards James Taylor. 9 gone. Ripple of applause again for Dan Worrell. There you can see the Peter May stand and the SSE Energy Solutions stand, and of course the big stage for the disc jockey for the 100. It's a big old stage, that. It really is. Could put quite a big concert on there, I think. But I think all you get really is, as I say, a DJ, don't you, playing tunes, rather than anybody singing away. But it's a very big stage they've constructed there in the Peter May stand. Oh, now Muncie goes after this. Nicely bowled by James Taylor. Muncie lost his shape on that drive. Nicely bowled by Taylor. Lots of encouragement for him, but Muncie's really gone after that. Length again, Cameron Still from James Taylor, the key.
Excellent. His paces have been up as well. Almost 85 mile an hour there. The man who's soon to move to Yorkshire.
Is indeed. Muncie off the front foot slams this through the covers for 4. So minimum of a fuss there from George Muncie. And just a little bit of width. But as I say, he's just slammed that through the covers. No great foot movement.
No, just overpitched and threw his hands through it. James Taylor's furious. Kicking the foot marks, as is customary. But he was only angry with himself there and still chortling to himself.
He is.
At the top of his mark.
Just sort of calming himself down here. Better. Once he just drills that out to cover point. Then the cry of wait on from George Muncie. Be interested to see when Rory Burns brings Rahul Chahar into the attack with his leggies. And if we see Chahar do his calisthenics for when he looks like he's coming round the wicket, but then he comes over the wicket, it's extraordinary. I do not know how he must have hips of elastic to be able to do that. As this is slammed again by Muncie. But there's Ryan Patel doing the fielding up there at mid-off. 102 from Ryan Patel today, and played some exquisite cricket shots in that 102. And that record opening partnership between himself and Dominic Sibley. 175 they put on for the first wicket until Patel was out in the 30th over for 102 today. 91 balls, 7 fours and 5 sixes. Well bowled again by Taylor. Muncie threw that a little early and the bat completely twisted in his hand, and he's just making sure he hasn't broken it here. George Muncie. Yeah, so after a little talk to himself, James Taylor hasn't conceded a run since then. You're always your own worst critic, aren't you, Cameron Steele?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's just now moving Jason Roy. So Roy's got into gully. He'll get his third man a little straighter for this final delivery of the over. Forward again goes Muncie. End of the over from Taylor. 1 boundary off it. So that's the end of the first power play. So Surrey can now get 4 fielders outside the 30-metre circle. When I say you, I meant one. One is one's worst cricket, not you specifically.
Well, me as well.
Yes. Ah, there's the worm. Do you like a good worm?
Surrey just ahead at this stage. None down at the 10
Well,
over
actually,
mark.
when you look at it, when we hit the 5 with the wicket, they weren't far off from being exactly the same. The 2 lines merging as one. But then it's just dropped off a touch from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Worrell's going to bowl his 6th now. Start of the 11th. So yes, Surrey can now get 4 fielders outside the 30-metre circle. And that is going to be... Muncie has broken his bat. That is going to be third man, sweeper on the cover rope, deep mid-wicket, and the long leg. So yes, George Muncie has broken his bat, so he's getting another one or 2 brought out to him. Found one he likes.
Well, I wonder if we're going to see Rahul Chahar from our end here at the Vauxhall end after this Dan Worrell over. Even though he will be spinning into the left-handers on the short side, he's also got the other one.
He's got the other one. And it's his changes of pace as well. Oh, that's got Freddie McCann on the walk from Dan Worrell. He's got it on a piece of string at the moment. Has Worrell. But he can bowl a very quick delivery as well, Chahar. And from that height, you can get bounced. That is a ridiculous delivery, really, from Dan Worrell. Freddie McCann's just ended up walking towards Dan Worrell with that delivery. Key thing is, McCann's not nicked one yet. Short ball. McCann's jumping, opening the face of the bat from outside his leg stump. Guides that down towards Josh Blake at third man.
Must admit, with McCann keeping his, wouldn't say his front foot out of the way, but staying leg side of the ball. Been slightly surprised that Surrey bowlers haven't come round the wicket to him. But perhaps this is analytics that I haven't been a party to, sorry.
Well, if he came around the wicket, that would bring the drag on into play. Oh, but if you're bowling like this over the wicket, that was not too far away from the top of Muncie's off stump. It's just a lovely piece of bowling again from Dan Worrell. Looks back to top form, does Dan Worrell. Full fitness and full form. But this for George Muncey, oh my lord, that is not too far away from the top of his off stump. Muncey forward he comes. They want a single. Elam just got moved round to his left a touch there. And they've managed to nick a single.
Very good running.
Yeah, very good running.
So important when facing someone of such high quality to rotate the strike if you can.
Well, you just want to get off strike. You want to watch him from the other end, don't you? That's the other thing. McCann got slightly stuck with Worrell. But then, of course, the irony being, as soon as Martindale came on to strike, he was the one that was out. Forward he goes, McCann. We'll get a single here as Ryan Patel does the fielding. Away to his right. But it's that old thing that we talk about with Dan Worrell, that if you had one of those pitch maps, there'd be one big red dot on or about the off stump on a goodish length, wouldn't there?
With the odd really short one.
Last ball of the over, the 11th, Worrell's 6th. So we're not too far off. A bowling change, Muncey has not gone. Well, now, Tommy Elam there has dived forward. Muncey thought he'd hit it straight to Elam. I think that's got on the half volley to him. Tried to get his hands underneath it, did Tommy Elam. I don't know if that's carried to him. It was a funny old one because Muncey, as he hit it, was almost turning around to head off. But I'm not sure that got to Tommy Elam. And just from his reaction there, I think that's hit him on the half volley. He'll get the ball back because he's coming into the attack here.
Indeed, it looked like he just got caught a little bit there. Tommy Elam needed a full stretch dive forwards if he was going to collect that. But it is going to be the off spin of Tommy Elam. Wondered whether it might have been Rahul Chahar. But because of the two left-handers spinning away from the short side, Captain Rory Burns has gone for his off-spinner, who has bowled wonderfully this tournament so far. One of the players who's come of age and forced a spot in the side, really.
Oh, absolutely. He really has. So, start of the 12th, our first sighting of spin during this Nottinghamshire innings. Elam starts around the wicket. This is chopped away by McCann. Down towards backward point. Nikhil Gurunta is out there at the moment.
Reverse sweep is out here from Muncie. Doesn't really get hold of it. Apologies, McCann on strike.
We'll be seeing a few of those from George Muncie, though.
It's an option for him, though. There it goes again. Oh, and this one, I thought for a second Blake could be in the game, but he's got it pretty fine. McCann. And that's away for 4 runs. It's one of those that as he hit it, you thought, ooh, Blake might be in the game here. But he's got it pretty fine, actually.
That's a fast delivery from Tommy Elam as well. Almost 60 miles an hour. All he had to do is get something on it.
$2.99 the target. 45 of them on the board for the Outlaws. They'll pick up a single here. Muncie will come on to strike. So you'd expect to see the odd reverse sweep from Muncie, as you say. Good player has been.
He is. It's a tough ask here from Tommy Elam with a short side, leg side. When someone can sweep and reverse sweep, you always want to slow things up a little bit.
Muncie forward very respectfully. Just quietly playing this one into the leg side. There is a small child somewhere in the ground having a lovely time, I can hear on the effects mic. Either that or giving advice to Rory Burns. As sweeping is Muncie. 1 bounce to Dan Worrell. So 12 overs gone. And that first power play, some of the highlights from that first 10 overs for Nottinghamshire. While these are going on, I am going to leave you, Cameron Steele. A few thoughts from you on this first 10, and then you will be joined by the other Cameron, namely Ponsonby.
Good contest once again, much like the Surrey power play. Some good batting. Freddie McCann playing some sumptuous shots through the offside, complemented by a lovely on drive from George Muncie, but the story was the bowling of Dan Worrell. So economical, as always. And he's going to be replaced by Ryan Patel from the pavilion end, and Mark Church is going to be replaced by Cameron Ponsonby.
Hello again, Cameron. I thought every time I've been on commentary, we've been us together and Ryan Patel's been out in the middle doing something. He's now got the ball in his hand. He's on the money straight away.
And that change is sponsored or powered by SSE Energy Solutions.
I always thought that was a Red Bull thing. Or do we do it here as well? Here as well. All bowling changes powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Never miss a beat. I'd never normally forget a commercial requirement. Wouldn't dream of it. So the run rate just climbing ever so slightly for Notts. There's a small child in the ground searching for their parents. You can hear him over the stump mic, FX mic. There she is. Clips around the corner. That's actually found a gap, so Chahar's going to have to do some fielding. It's 2 runs.
Really important period here for both teams. Surrey will just be looking to squeeze as many overs as they can out of Ryan Patel, Tommy Elam and Adam Thomas through this middle period. Interesting to see whether Muncie becomes an aggressor against Patel.
An easy single taken. How do Notts go about planning this run chase as the 50 for them comes up after 12.4 overs? I suppose you've got Dan Worrell's opening spell out of the way. Rahul Chahar is probably the next big flashing red light. Hit and a miss. Direct hit. Would have seen Freddie McCann on his way, and it's Jason Roy at mid-on.
It's not the man to take on. One of the best fielders in the world.
We'll see the ball coming into shots. And Freddie McCann would have been a long way gone. Tidy over so far from Ryan Patel. Oh, edged. And that's 4 runs. So a good over from Ryan Patel. Ends up going for 9 runs in total. 13 overs gone on this run chase. 55 for 1 are the Notts Outlaws. And so what's their plan of attack?
Didn't really play a shot in anger there to Ryan Patel, but I mean, bowlers like Ryan Patel have been so effective this season for Surrey in the One Day Cup. But it'll be important with the quality of Rahul Chahar, Dan Worrell and James Taylor in the Surrey side that they do target at least one of the bowlers. I'd imagine it will either be Tommy Elam, Ryan Patel or Adam Thomas. And that's not a slight on their skill in any way. As we're about to see a leg bite. It's given us runs. Just their inexperience more than anything.
Well, Muncy and McCann both have that short leg side boundary to play with. It's potentially a sign of aggression from Rory Burns to have his off-spinner bowling to that shorter leg side. Why would Rory Burns choose for Elam to bowl from this end with that short leg side boundary as opposed to the far end, the pavilion end, where they'd have more of the outfield to work with?
Well, it's a stern test for Tommy Elam, but it's because he spins it away from both the left-handers to have it so that he's got the long side, the direction that he's spinning it, but also because he can't really bowl Ryan Patel from this end.
Muncy goes to reverse. And a wide ball's given. Rory Burns doesn't like it. I think it's a little bit harsh on Elam. But then the breaks. So why would Rory Burns be so reluctant to bowl Ryan Patel from the Vauxhall end?
Because any miss could go for 6. A little bit short, a little bit full.
Muncy goes to reverse again. Big LBW appeal. Fancy Muncy might have just got outside the line. He loves that reverse.
I know Tommy Elam has enticed the appeal. I did like the ball before, even though he was given a wide, just got a little bit loopy, a little bit slower, especially with someone who sweeps as much as Muncy does. You saw a little bit of purchase out of the pitch as well.
Now McCann goes to reverse and gets out. Finds Josh Blake at short third. It's 3 reverse sweeps on the bounce for Nottinghamshire. And the third and final one sees them lose their second wicket.
And just as I've said, go slower. He's bowled an armful and taken a pole. Awesome stuff. Tommy Elam, simple catch for Josh Blake at short third man. It's a huge wicket. Freddie McCann was starting to look a little... Both batters starting to look a little bit compulsive on that reverse sweep. Both fielders there. 2 fielders behind point. That is a big moment. And it'll bring Haseeb Hameed, a right-handed Haseeb Hameed, to the crease.
Well, very simple stuff for Josh Blake. Not with the gloves on currently due to a slight injury. But still in the game. Now it's the turn of the skipper to come out. And this run chase is at risk of just sneaking away from Notts at the moment. You don't really want that run rate going up towards 7 and over.
And it's good work from Tommy Elam. It's a really tough ask bowling from this end, as Farhan Ahmed did to Ryan Patel. But with 2 left-handers, he's done a great job and managed to make the breakthrough. Looks as though he's going to bring Jason Roy into a mid-wicket. Try and squeeze Haseeb Hamid. Only one ball left in the over.
Have you had any further thoughts about Surrey's total of 298? If that did look around about par on this surface, or just that they've started well with the ball? Hamid to face up. Goodness me, he goes for a little late dab. Almost ends up clean bowled, but 14 overs gone. A wicket in that over for Surrey. Tom Elam has his first of the afternoon. And Nottinghamshire 58 for 2. Here is that first delivery that Hamid faced. He's almost chopped the ball back onto his own stumps. But a good over for Surrey.
A little bit of spin there for Tom Elam. Not much. Good signs. And back to your question before. Perhaps 300 is par on this pitch. But have to keep coming back to that first partnership for Surrey, 175 between openers Sibley and Patel, that man on screen. They would still be disappointed with not putting this game to bed and scoring well north of 350, especially with the firepower that was beneath them.
Muncy on strike. Scottish left-hander, 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side. That's tickled round the corner. That'll be an easy 2. James Taylor does get around to do the work. Man of the moment, Josh Blake. Taking catches, signing autographs.
He's on the welcome sign today as well. Graphic that's been playing throughout the day.
Is that a big moment for the players? You see your face up in lights. Swing and a miss from Muncy.
I suppose it depends how good the photo is.
He's had an extraordinary career, George Muncy. Played over 150 times for Scotland across both white ball formats. Played 4 first-class matches, spread out across a decade. Well, that'll be 4. Full toss from Ryan Patel. He's missed his length. On that occasion, Muncy is able to capitalise.
Not his finest bowling. Ryan Patel, guru of Guildford. He'll be coming back this ball.
On the money on this occasion. I always enjoy this when I see a cricketer has this stat. George Muncy, 33 years old. He's never bowled a ball across his professional career.
You know what that says and that means?
What does it say?
A lack of 4-day cricket.
Oh, that's down the leg side. Wide ball signalled. He's never had to do.
Declaration bowling.
I think it's Sam Billings who has a first-class economy rate of 24.
Sounds like mine.
And I reckon it's because he's bowled 1 ball in his life and it's gone for 4. There we go. The things you remember. It's another drive out to the offside for 1 run. So yes, to confirm, Sam Billings has bowled 1 ball across his professional career. It went for 4 runs. It's an economy of 24.
It's outstanding memory recall.
I know. I wish it was used for more useful things. Do you reckon you have your first-class economy rate ingrained into your head?
No way.
I reckon I'm going 3.87. 4.18. I believed in you.
It's quite high, that, isn't it?
Ah, you're a leg spinner. You're there to make things happen. Be the difference maker. 15 overs gone here at the Kier Oval. Nottinghamshire 66 for 2. They require another 233 runs for victory in what's a must-win game. There's so many permutations at play at the moment. About 7 teams can qualify for these last 2 spots in the eliminator stroke quarter-final. So to save your brain the agony, if you're a Notts fan, keep your fingers crossed for a Notts win. If you're a Surrey fan, do the same for Surrey. You'll get there, thereabouts. Elam into his 3rd over. An impressive start so far. It's an attacking line, just angling in. It's middle and leg stump. Kent are now 100 for 7 in their run chase, so they're falling away versus Warwickshire. Do we have an update from Somerset and Lancashire? Lancashire made 440. Nice feet from Hamid. Just giving himself a bit of room.
Interesting field here. Mid-on has come up for Elam. 2 men out on the sweep now on the leg side for Munsey. Mid-wicket is vacant as well. Bit of cat and mouse between the young but wily Elam and the inventive Munsey.
So what line would Elam be looking to bowl here? He has 4 fielders out in the deep. There's 2 on the leg side, 2 on the offside.
That line. You want to keep the stumps in play, but the key for him will be mixing up his pace, especially for someone as inventive as Munsey.
Bit of width.
Gareth Bassey always likes to talk about in white ball cricket, keeping the stumps in play, keep all 3 dismissals. Obviously there are far more dismissals than 3, but 3 main ones. Bowl WW in court, in play.
Well, another fine over from Elam, who started his 10-over spell brilliantly well. He's got figures of 1 for 9 after 3 overs. 16 overs gone here at the Oval. Notts are now 68 for 2.
Outstanding stuff from the young man. Been so good this tournament. Tommy Elam, son of Mark, brother of George. He's played lots of second-team cricket for Surrey and Kent, maybe even Sussex as well. I'm going to see Rahul Chahar from the pavilion end. Ken Ponsonby, have you seen much of him bowl?
I mean, only in the places I should have, as it were. I used to be obsessed with Rahul Chahar because he occasionally would bowl right arm through and over. So if you can imagine, you'd start from to the right of the umpire, then he'd run up, scamper between the stumps and the umpire, and then bowl over the wicket whilst running away from the stumps. It was utterly bizarre. If you can't quite picture it, it's because, well, you've probably never seen it before. It's quite a confusing thing for the brain. You must have overlapped with him a little bit when he was at Surrey last year. What's he like as a bowler?
I just had my 2nd ankle operation when he arrived, and well, I've not overlapped with him much. I've said hi to him a couple of times in the dining room. The boys rave about him.
Well, challenging the outside edge immediately. All bowling changes, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. A pretty handy player to call into your 11 for the last group stage game. That's a drag down. A very good 1 run for Surrey there.
A nice reminder that all leg spinners, however good, bowl drag downs. But Rahul Chahar playing the championship game against Hampshire at the end of last season. Took 10 wickets for the game and barely missed. Ben Folkes from behind the stumps was saying it's very impressive stuff.
Do you want to know a fun fact? Appeal for LBW. Rahul Chahar liked it. Maybe just pitching outside leg stump.
He was appealing for the fun fact.
The fun fact is, me and Rahul Chahar have the same birthday. Just found that out.
There we go.
Sounds like you didn't find it that fun. Just duly noted, Cam Steele. That's all from me. Slight change in the field. Packing that offside a little bit more. Take a single after clipping it round the corner. Left alone outside off stump by Haseeb Hamid. So it's 17 overs gone. That run rate, that knots required, creeping up towards 7 and over now. We're just going to have a little look at the package of reverse sweeps and the way that Notts went about attacking Tommy Elam.
Yeah, Freddie McCann using the pace of Tommy Elam, who was bowling quickly in his first couple of overs. Had a big LBW shout for George Munsey. And Tommy Elam, after I was pleading with him to go slower, went quick again and got his just reward. Simple catch for Josh Blake. And Freddie McCann, who'd started so well, Tommy Elam managed to remove him, and he's had some tournaments so far.
Looking ahead to later this month, once again, the Festival of Local Cricket presented by Ambassador Cruise Line.
I believe Cam Steele's going to take a well-earned break. George Gompertz is going to come into the commentary position alongside me in a match where Surrey will be feeling they're sat quite comfortably currently. Notts needing the best part of 7 runs and over. They still need 229 runs to win from 33 overs. Munsey well set on 31. The skipper, Haseeb Hamid, he's just getting into his work on 2. While Surrey's captain, Rory Burns, provides some words of wisdom to his men. If Surrey win, they should, all being well, be through to the eliminator, the qualifier, the quarter-final. Have we settled on an official terminology for that game? The playoff. Is it actually the playoff? So is the 4th one. Who knew? George, how are you going?
Yeah, I'm going very well. That's very Australian of you.
That has been the one Australian colloquialism that's seeped into me over the years.
That was the same with me. Came back from a year, let everything go, apart from how you going.
How are you going? It's a lovely
It's
expression.
gentle. It's gentle. Just, going all right. Yeah, not too bad. Anyway, I'm going very well. And when I came in this position in the first innings, it was 112 for no loss. So it's 70 for 2. Once again, Surrey will think they're on top. However, of course, that first innings did start to slow quite dramatically through the middle overs and towards the end. Not quite managing to creep over 300 in the end.
Tom Elam to continue into his 4th over. Very impressive start so far. That's just a bit short. Munsey signalling there, the ball just scooting along the surface.
Yeah, bowled really nicely, and Cam Steele gave him a little mention during the innings break as well.
Goes for that reverse again. That's an exceptional cricket shot. All the way, 6 runs. It's something that Munsey is known for. He's done it for years on the international stage. And now, finally, he gets the length he's looking for and just picks up Tom Elam up and over 3rd man for 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous cricket shot. Absolutely ridiculous pickup. As we just saw on that beautifully crafted package.
It was
that,
very beautiful.
That Notts have looked to attack on the reverse sweep. There is no one behind square on the offside. As I say that, Adam Thomas has literally just come into a wide 3rd man, or a fairly orthodox 3rd man, to be honest. But if Munsey can get it where he got that last reverse sweep, it's still going to the ropes.
On this occasion, he gives himself a bit more room. Brilliantly fielded in the deep by Dan Worrell, the big fast bowler. Getting down and dirty and saving 4 runs. But that is the power and the problems faced when bowling to George Munsey. He's such a powerful sweeper of the ball in both directions. Now brings Hamid back on strike.
They hit that ridiculously hard. The weight of transfer was beautiful, snapped his wrist through it. It was good work to the short boundary as well. It's not had to travel a long way, but the distance it has travelled, it's gone very quickly. It's good work from the fast bowler.
Well, that's the danger area for Elam now, because they've shifted that field around. If he does drop ever so slightly short, the single, potentially that cut shot to the boundary, becomes such an easy option for Munsey, the left-hander. But another fine over is complete. Knots ticking along now. 79 for 2. 18 overs gone. 220 still to win. But they've got to face 9 more overs from this man, Rahul Chahar, in the process.
Yeah, bowled very nicely in that first over. Very tight as well.
Munsey goes for the sweep. Top edge over the head of short fine leg. It should reach the rope. It does. So I think we're about to enter a stage of action.
Oh, I like that's dramatic.
It just feels like it's happening. Munsey's feeling well set. He's got a couple of sweeps out the middle. This time that was a bit of a top edge. Probably more risk involved in sweeping the wrist spinner of Chahar than the finger spin of Elam. He goes again, this time an inside edge into his pads.
Why is that? Because he's hitting with the spin, but is it just the case that there's more bounce?
I imagine that would be the case, as wrist spinners tend to get more action on the ball, so there'll be more dip involved. Also, wrist spinners are less accurate, so if you are premeditating your sweep, you're less able to predict where the ball's going to go. However, on that occasion, that was a loosener from Chahar. Poor ball down the leg side. And a second boundary in 3 deliveries.
Yeah, well, there's that unpredictability you were talking about. That's almost one where he may have even swept that reactively because it is down the leg side. Just managed to get it past the 45 and there's no stopping it on this outfield. Didn't have to get much of it either.
Well, good work from Josh Blake on the wrong side of the boundary rope for Surrey. He's had to climb himself underneath the covers to retrieve the ball.
Isn't it great in elite sport when they do something that happens on a village pitch all over the country?
It's nice for something just to be relatable once in a while. And a third sweep. And 4 balls. This time finds the sweeper. That's 1 run.
You see George Munsey reverse sweep it for 6, and I've never felt so far away from a professional cricketer. Then you see Josh Blake climb under the covers. You think, right, here we are.
Short on that occasion from Chahar. Hamid's able to take the single. I'll be interested to see what Munsey does here. 10 runs have been scored from the over. No risk needs to be taken per se. Simple bunt down the ground for 1 closes what's been 2 very productive overs for Nottinghamshire. Double figures off both Chahar's over and Elam's previous over. 19 gone now. 90 for 2. 209 still needed for victory.
And it's going to be Tom Elam to continue. Just 18 from his 4, bowled nicely. That last over was probably a bit of a freebie from a Notts perspective. Wouldn't have banked on too many high-scoring overs off Chahar. So we saw these two start to attack Elam last over.
Well, 50 for Munsey. He reaches the milestone in 54 balls. He's back for just his third game of this competition. It's his first half century of the group stage. Made 2 ducks in his last 2 outings for Scotland, so back in the runs. Well, you might have heard Tom Elam exclaiming through the FX mic outside there. A very full ball that Hamid has gone back to. That's a lovely drive. Should be 4. Is 4. Beautiful wrist, beautiful weight transfer from Haseeb Hamid. The ball before, he'd gone back to a ball that felt really full. On that occasion, he's reached way out in front of him. That's not a long half volley.
As you said, it's the wrists. They've snapped through so quickly. It's quite a modern shot, but that... It is so full. The only way... He's almost digging it out from there. And the only way he can generate the power is through really snapping the wrist through.
Well bowled by Elam. Conventional red ball off break on that occasion, dipping, taking the inside edge of Hamid's bat and ballooning up off his pad. And that short chance, maybe.
Just dropped short, I think.
A loose delivery from Elam. Hamid looks to cut the ball away, gets the top edge. And Patel falling forward. I don't think it's quite reached him. We'll wait to see the replay. 20 overs have now gone. 95 for 2, Nottinghamshire.
I think it's just reached him on the half volley. It was a horrible spinny one. He's got none of it. And for my money, it's just dropped short. But a false shot nonetheless, which will get Elam a little bit excited. That's the end of the over. And Jahar to continue.
Bit shorter on that occasion, and Muncie's able to take an easy single into the leg side. Well fielded by Dom Sibley, saving important runs.
It's a long way for him to get down, and he got down very quickly.
Another good dot ball. 2 fine shots from Hamid.
Again, it's that same wristy shot, just snaps it through.
Shorter, and this time Hamid's able to miss the fielder, but it's just 1 run.
I don't know if you've seen this video, Cam. It must be 5 years old at least. Probably more. About 6 hitting. And it's Freddie Flintoff. I believe it's Joss Butler. I'm pretty confident it's Joss Butler. Comparing their power hitting techniques. And Fred would be very sort of traditional, high front elbow, quite straight lines. And Joss is all about getting the wrist through.
Very full again from Jahar. Hamid misses out and is annoyed with himself. But another over ticks by. 98 for 2. Notts require 201 more runs to win.
I've seen videos of NASA going through these modern 6-hitting workshops as well. And it's just not something that was ever in the game back then. It's not just not the way they hit the ball. But these modern guys now, it's all about the wrists. And you hardly ever see power hitting with more traditional strokes. And even now, cover drives from Hamid, all through the wrists.
It's another sweep from Munsey. I'd say as well, Hamid is typically one of the more orthodox, traditional players in the game at the moment. A red ball specialist for the most part. An easy singles taken. And Notts probably are at the point now where they're very happy to cruise along for the next 10 overs, going at fives, get to 150 for 2 after 30 overs, and have 150 left over to get in the last 20 overs. Carl Verreyn is still to come in, and he's been fantastic for them this competition.
Yeah, I think with 50 over cricket, it's just all about staying in the game. Just don't play yourself out the game. Keep wickets in hand, especially in the middle overs. Just keep the run rate ticking along, but you don't need to go mad. Just keep wickets in the hutch. Get yourself to 40 overs.
Well bowled. Bit quicker. 58.9 miles an hour. Just trapping Hamid on the crease, who hasn't quite got going. 10 off 20. Been hitting a lot of fielders. Shorter, slower. 4 runs. That'll be a frustrating boundary for Elam because he's bowled very nicely that over. Whereas on that occasion he just lost his line and his length. And it's the easiest boundary. Hamid just giving himself room, carving it behind points. 7 runs conceded from the over. Dot to finish. So, after a very strong start with the ball, Elam's last 3 overs have been expensive. I'll be interested to see if a change does happen. 105 for 2 now Nottinghamshire. That over bringing up the 100 for the team. And DLS par score is always a
Here we go.
bit of a good guide
It's a great guide. Great guide.
to see where a team is within a run chase, who is favourite. So currently DLS par. If we were about to get rained off right now, who would be declared the winner? It would be Surrey. DLS par is 115. Notts currently on 105. We can have a wee look around the grounds as well, I reckon.
So they're in touching distance in these middle overs. Just keep going. Just stay within touching distance. Keep hold of your wickets. You're going to get 1 or 2 balls and over, which you'll be able to attack a bit more. Keep out the good ones. Just keep going. Don't need to overcomplicate it. It's just cricket.
Batting always seems so easy from this side of the rope. From the other side of the rope, even when you're playing, you see your mates doing it. It's an easy game. Full toss. But a good one for Surrey, as Hamid can only find the sweeper on the boundary.
What have you found from around the grounds?
Well, the game's of note. Surrey need to be concerning themselves with it. Well, pocket's been found here. Good work from Thomas in the deep, but Notts are able to get back for 2. Lancashire.
Yep. They went very well.
They went very well. 50 partnership between these two has come up in good time as well. So Lancashire got 443 for 6. Oh, mix up. Hamid sent back after a slight misfield in the covers. And Somerset, well, they're 141 for 3 in reply, which does in isolation sound quite good. The problem is they need another 300 off 30 overs.
This is the thing, the psychology of batting second when you're chasing such a big score. So you're almost behind the rate before you've even started. Makes you go out even more attacking, and often you will lose early wickets.
Brilliantly fielded at mid-wicket. That's a sore one for Elam. It's been absolutely belted at him. And I think he's immediately calling for some treatment. I don't think he knew much about that.
I think it came off his hand onto his chest. I'm not sure what he's most concerned about at the minute, but it was, as you said, absolutely leathered at him.
It's his left hand he's concerned about. Imagine it's just taking that fleshy part of his palm where his thumb is. He's potentially going to be coming out of the attack anyway. He definitely is now. We're going to see Ollie Sykes, who's going to bowl some off spin as well.
It's definitely save 4 because it was a bit of a drag down, and Hamid was back and across. Really had a lot of space to aim for and hit it straight at the man who was in short, Tom Elam.
So Kent, let's simplify this for those people watching and listening. There are 4 teams on 16 points. 2 of them are on your screen right now, Nottinghamshire and Surrey. Then Lancashire on 16 and so too are Kent. Kent are going to lose. They're 106 for 8. So we can discard them. Lancashire are going to win. So they'll go up to 20, which means it's in effect, whoever wins this match will find themselves in the playoff. I was looking to the back of the box for some confirmation there. No one's here anymore.
Where's
They've
it
all gone.
I wouldn't leave us 2 alone here.
All bowling changes, of course, because if you leave us alone, we forget to do the plug. All bowling changes powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Sykes fires that one in. Takes a quick run. Again, a direct hit would have been interesting. It's been a suspicious tactic from Nottinghamshire to hit the ball to Jason Roy and run. We'll see this from our new fancy camera angle. In the ball comes, out it goes.
It's gone.
There's that sweep again from Muncie.
There's a lot of Muncie to get behind the ball. It comes out with a lot of pace, a lot of venom. It looks elegant, looks easy when he plays it.
Bit of flair from Hamid. And the flamingo shot out.
Lovely whippage on that. Clear the back leg, get the wrist through it. +1 for style.
Big sweep again from Muncie.
See where he's standing by the time he plays that. He's well outside off stump. And he has been just creeping over for the last couple of deliveries, trying to open up that shorter leg side and play that sweep shot, which he is so strong on, and so far has been of great success to him. It's been a while actually since we've seen the reverse, which is a shot he's definitely in double figures playing.
Again, a swing and a miss to end the 24th over. So just 4 runs off the over from Ollie Sykes. Knots 114 for 2. And here is some highlights of George Muncie's half century. His first in the competition. Simple technique. Stands tall against seam. Throws his hands through the ball. And then when the spin comes on, he can do that.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous shot.
He's been sweeping both sides of the wicket. That one he wasn't in control of. But that one he was. And he holds the keys to Knott's hopes this afternoon. We're going to see another change in the bowling, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Adam Thomas, who's had a very fine year with bat and ball in this competition, is going to bowl some seamers through the middle. Well, for the briefest of moments, I thought there might have been a little nick on that ball through to Rory Burns.
Sounded woody, didn't it?
There was a sound. There was something happened, but no one out there seemed particularly interested, apart from one person who appealed a lot. Hamid just rides the bounce.
Now I like
Comes back for 2. And makes it back pretty safely.
Thomas a lot as a bowler because he's very uncomplicated. He runs in, he bowls a good line and length. He bowls a fairly heavy ball. That last one you saw got quite a lot of bounce. He doesn't do anything fancy, just runs in, bowls hard. And it's difficult to get away.
Well, that should be cut off before it reaches the boundary. Hamid runs well again. That's 2 more. Now I'm intrigued to see Thomas bowling from this pavilion end. Cameron still mentioned on commentary earlier that Rory Burns would have been very reluctant to bowl Ryan Patel from the Vauxhall end to 2 left-handers because that short leg side boundary came into play. Now there's 1 right-hander, 1 left-hander at the crease. Goodness me. And there is an example of the risk-reward that's at play. That wasn't that short, but Hamid wanted it. He knows he doesn't have to get much of it to get 4, let alone 6. But that ball just shot through and almost clean bowled the not skipper. And there's that dab again. How short was that? I couldn't quite tell there. On second viewing, I thought it looked pretty short.
Well, it was short enough for him to immediately go back and across. But you suggest he could have pulled it off the front foot?
Well, I don't think his back and across was just in his trigger movement. I think he's obviously just reacted to it. Maybe he's a little bit slower of a bowler, Thomas, so the ball doesn't come up as much. Mark Church very helpfully kind of gestured as if he would have just kind of whipped it off the back foot over mid-wicket.
Easy. Seen Thomas to Muncie hide it a bit outside off stump. That was leg side.
They scamper through for a single. That does bring to a close the first over from Thomas and takes us to the halfway point of this innings, of this run chase. The run rate not to require is a tick above 7 and over, 7.16 to be precise. But they're 120 for 2, and I'd argue pretty well set. A bit more from George Gompertz, and I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Yeah, Notts will just keep plugging along. Try and get to the 40th over, then reassess. Keep as many wickets in hand as possible. See where they get to. 299 is the target. As you can see, DLS par at this point would be 126. That's where they should be, given the match situation, given the wickets they've lost, etc., etc. So they're very much within touch here. Of course, wickets change games.
Yes, and that's why I'd be tempted for a little 2-over spell from Dan Worrell. No, I think Surrey need to break this partnership. These two are looking very comfy at the moment. Muncie in particular. No, I think Notts will be quite happy with where they are at halfway. Sykes continuing. Muncie, reverse sweeps. That's got under the bat. That was not too far away from his leg stump. Nicely bowled by Ollie Sykes. Just got that one under the bat of Muncie. Looking to reverse, and that was not far away from that stump. Now he's slog sweeping, tries to catch it, but it's flat out there to Dan Worrell. It must be in the back of Rory Burns' mind, just to take a punt with Worrell.
Well, Muncie's really looking to attack the spinners, and that's the 4th time now in a few overs he's tried that slog sweep. It's the first time he's actually connected with it.
Sykes over the wicket to Hamid. Oh, shot boy. Cool. Footwork on that is perfect from Hamid. He's taken that from about leg stump, and his footwork is absolutely spot on. And then all he does is checks it straight down the ground for 6. It's just a lovely piece of batting from Hasib Hamid.
I've been talking to Cam about how he uses his wrist so powerfully, but that was just orthodox ball striking. Glorious, glorious cricket.
Now he just whips one down the ground towards long on. Picks up another single.
But by the time he got to the ball, he almost had to hit a little bit inside out.
Yeah, I think the footwork was just spot on. And then all he knew was, as long as he got full face of the bat, it was only going to go one way and one way only. Munsey will just lay back and chop this one away down towards third man. They should get two here. Thomas gets round quickly, but they get back easily for the second run. So 24 overs to go. Duckworth Lewis is always a super indicator of where you need to be. They're where they need to be now. The Nottinghamshire Outlaws. And it's a little bit like when Sibley and Patel were going so well. And then they needed a wicket, so they went back to Pennington. And Pennington got them the wicket. And as I say, it must be in the back of Rory Burns' mind. Just to give Worrell a couple. Yes, he'll want to keep a couple in his back pocket for the back end of the innings as well. Thomas, it will be to continue. And quick singles taken by Hasib Hamid. Shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. And neither of these two looking too much bother at the moment.
No, well, neither were Sibley and Patel until they were.
But he went back to one of his two best bowlers to pick up that wicket. I think we're at that stage.
And key to that as well was the introduction of McCann, who was able to hold down an end which didn't release any of the pressure. So they need Worrell from one end, but they'll also need pressure from the other end.
Solidly played by Munsey. Yeah, it could be a very tight finish to this game. Of course, both these sides have to win this one. Again, no signal there as Sibley gets round to do the fielding.
This is what I like about Thomas, is he just bowls more or less the same ball, which puts the batters in the position of having to be a little bit...
He'd be the first to say at his pace. It's easier to do that because there's no pace to this at all.
No, but it's on a good line and length, and it requires...
It's useful. Yeah, it's useful, and it's another string to his bow, definitely.
Just requires the batters to take the initiative a little bit. So you're not going to get many loose ones.
Around the wicket he comes once again. Oh, paddle sweep, way outside off stump. Rory Burns will go to the bowler's end, and that'll be leg byes. It's an optimistic appeal from Adam Thomas, that. Because he was about a foot outside his off stump this month, so he tried to paddle that. But it's a leg bye. He is so far outside his off stump there. It's a great appeal. Proper fast bowler's appeal, that, from Adam Thomas. A touch of the Brett Lees about him there. Hamid just late cutting down towards third man. And they'll pick up another single. So another Thomas over ticks by. And again, exactly where they need to be in terms of Duckworth Lewis at the end of that over. The Outlaws. It's been some really good games between these two this season. Thinking of the championship game, which for 3.5 days was the best championship game I've seen in a very long time.
In terms of the best quality of cricket?
Yeah. Felt like a test match the whole way through it. Then, of course, there was the T20 quarter-final. Oh, that's good. Is that one of those electric fan things? It's very clever use of the handbag there. So I think it's one of those electric fan things. I've got one of those things you put around your neck and then it blows cold air into your face. It's gone again here, Hamid. He wasn't quite to the pitch of that one, but again, it's beautifully played by Hasib Hamid. Wasn't quite to the pitch of that, but the key thing is he doesn't try and overhit this. He's almost just hitting it back where it's coming from. Full face of the bat, one bounce and away for 4. Little flatter this one from Ollie Sykes, turned into the leg side. and Jason Roy doing the fielding. This is swept down on one knee, tries to catch it, bounces in front of Adam Thomas. One of those where Hamid was already down on one knee and then had to wait for it. Jahar's still got 6 overs left, but they've looked fairly comfy against the spin, Muncie and Hamid. Another single here for Muncie, just dabs it away.
So who do you pair Worrell with if you were to bring him back on?
Jahar.
Spin from one end, seam up from the other.
Yeah, or I'd be tempted to go... No, I think I'd go Jahar and Worrell. And just an easy single from Hamid into the leg side. You've got 2 international batters here. So Muncie's done all of this for Scotland in World Cups. Hamid is very experienced these days. So you've got 2 batters here who are looking pretty comfy at the moment. And they're exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, and as you say, they're where they need to be without really having
they-
to work for it too much.
They don't look under a huge amount of pressure to me at the moment. Not that Surrey are bowling badly by any stretch of the imagination. You've just got 2 very good players out there. And they're just knocking it around at the moment, picking up their boundaries at the right time. My word, there's a sight. Gompertz signing some... well, there you are. Gompertz signing some mini bats as well. Wow, there you go. Don't often see that, do you? Sat in the front row at cricket.
Well, it's a nice day. No need to be
Nice
wearing
day, nice day.
No need
Yes,
to be in a shirt.
what I was saying to Cameron Steele, and I know I'm in my dotage now, but I don't know. It's sort of taking your shirt off in public is still not something I would do. Even on holiday, I said to Cameron, I always keep my t-shirt on by the pool.
Not in the pool, though.
Sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, well, I can't really swim. As Thomas to bowl the 29th over. Muncie will pick up a single, punching this one out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
It's very topical of you. It's all in the news at the minute.
What, taking your shirt off in
No,
public?
lack of swimming ability in this country.
Oh, really? Yes, well, there you are. I was always at cricket nets when taught. And apparently, I don't really remember it, but on a family holiday when I was little, in Binny Becker, I think it was called, I got swept away by a wave. This is nicely played by Hamid. And away for 4. So again, without really doing anything, 5 off the first 2 balls. And all Hamid has done there is just waited for this from Adam Thomas and then just cut it away crisply off to the 3rd man boundary rope. Now, I don't remember anything about it, but I think it put me off swimming. As opening the faces, Hamid runs this one down towards 3rd man, picks up another single. Then I tried to get back into it, but it was when I was told that I had to go to the lesson in my pyjamas and then dive in to try and pick up a plastic brick, which even at the age of 6, I thought to myself, well, how often am I going to be in my pyjamas? Now, this is a chance. It would have been a cracking catch from Thomas off his own bowling. It's a full toss, which can actually at times be the deadliest delivery in the professional game. Muncie's given himself room, slapped it, toe end of the bat, and it's hit the hand and gone down. Been one of those that just sticks for Thomas. He's in again. Muncie drives straight back at him. And he's hit him on that right hand again. Just felt that, Adam Thomas. That's 2 now. That'll be painful. But yes, age 6, even then I thought to myself, well, how useful is this going to be that one day I'll be wandering along in my pyjamas and there I will see a plastic brick and think to myself, I better dive in and save it. So I think it was at that point that I decided actually I'll just, learn to float. Lately play by Muncie down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over. Exactly where they need to be again in terms of Duckworth Lewis at the end of the over. And 21 overs remaining. And Nottinghamshire require another 152.
So did you pick up the brick or not?
Yes, but then I sort of put it on the side and thought to myself, well, how useful has that been?
Well, now you know that your survival skills are apt.
Well, exactly. If I'm ever in the age 52, if I'm ever in the middle of nowhere in just my pyjamas and I need a brick and I see one at the bottom of a river, I'll be able to dive in and get it. Very handy. Ollie Sykes started the 30th, sweeping his Hamid off his hip out towards deep backward square. Picks up another single.
And now we're growing up with a whole generation of children who will see plastic bricks in rivers and not be able to save them.
Well, on a serious point, with this heat as well, don't go jumping into rivers. Opening the face of his back is Muncie. He'll get another single. Moves on to 67. But yes, so even these days, if I was by a swimming pool, I wouldn't remove my T-shirt.
Even less so at the cricket.
Even less so at the cricket.
And you know it's a hot day when a section of the SSE stand underneath the shaded covering is the fullest part of the ground, or the most densely packed part of the ground.
Oh yeah, it's roasting this afternoon out there. Really is. It's wonderful conditions for cricket. Just whips this with the bottom hand. Hamid down the ground for a single. Dominic Sibley does the fielding. And that is another single. And that's the 150 up. So this partnership now is worth 93? 92. 92 between Muncie and Hamid. And at the moment they're doing this very, very well. He's reverse sweeping Muncie. That's all along the carpet. And Thomas does the fielding. That'll be one more to the total. 5,059 in the ground at the moment.
I wonder how many of them got their tops off.
Well, it would be a sample size, I would say. Quick singles taken here. Cries of yeah from Muncie, just in case he wasn't too sure. And they're through for one more. So 20 overs remain. 10 of this second power play. And, well, at the end of that 30th over, via Duckworth Lewis, the Outlaws needed to be on 151. And they are on 152. And we're getting our first change for a while here. Brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. And it is Rahul Chahar coming back into the attack.
And that graphic shows why you want so badly to get Worrell back into the attack. 6 overs, just the 13 runs from it and the wicket as well. Going at just over 2 and over. But yeah, over 5,000 in the ground today, which speaks more widely about the popularity of the One Day Cup this year, which you talked about, Churchy, with the cams at the innings break.
It's been a wonderful summer of 50 over cricket. So Chahar into the attack. And it's driven away out towards sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Do enjoy watching Chahar bowl. He hasn't done the old trick of the around. Well, he looks like he's coming around the wicket, then he goes over the wicket. It's extraordinary. Must have elasticated hips. Rahul Chahar coming into Muncie. Oh, that's quick from Chahar, just skipping one on to Muncie. So, Kent have been beaten. They have lost by 87 runs. That means they stay on 16 points and have a worse run rate than Surrey. As Muncie jumps onto the back foot, cracks this for 4. It's a good shot from Muncie. Just dropped in a touch that by Chahar. And Muncie just jumps onto that back foot. And that whistles off to the cover boundary rope for 4 runs. Very well played by Muncie. It's on to 72 now. Now he's sweeping, doesn't get anything on that.
But when he hasn't connected with the sweep shots, they've always been fairly safe, either down the leg side or he's got outside the line of the stumps. So he's either connecting there, going to the ropes, or he's missing it, and it's still fairly safe. So it's been a good attacking option for Muncie so far.
Forward he comes, little inside edge onto that front pad. Half a shout from Rory Burns as that rolls away into the offside. Of course, the key thing for both these sides, just a reminder, is they've got to win this game. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. Taken on the second attempt by Rory Burns. That's a beautiful, beautiful piece of bowling. Got some turn there, did Chahar. Just took a bit of pace off that one. And Muncie just kept that back going down the line, but it beat the outside edge. End of the over. Just watch this from Chahar. He's just given this one a little bit more air and a bit more of a rip, and that's gone. Beautifully bowled. It's pitching about middle of the leg and then just spinning away. And now another change in the bowling. Brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, and it is James Taylor back into the attack. So he's gone to Chahar and Taylor. I thought it might be Chahar and Worrell, but he's gone Chahar and Taylor. Rory Burns, he desperately needs a wicket here. Rory Burns.
Still saving Worrell for later then. Or maybe he will still bring him back in these middle overs. Maybe it'll be a pace and pace combination.
Could well be. Hamid on strike. Cutting down towards third man. There is Dan Worrell doing the fielding. And that's the 100 partnership. Very good one from Muncie and Hamid. Excellent partnership this. They're just manoeuvring Nottinghamshire into striking distance at the back end of this innings.
And like you said, with a relative degree of ease as well. And especially with Hamid on strike to the pace bowlers, Taylor here and Thomas before, anything slightly outside off any width, he's very happy just to run down to third, either for a single or if it's wide enough for a boundary.
Muncie waits. He's pulling, but got a bit cramped for room there. It's good work from Ryan Patel. Oh, he's felt that though. Just his elbow. It's gone into those footholds. And the thing is that ground staff, of course, fill those footholds in, bang them down, and they feel a bit like concrete. And I think Ryan Patel there with the dive has landed straight on one of the old footholes that has been filled in. Ow. That's a bit like diving on concrete. And that will have hurt Ryan Patel. Slower ball from Taylor. Quick single. Sykes. Oh, hits. But there's no great celebrations, and that ricochets off the stumps and runaways for 4. So that'll be 5. Now, Rory Burns is not best pleased with all of this because nobody was really backing this up. I think it was Ryan Patel who had to come round. He's safely home. Ryan Patel's come round. It's hit the stumps, ricocheted away, and has shot off to the boundary rope. Yeah, he's not happy, the captain. So he's picked up 5 there. Muncie. 163 for 2.
And one of the luxuries of professional cricket is you can basically have a shy whenever because you know it's going to be backed up.
Short, gloved, Burns. Oh, just over the top of him. That's going to run away for 4, and that'll bring up Hamid's 50, but that has come off the glove on the hook. And it has flown over the top of Rory Burns, and Hasib Hamid goes to 50. So the captain, as always, for Nottinghamshire, leading from the front. Got away with that one a touch. Surprise bouncer from Taylor. He can't quite believe his luck again. And it was on to Hamid quicker than he thought. Hit the glove. but went over Rory Burns. Oh, now that's brushed the pad. Does it? No, given. Oh, wow. Hamid doesn't look best pleased. Burns went up straight away. Taylor went up straight away. Hamid just stood his ground and walks off disconsolately. And umpire Martin Saggers, the finger went up. This will be interesting to see it again. Surrey needed a wicket. They've got a wicket. It's the change in bowling from Rory Burns and it's James Taylor with the wicket, but I don't think Hamid's convinced. Look at Hamid. He's not convinced he's got any bat on that, Hasib Hamid. But he's played really nicely there, the captain. So we'll see the replay again now. Well, we can't tell from that. My initial reaction was that was off his hip. But umpire Saggers, up went the finger. I think Surrey have got a lucky one there.
It's
I
definitely
really do.
hit his pads, because you can see the straps move. And it's unlikely to have caught his glove on the way through, and I think his reaction is pretty telling. However, it's been given out, and he's walked off.
Well, of course, and just to remind everybody, there's no sort of referrals or anything in the 50 over, but you could see that the delight from Rory Burns. You're going to go up. If you're Surrey, you're going to go up for that. But I think Surrey may have got a lucky one there. So Carverena makes his way out to the middle. Surrey needed that wicket because Muncie and Hamid were looking pretty comfortable. And it's James Taylor. So he went Chahar, Rory Burns, then he went Taylor. And Taylor's done the job for him. 10 off this over, but the wicket of Hamid. So Carl Verena, who of course was out there for South Africa when they won the World Test Championship. What was that, last summer?
Yep.
He's out there now for Nottinghamshire. So the first ball for the right-handed Verena. And he's playing this from the crease, goodish length, straight back up the pitch. So, successful over for James Taylor. 18 left. The wicket of Hasib Hamid. Muncie's on 77. Verena's yet to get off the mark, and it's another 132 required off 18 overs.
You can see what that does to the DLS par. It went from 154, the delivery before the wicket, to 166, the delivery after the wicket. However, 167 for 3, not still on track. And from a Surrey perspective, it doesn't matter how they get the wicket, it's just that they do. And now this will be their time to strike with the new bat in, Carl Verena. Now George Muncie will just have to play a slightly different role. Just make sure they don't lose wickets in clusters is the key for Notts.
Here is Chahar. And there's Muncie turning this off his legs for a single. Out towards deep mid-wicket. So Verena comes on strike for the first time here to Rahul Chahar. Oh, look, there's another gentleman there in the front row. He's taking his shirt off.
I just hope they're wearing sun cream.
Well, I do as well. Otherwise, I'm going to a little red heading home tonight. Verena, that's the googly. He's picked it. He's pulling it out towards deep mid-wicket. Gompertz, who's been out there a while now, 12th manning. With the throw, one bounce over the top of the stumps. One more to the total. Still think we're on for a tight finish here. Muncie plays this late. Down into the leg side. Thomas comes sprinting up to do the fielding. I think Gompertz is out there for Tommy Elam at the moment.
He came off just before you came on, I reckon, having worn one at short cover. It was his left hand he was feeling.
Well, let's keep everything crossed. He's all right. Tommy Elam. Verena drives. into his 6th over. Jason Roy's got an idea for him. In, and Muncie drives back down the pitch. Shahar gets hands to it, firmly struck by Muncie. I thought the crowd are enjoying this at the moment. Sort of in the balance, this one. And that wicket of Hamid. Difficult to know where this one's going at the moment. Thomas comes up to do the fielding. They'll get another single. It's the end of the Chahar over. 17 remain. But yeah, it was a very nice 50 from Hasib Hamid, and then caught down the leg side, but typical Hamid shots. He's a very stylish player, Hasib Hamid.
There's one coming up soon, which for me is shot of the day. He goes over the top using his feet. I think it may be this one. Hits it straight down the ground. Absolutely fantastic viewing.
Yeah, he's always been stylish. Hasib Hamid. His game's expanded over the years. Of course, when he had that incredible start to his career. James Taylor to bowl the 34th over. Shout for LBW. Just nipped on to Muncie that. I wonder if he's got a little bit of bat. No bat.
I think it also pitched outside the leg stump, would be my read. But Surrey have, since the wicket, been right up for it in the field. Very loud, very energetic.
Oh, yes. Well, both sides desperate to get into the playoffs.
Maybe that's closer than I thought on first inspection.
I wasn't too sure whether that had pitched outside. I thought he got bat on it. Oh, Varena's playing that from the crease. Thick inside edge, back onto his front foot, rolls away into the offside.
Oh, it's definitely a close shout.
It was. But again, no TV umpire or referrals.
No.
For the 50 over. I feel for the umpire sometimes when, you know, the live stream's brilliant now, all the different camera angles, but no resort to going upstairs, because I'm sure Hamid would have asked for a referral there, as Varena will get a single.
I suppose in international cricket you have all the camera angles and you can see where the umpire's gone wrong, but then they get to correct the decision. But here you get all the camera angles, you can see where the umpires have gone wrong, but they don't get to correct the
exactly.
decisions.
And I sometimes feel sorry for the umps, because the other thing is it all gets clipped up and then sent round the world, quite rightly. But it all balances itself out at the end of the summer. Not sure Hamid will feel like that at the moment, sat back in the dressing room, but it does. And he's a very fine umpire, is Martin Saggers, as he was a bowler, of course, for Kent and England. Single here down to Dan Worrell. Played a couple of tests for England, did Martin Saggers. A brilliant bowler for Kent.
There was a nice moment during the test series where Matt Henry was out injured and he was just sitting with Saggers with the new ball. Looked like Saggers was giving him a few tips.
Well, quite right too.
Some bowler, Matt Henry, by the way. Always enjoy watching him.
Terrific bowler. Varena forcing off the back foot straight into backward point. Ollie Sykes in there, does the fielding. I spent a lot of Sunday watching old videos of David Gower batting.
Oh,
it was lovely.
You know what, doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it was so lovely.
If there were retro test matches available, all 5 days, 11 till 6:30, 5 days in a row, do you think you'd watch it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Only if Gower used Open Championship. As this is pulled by Varena out towards deep mid-wicket. Thomas will do the fielding. One more to the total. End of the over. That'll be a drinks break now, I think, for everybody, with 16 overs to go. And we've had 34 overs. So at the start of the 34th, they had to be on 177. And they're on 176. So there's the worm. So they're exactly where they need to be here, Nottinghamshire. But that wicket of Hamid, that partnership from a Surrey perspective was looking very dangerous. Muncie and Hamid didn't look in too much trouble, actually. And then Hamid goes for 51. Verena's a fine player, but of course he's got to get started. There's the Manhattan.
Do you like a Manhattan?
Is that a cocktail, is it?
Well, I was talking more about the graph. Yeah.
It's excellent. Yeah, it's very good.
What's your favourite comparison graph?
Well, to be fair, at the moment, I'm liking the look of over about over 33, I'd say, because look at that, identical, apart from the wicket. There you are, you see.
I think the key to these graphs is around 30 overs, those 3 dots in a row for Surrey, 3 wickets lost in a cluster, which put the brakes on a little bit. You can see from overs 35 to 40, the scoring really did slow down a little bit. So the key for Notts here, having now lost a couple, is just to not lose any in clusters, just build partnerships. Even little partnerships help, but just don't lose 2 or 3 at the same time. Keep some wickets in the bank going into the last 10 and see where you are, because at the minute they're bang on track.
I must admit, I think I'm more a fan of the Worm
I'm a Worm fan
than the Manhattan. But the Manhattan's excellent.
Tell you
It's
what,
just too much to look at.
anyone who's seen me on the dance floors will tell you I'm a fan of the Worm.
I'm not sure I ever want to see you on the dance floor, if I'm honest. I think the world of you, but...
Not my Worm ability, that's all right.
I'm not sure I would ever want to see that. So the drinks break is over. And it's enabled everybody to have a little bit of a chat about all of this. And how both sides are going to go about this from here. Fascinating. So we know that Warwickshire have beaten Kent, which means Warwickshire have got on to 16 points. At the moment, I'm not sure the miracle's going to happen at Taunton, because Somerset are 212 for 7, meaning they still require 232 more runs to win.
And that would be a fantastic
It would be a good win from there.
wagging of the tail.
Yes, it'd be an excellent win from there. And Gloucestershire, who obviously cannot qualify for the knockout stages, they need another 117 to win from 16 overs. So it looks very likely that Lancashire are going to move on to 20 points. Verena will be on strike, Shahar to continue. Kent will stay on 16. Warwickshire have moved on to 16. Here he goes. This is him coming, looking like he's going around the wicket and then suddenly going over the wicket, Shahar. And Verena gets a single. He knew he would do it at some point. Extraordinary elasticated hips that Shahar must have to be able to do that. Because he sets off as if he's coming around the wicket and then all of a sudden he comes over the wicket. For the left-hander who's coming over the wicket, Muncie's sweeping from outside his off stump will get a single. He might try this again with Verena on strike, the right-hander. So Muncie will stay where he is, but you watch if he does this again. He did this at Glamorgan. He did it last year down at Hampshire. Look at that. Looks like he's coming round the wicket and then suddenly he's coming over the wicket. But that one's short and that's pulled by Verena in front of square. And that's off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Nicely played by Verena. He's going at a runner ball at the moment. Just dropped in a touch by Chahar. And Verena's just jumped onto the back foot. Well, he doesn't really get off that back foot and then just pulls it. Tosses this one up, driven by Verena. Gets another single. So that's 7 off this over already with 2 balls to go.
It is remarkable flexibility and mobility. And I'm sure Cameron Steele, coming on in a couple of balls' time, will be able to tell you the advantages of that, rather than just orthodox over the wicket as he's doing here.
That's hitting the pads on Muncie. Get a leg by. Well, the first time I saw it, which was down at the Aegeus Bowl last year, the Utility Bowl, thank you Cameron Steele, I thought he was going to run straight into the non-striker and they hadn't realised he was coming around the wicket. Then all of a sudden, those hips went to the left and he bowled over the wicket. It's driven by Verena. And they will pick up a single down towards long off. One more to the total. 185 for 3. Thank you to George.
Thank you, Churchy.
Been a joy as always. Mr. Cameron Steele is making his way back in. So 114 needed off 90 deliveries for Nottinghamshire. They are exactly where they need to be. Nottinghamshire. Few people taking photos of themselves at the moment, watching the cricket. Somebody there in an England rugby shirt. That'll be hot. In an England rugby shirt today, watching the cricket, I would have thought. James Taylor to bowl his 8th over. Verena on strike, started the 36th. Ooh, and that's a slower ball that's gone way down the leg side. And wide is the signal. Good afternoon again, Cameron Steele.
Good afternoon, Churchy.
Well, Nottinghamshire are doing this very well at the moment, I think. Surrey desperately needed that wicket of Hamid. I think they got a bit of luck with that dismissal, but Muncie's playing very sensibly. Verena's hugely experienced as well in terms of international cricket, and they're exactly where they need to be at the moment, Nottinghamshire, on this run chase, as this is punched down the ground by Verena. We'll just get a single.
Playing very nicely. Just that shot from Verena off Rahul Chahar in the previous over. As you were saying, camping on the back foot there. That was a gorgeous stroke. So hard to play, especially against someone of Rahul Chahar's quality. And often the smaller batters, like Carl Verena, very keeperish in the way he bats. So hard to bowl to as a leg spinner when they sit back, cut, pull, flick.
Yeah. Taylor's in. Single for Muncie again. Oop, little misfield by Ollie Sykes, but no damage done. So as I say, looking like Lancashire are going to go on to 20 points. And Warwickshire have gone on to 16. Kent will stay on 16. Surrey are on 16 and Nottinghamshire are on 16.
Just win.
That was what we all said at the start of the game. Control the controllables, Cameron Steele, as my granddad always used to say, as this is driven by Verena. Out towards Gurunta, sweeping on the cover boundary rope, and they will pick up another single.
Just a word on George Munsey as well. He's been so useful for Notts today. So adept with the sweep shots, reverse sweeps. He's paced this innings beautifully. We often talk about looking at Duckworth Lewis Stern, sorry, to see where the state of an innings is.
Drives again. He's managed to get this to the left of Chahar, and Chahar won't get to that. Saw the bottom hand come into that from Munsey. He's taking that from outside the off stump and then just put that bottom hand into it. Didn't time it perfectly, but he's a strong man, George Munsey. And that manoeuvred the ball to the left of Chahar and away for 4 more.
We saw a very similar shot at the start of the innings. On drive past the bowler, but this time slightly wider. Similar delivery from James Taylor.
Munsey on 87. Going to single again here. As you say, he's paced this beautifully at the moment, George Munsey. And, as I was saying, this is a player who's played in World Cups. You know, he knows what he's up to.
Indeed.
He's done this against some of the best bowlers in the world, so he knows exactly what he's up to. And then you've got Verena at the other end, who, as I say, was out there when South Africa won the World Test Championship.
And when Notts won the championship.
And when Notts won the championship. It's a good finisher, I would say. It's well bowled by Taylor. Verena just pushing that one back up the pitch. When does he go back to Worrell? I thought he might go back to Worrell when he went back to Taylor, but Taylor actually picked up the wicket. Has he just signalled to Dan Worrell?
Looks as though they're just having a little chat. And Mark Church, you might be the oracle, because he's taking his hat off.
I think he's got to. I think the problem he's got here, Rory Burns, is with 14 overs to go, if he doesn't go to Worrell now, the game could be done by the time he does go to Worrell. So he's got to go to. I think he's left it as late as he could here, Rory Burns. So he's turned to Dan Worrell. He needs to knock Muncie over. That's what he's asking Dan Worrell to do. Not literally, but dismiss him. That's what he wants him to do. But yeah, at the end of this over, just to give you an idea of where they are in terms of Duckworth Lewis, they'd need to be on 137. No, they wouldn't. They need to, sorry, on 191. If they needed to be on 137, they'd be well ahead of where they need to be. Nottinghamshire. I do. I haven't put my glasses on. They need to be on 191. Well, they're already on 194. Worrell back into the attack. Change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. And it is Dan Worrell back into the attack. Muncie was looking for a single. Wasn't going to get one there. So he's gone back to his main bowler, has Rory Burns. And Worrell starting this spell after 6 overs, 1 for 13.
And starting with a slower ball as well. So a change of tack from start of the innings, which is a conventional 4-day line and length.
Muncie will get a single on this occasion. That bounces nicely into the hands of Sippy. Has a shy at the bowler's end, but Muncie's safely through.
And as much as Surrey will be searching for a wicket here, there is more batting to come. The likes of Lyndon James and Sam Seitron.
Pennington can bat as well. He's a very good all-rounder, is Pennington.
Sam Seitron, I played a little bit for Dulwich CC with. He can certainly give it a whack. Impressive young player.
He was impressive in the field today, as was Martindale, as Verena gets his head down for the quick single. I'm slightly concerned for Tommy Elam. Haven't seen him since he completed his spell of bowling. He's bowled so well in this tournament, but he's been off the field a while now. Muncie coming back on to strike on 89. It's that gentleman who's been there with his shirt off most of the day. Although a lot have. That's down the leg side from Worrell. That'll be a wide signalled. Muncie Mayfield, he missed out on that delivery, a touch on his hip. Yeah, you can see from his reaction. Knows he just has to get bat on that, really. 3 balls to go the over. Muncie, that's a firm shot. Just punched into the leg side. Thomas, they're coming back for 2 as the throw comes in, and the bows are off from Rory Burns. Good running from Muncie. He's into the 90s here. George Muncie, we saw a brilliant 100 from Ryan Patel earlier today. 102. Muncie's now 9 away from what would be an equally good 100, and it's exactly 100 to win for Nottinghamshire, with 80 balls remaining, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. Ooh, goes past his edge. Nicely bowled by Dan Worrell. The one thing I would say with Muncie is so strong off the back foot and through the leg side. It's when he drives, he just loses his shape a tiny bit, doesn't he?
Looks a very bottom-handed player. As you see him just miming, using that top hand a little bit more.
Well, it's very effective, though.
Nothing wrong with being a bottom-hand player.
Absolutely not.
Batting is all about sacrifice. Sacrifice one part of your game.
Yes, and scoring runs. Forward goes Muncie, and he's doing that this afternoon. He's on to 92 with the quick single. Oh, no. And that's going to run away down to the boundary rope for 4 overthrows, because Ollie Sykes couldn't get across to that. And that's twice now that Muncie's picked up 5 runs. Always handy. It happened earlier, and that's the 200 up. This will cause chaos on the scoreboard because Muncie's actually got 5 there. But that's the second time today. There's a throw from Sibley, but Ollie Sykes couldn't get round backing up. And Muncie will go on to 96. It's the end of the over. There are 13 to go. Few thoughts from Cameron still. And then it'll be the Cameron of the Ponsonby variety to take you through to the conclusion of this game.
Wonderful work, Mark Church. And we just mentioned that man on screen, Tommy Elam. We were worried about left hand, which he is still flexing and looking at now, but we are going to see him again. And he will replace James Taylor at the Vauxhall end. He's bowled wonderfully so far today.
Well, that could be the century. It won't be on this occasion. Well stopped on the boundary. So just the 2. That would have been a very lazy way to go to 3 figures. I mean that in a positive way. Just a simple cut shot out to the fence. 98 now for Munsey. Defended on this occasion. It's been a busy week for George Munsey. He was playing for Scotland at the start of the week. He's now raced down to play in this fixture. And I believe currently the plan is for him to go back up and play on Thursday for Scotland again. That shot takes him to 99.
I realised I didn't even welcome you back. Welcome back, Cameron.
That's
Ponsonby.
all right, Cam Steele. It's fine. I felt welcomed anyway. And that's what really matters. So to use DLS as our witness, DLS par is 193. So not 14 runs ahead of the game currently. Surrey need a wicket. Oh, they're not going to get one like that. Bit of a quicker one from Elam. Such an important pairing at the crease for Notts right now. Varane has been superb. Munsey has been superb today. He's on 99. And he's still on 99. You can hear Rory Burns, I imagine.
I think that's Jason Roy
Oh, goodness me, I beg your pardon.
chirping away. It's done well to get the voice to carry that far.
That'll be it. 100 runs for George Munsey. His first of the competition this year and only his 3rd game. He's been superb. Swept regularly against the spin and has held this innings together. And so far, it means that Notts are just 90 runs away from victory.
Outstanding knock from a vastly experienced player. Shown all his tricks against the spin and all his experience. But he'll know that he's got much more of a job to do. Only 90 runs to go for his side, and he'll want to be there at the end.
Well, his 5th List A century across his career. He had a brilliant blast for Notts this year. Averaged 45 across the competition. Hasn't been around as much for this one-day cup. I'm going to see Dan Worrell's got 3 overs left. Surrey need a wicket from their strike bowler. Well, there's 6. Not 6 wickets, but 6 runs. That's gone miles back. Munsey's going through the gears now. All he's done there is pick that ball up off a length, and that's gone 80 metres.
Wow, this is a shot. Just holds his ground at the crease. Just mooses it over the long side. It's Adam Thomas out there. Just watched it soar over his head. That strong bottom hand coming into play.
This time they take a quick single. In T20 cricket, that used to be the cliche. A boundary followed by a single was good cricket. Now it's closer to a boundary followed by a boundary is better cricket. But here, in this context, a boundary then a single will do Notts just fine. Notts will look for 2 here. And Munsey fancies it. He's in a race. And that's well fielded in the deep, but a well-judged run in the middle. 50 partnership for this pair as well. Surrey just haven't been able to break this door open.
Yeah, it just looks as though the Surrey players know a little bit now that they are behind the game. Outstanding running once again from this pair. We've seen so many 2s today.
Four runs. Beats the despairing dive of Jason Roy at cover. And his return to Surrey List A colours is not going the way he'd have anticipated. Surrey were 175 for none in their first innings. Notts seemed miles out of the game. But a brilliant second half with the ball from Nottinghamshire. And now a brilliant showing with the bat has got them firmly in pole position. It must be agony at times like this in the field, Cam Steele, because the ball's not doing anything. You almost need the opposing batters to make a mistake more so than you being able to create any moment of real magic. What can Surrey do at this point to potentially change the game in their favour?
It's tough. It's really tough. It's creating energy in the field.
Knock and run. So a very, very good over for Nottinghamshire comes to an end. More than 10 runs off it. 2 boundaries come in the over. And after 39, Notts are 223 for 3.
Yeah, just coming back to your question, it's about creating energy in the field, potentially a bowling change. Might be a spinner tossing it up there, taking a chance. A few aggressive field changes, but ultimately you are trying things at that stage. You're not outplaying the team, perhaps trying to outthink them and hope for a little bit of luck as well. Sorry, already had what looked to be a little bit of luck with the Haseeb Hamid dismissal. He looked displeased.
Well, 76 to win for Notts. Notts will be back here next week for the county championship. You remember the Surrey versus Notts game here last year was an absolute classic. Notts won on that occasion and pretty much cemented their championship title. Rahul Jahar's got 3 overs left. Dan Worrell's got 2 overs left. Instinctively, you feel like those are the 5 overs where Surrey are most likely to take a wicket.
Don't be surprised to see Rahul Chahar come on next over from the pavilion end. Often it's a leg spinner that can entice a wicket.
Well, an appeal for LBW, but I fear for Surrey it's going to be 4 runs given, and it is. Very full. Munsey goes to that sweep again. It just feels like it's snowballing for Surrey ever so slightly here. Rory Burns wanted it. There's a bit of bat involved. 111 now for Munsey. There's a big sweep again, a hoik. Safely fielded in the deep from Dan Worrell.
What's been so impressive about Munsey is how willing he is to get out to the sweep shot. And I know that sounds like a strange thing to say, but he has just backed himself on both the conventional and the reverse all day. Whatever the ball that's bowled, whatever pace, that he's going to connect with it. This really is one of the hardest things to do when you're bowling spin against someone who sweeps so confidently and expertly.
Well, where is this wicket going to come from for Surrey? Munsey to face the final ball of the 40th over. Needham just moves his fielder at fine leg around slightly. Muncie gives himself room. It's a dot ball to finish. So 10 overs to go here at the Oval. Nottinghamshire requires 69 more runs to win with 7 wickets in hand. So the final power play. Almost a poisoned apple for Surrey because they now have the option to have 5 fielders out on the boundary. But it gives up another easy single. It'll be a dilemma for Rory Burns to face. And it looks like you are correct, Cam Steele. We have a bowling change.
Rahul Chahar going to come back on from the pavilion end. As you saw from that worm before, Notts edging in front of where Surrey were at this stage. Surrey need a wicket.
Did you see him doing his round and over?
I did.
Have you ever bowled a ball like that?
I have not, and I can't describe to you how tough that would be as a leg spinner.
He doesn't. I feel like it should break all your joints and your limbs. Or here he is doing it again. Dot ball to start.
And what I'll say from a technical point of view, leg spinners need to get across their front foot, be able to have something to bowl against. So the ability for Chahar to get his foot round and still get that spin on the ball is just so impressive physically.
Why would this be a good idea? What's he trying to achieve by going round and over as opposed to just bowling over the wicket?
Simply because it's an angle and optics that batters will never see. Carverena hasn't seemed to struggle so far, but it is incredibly strange when bowlers can do this.
Have you ever seen anyone else do this? I genuinely don't think I've ever seen anyone bowl round and over before. Through and over even. Round and over would be really difficult.
I haven't seen it. But I mean, we had Syker Shaw playing for us last year in the Red Bull stuff. He was similar sort of accuracy, could bowl through, could bowl round and through, over and land on the same spot every single time. No issues. Quicker, slower, whatever you wanted. Perhaps the level of competition there is in India for spots, the more skills you have to try.
Well, Muncie goes for that reverse. Almost. Ollie Sykes in the game, in the deep. But it goes all the way for 6 instead. And just for a second, Surrey thought they had their breakthrough.
Oh, it's a wonderful shot from George Munsey, taking advantage of Rahul Chahar coming round the wicket, using that angle.
And he goes again here. Appeal for LBW. No dice from the umpire. 41 overs gone here at the over. 237 for 3 knots. And let's have a look at the highlights of this man's century. It came off 111 balls. And he's so powerful against seam. Stands tall, stands strong. But then against spin, this is his game. The reverse sweep and the conventional. I don't know. I don't think he's got a hockey background. I know he got a scholarship to a school up in Scotland for his golf. I hope they got him to play a few games of cricket whilst he was there as well. An unbeaten century and a very fine innings so far from George Munsey. Oh, run-out opportunity. They get home safe enough. So despairing Jason Roy there. I always think it's a sign of just how much players at Surrey love playing for Surrey. There you have Jason Roy, I'm assuming knocking on the door of Alex Stewart. Saying, any danger? Can I have a game, please?
Spoke to Matt Spreagle, head coach, in the absence of Gareth Batty. And he said that Jason Roy was chomping at the bit to come and play. Just excellent to see.
Wow. Well, I think George Munsey has gone to sweep there and changed his mind very, very late and managed to punch that ball back over Elam's head for 4.
Exactly right. Moving across, feinting to sweep. And then just as textbook as you like. That's the form that he's in. And whenever you're on 124 not out, you feel as though you can do whatever you want.
Well, Tom Elam had figures of 1 for 9 after 3 overs about an hour and a half ago. Sweep. Another sweep and another 6. All the way to the very back row of the SSE Energy Solutions stand. And Munsey's decided that now is the time to win the game. He moves on to 130. It's yet another 6 to that man's name. And surely, surely, he's guiding Nottinghamshire to a place in the playoffs.
That's a big 6. That's 6 at any part of this ground. Quick ball from Tommy Elam as well. 60 miles an hour, and he's just picked it off. Just again, that sweep shot, the strength he has, as well as the confidence to just get down on that one knee, get the brush out, and sweep upwards. Rory Burns wisely just trying to slow things down a touch. Perhaps a change of tact with Tommy Elam. But it is very important as a fielding side, as a captain, when batters are seeing the ball as well as George Munsey and Carl Verena, just to try and disrupt the rhythm in some way.
Slower on that occasion from Elam. And a slide tackle from Jason Roy. Unconventional, but effective. So a good dot ball for Elam and Surrey. Does Munsey go again here? Well, that's going to sting, but it's going to be a dot ball. So, another over ticks by. The 250 for Nottinghamshire is up, and they require 49 runs to win off 48 balls. Surrey needs something to happen, and they need it to happen about an over and a half ago. It's been a very, very fine innings from the Scotland international.
Just as a note here, as Surrey try a few more things, when you can see the scoring rate go up, more because of a trial and error in terms of options.
And Carl Verena, who's been Nottinghamshire's star batter in this competition, has played the role of the understudy. Ticking along. Test cricketer, a world test champion, no less. And he's been second fiddle throughout here. Let's see what Munsey has for Chahar. Oh, well bowled. Beats Munsey on the inside edge. Ollie Sykes is in position at kind of deep backward point, just behind square. Will Munsey be tempted to get that reverse sweep out again? Here it is. Short, appeal for LBW. In club cricket, that's out. In professional cricket, where it matters more where the ball's going, better decisions.
Well, it certainly wasn't his best delivery. Oh, Chahar. I reckon that was quite close, though.
Verena again. Just almost forehand top spins the ball out for 1 run to deep cover point. Here we go. Reverse sweep, take 2. Conventional flip over fine leg for 4 instead. Munsey just has such a strong base. He's able to play so many shots from his starting position. Again, I think he hasn't premeditated this. He just helps it on its way. That's 4 more.
Yeah, easy as you like for George Munsey. Arm ball from Raul Chahar, 60 miles an hour off target, and George Munsey capitalises.
It's just feeling very, very easy for Nottinghamshire at the moment. 43 overs gone, 41 runs left to win for Notts. They're 258 for 3. And DLS par, there you go, 230. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. So Notts 258 runs ahead. Where it needs to be if the heavens happen to open at this moment in time. So the umpire's having a little chat with Jason Rory and Rory Burns. Not quite sure what this is about.
I think James Taylor was about to come on to bowl, but Captain Rory Burns has decided to go with young Tommy Elam again. I'll tell you what I would like to see. I'd like to see him toss a couple up. Now is the time to experiment. We haven't seen either Elam or Chahar really take the pace off, take the pin out of it, and give it some air.
How difficult is that as a young spinner making your way in the team? Elam's bowled well today. He has respectable figures, and in effect, he could finish here 1 for 59 off 10, well bowled. But the pursuit of that wicket, to chuck a couple up to that short boundary, he could be leaving here with 1 for 75.
Oh, you've got to try and win the game.
Time to be a hero.
As soon as you start getting selfish with your figures, I think the game catches up with you. Mother cricket watchers.
That would be frustrating. Almost, but that's a better question to ask you, really. Who do Surrey want on strike at the moment?
I suppose it has to be Verena, obviously, but they just need to break open an end, and ultimately the more likely to get out looks like Munsey, because he's playing every shot in his repertoire.
Well, just for a split second, I thought Munsey was in trouble at the non-strikers there. Good start to this over from Elam. But you're right in that Verena's staying in his box at the moment. He isn't too fussed about taking a risk. Run out chance. And again, they make it home.
Yeah, the issue is the scoreboard pressure, or lack of scoreboard pressure. If, let's say, there were 70 runs to win, or 80 runs, you'd say obviously you want to be bowling at Verena and squeeze on him. But at this stage, he's happy to tick over.
George Munsey hasn't bitten this over. I thought we were going to be in for a bit of a show. He was going to get that sweep out again, try and launch Tommy Elam into the stands. They seem pretty relaxed at this stage, Notts Outlaws. Well, there is a bit of risk from Verena. I'm staggered at how well he's timed that, because he's just knocked that on the head and it's flown out to the sweeper at deep point.
And I think that's a product of the way Tommy Elam's bowling. He's bowling quick. Feels he can just get something on it and potentially get a boundary.
Now, is that out? Not out given. But a fumble from Elam at the non-striker's end. The ball does collide with the stumps. Let's have a little look at the replay here, just to check where Verena was. There was a moment of interest. Unfortunately, he was well within his crease. So Tom Elam's 10 overs is done. That has skipped off the surface, in case you're wondering whether, like me, you had a slight moment where you thought, will that come to him on the full? It did not. Elam's work for the day is done. Chahar's going to have 1 over left in the tank. And we're going to have one more look at Dan Worrell. He's got 2 overs remaining. The score is 262 for 3 after 44. Basically a runner ball for Notts to get home.
Replacing number 71, Rahul Chahar,
So Lancashire's victory after posting 440 in their innings has been confirmed. They've beaten Somerset by a lot, I think is the official figure. So even if Surrey get over the line here, such is the status of the net run rate, Surrey will not have a home playoff. They'll be likely travelling up to Lancashire. Rory Burns just waves for his helmet to be taken away. So, Dan Worrell, what have you got? 2 overs left to produce something magic. 2 fielders out on the square leg boundary. The option of the short ball is there. Lifted up over cover. Verena doesn't get all of it, so it will just be 2 runs.
Just wonder whether we'll see a Dan Worrell wrong-un.
I'd completely forgotten he bowled that.
He said it in an interview last night. 100. And he was considering whether he should bowl it to an Aaron Donald. He was more mature than that. And the game's not completely gone yet.
How does he bowl that?
It's essentially a back of the hand slower ball, but gets enough. Gets the back of his hand facing towards the batter enough that he's able to release it in a way that spins like an off spinner or a wrong-un. He used to bowl leg spin as a kid, Dan Worrell.
He's coming round the wicket now. It's a left-handed Muncie. Three fielders waiting on the leg side boundary. Up in the air, chance, no. Agony for Surrey. Muncie got himself in a mess. It was a leading edge. And somehow it dropped well short of Rahul Chahar at mid-off. I'm not even sure that was a leading edge in the end. It kind of seemed to almost come off the splice of the bat. Well, Verena gets ugly. And he also gets 4. A rare risk taken by Kyle Verena. And for the first time since probably the first ball of this innings, the runs required is fewer than the balls remaining. They are trotting or cantering their way home here at the moment, Notts Outlaws. 29 needed of 32. Four more, this time over extra cover. When it gets to this stage of the innings, and the ball isn't moving around either through the air or off the surface, the player of Verena's quality is lining it up and letting go. It's a top-class shot from a top-class player.
Gorgeous stroke from Carl Verena. Expertly lifted over cover. His hands are just so loose, languid.
And he goes again. This time finds the sweeper. So another expensive over for Surrey. It's just 24 to win now for Notts Outlaws. And this will be a disappointing end to Surrey's one-day cup campaign. I still wonder whether Surrey will classify it as a success compared to previous years. The feeling and the enjoyment of the group and the season seems to be a mile away from previous years, which had threatened to get a bit miserable from the outside at least.
Oh, don't worry, it was miserable on the inside.
I was just checking. I was just checking.
Losing isn't fun.
So James Taylor is going to have a bowl now.
Placing number 5, Tommy Elam at the Vauxhall end. Number 25, James Taylor.
No, but to your point before, if you're classing it as a development competition, a lot of players have developed wonderfully for this Surrey team. Just seen Tommy Elam finish his 10-over spell. He's been outstanding this year.
And he goes again. One bounce on this occasion for Verena, who's decided it's on him to take the risks and get this game done. He moves on to 45. 3 boundaries in 4 balls for him.
So skillful in that area. Not a bad ball from James Taylor, but just a hint of room given by Verena and allows his hands to run free.
Short on this occasion, and somehow he gets it up over long off for 6. That is an extraordinary cricket shot from Carl Verena, and it takes him to a half century. He's been Nottinghamshire's Metro Bank man across the competition, and with Munsey stealing the show at one end, Verena's come to the party right at the close to finish this game off in style.
About as perfect a second fiddle innings as you can get. Going to run a ball to start off with, and putting his foot on the accelerator to take his team towards victory.
That's a gorgeous mix up in the middle. Hits, it's out, no. Well, if Surrey wanted a sign that it wasn't going to go their way, that might have been it. 1.5, 2 stumps to aim at for Ollie Sykes, all the time in the world. And the run-out opportunity is missed.
And don't be surprised if George Munsey tries to finish it this over. 13 to win. 3 balls left in this over. He's got the short side on his leg side. And if you're 138 not out, I know where I'm looking.
Surrey just playing with the field. Field is running around all over the place at the moment. We've got long off now dropping out. Cow corner and long on in place on the leg side. Out. A very fine innings comes to an end. Well held in the deep by Rahul Chahar, but Munsey, he won't be there to hit the winning runs, but he'll be able to walk off to a warm applause from this Kia Oval crowd. He did indeed, as Cameron Steele say, try to finish it this over. Picked out long on, but 138 of the finest from George Munsey, who has surely booked his team a place in the Metro Bank playoffs.
Some scintillating striking from George Munsey, the Scottish international. Scored all around the ground, showing us all his skill set, all his dexterity. Sweeping, reverse sweeping. Clubbed some enormous 6s in there as well against a top Surrey attack. He really has guided his team to an almost certain victory here.
So, it's left to Lyndon James to get himself a little red inker and finish off this run chase. 13 still required. I would say stranger things have happened, but I'm not actually sure they have. Nevertheless, Surrey will sense the slightest opportunity. Can you at least ruin Lyndon James' stats for the afternoon?
Oh, well, that's always... You always want to ruin a batter's day. It will never cease to be motivation.
It'll be a peculiar coach journey home for Lyndon James if he gets out in the next 13 runs. So he'll have been part of what looks like is going to be a very comfortable and very fine victory. But you never know, if he's nicked off early, he might just enjoy the motorway that little bit less. Steel field is out in the deep. We've got 4 fielders out on the leg side. Short. That does rush Lyndon James ever so slightly. .12 left.
I don't actually think Surrey have bowled or fielded badly in any sense. Just feels as though they're 50 runs short. Or anywhere between 30 and 50 runs short. Not have batted as you'd expect them to, with a mixture of youth and experience, but certainly plenty of talent.
Well, at 29.5 overs, Surrey were 175 for no loss. We're just having a little concussion check, I believe. That short ball from James Taylor caught a bit of helmet on the way through. So the medical staff run out, asked Lyndon James his concussion questions. So how does that work? Do you have your own questions that you supply to the medical people? Because surely that's a very silly way of doing it, because I'll just remember what my answers are.
No, they have some generic questions, what day of the week it is. I'm not sure the full... I think it would have only glanced his helmet there. Lyndon James. This is not me questioning the physio's process. But yeah, it's some questions that you wouldn't necessarily think of on a minute-by-minute basis. I don't know what day of the week it is. I'm not concussed.
I don't know what I do think about on a minute-by-minute basis, really. Short again. Knots come through for a single. So another over ticks by. Knots need 12 runs to win from the remaining 4 overs. I think you're correct. And that Surrey, when they look back on this game, surely they'll probably look back on the batting innings rather than the bowling innings as where it went wrong.
And on the flip side, how right Nottinghamshire have got it. Stayed in the game the entire time, even though that opening partnership between Patel and Sibley rose to 175 for none. Always kept themselves in it. That spell from Dylan Pennington in particular always kept his team in with a shot and ultimately keeping Surrey under 300, as we're going to see Rahul Chahar again from the pavilion end.
Not only after Surrey's opening spell with the bat, but also with the ball. Dan Worrell was so impressive up top. When Martindale was the first wicket to fall, it was 19 for 1 after 5 overs. A bit of a fumble behind the stumps from Rory Burns there. Good dot for Surrey. Loose delivery cuts and hits backward point. Wrongan tossed in by Chahar. Once again, just trying to get my head round the biomechanics involved to run from round and through to bowl over the wicket, then contort your body to then get enough action on the ball to spin back into the right-hander. They've got a bit of a triangle on the go here. Jahar bowls, Verena cuts, and Worrell fields. That's got behind square. Good work in the deep by Adam Thomas. Verena gets another couple. It's his 5th score of 50 and above this competition in 8 innings. And not only that, from his 8 innings this year, he's been not out on 3 occasions. And here he is, seeing his side home once more. Just 7 runs to win now from the remaining 3 overs. And James Taylor, well, he'll try and make sure that someone else has to have a bowl as well. Another short ball. That will just land short of the field in the deep. And James Taylor throws his hands up in the air in anguish.
He has a little bit of bad luck this innings, James Taylor. A couple of throws that have come off the stumps and then gone to the boundary. This one just doesn't quite make it to Adam Thomas out in the deep. It's a good short ball. Rushed Lyndon James and caught the splice of the bat. He has bowled with decent pace today, James Taylor. Up in the mid-80s. Surrey will miss him a lot when he moves to Yorkshire next season. Top man, good pro, and a wonderful bowler.
Another single taken. Ollie Sykes looks to shy at the stumps. I think any more overthrows would cause James Taylor an anguish.
To get on the motorway and go up to Leeds.
When does that contract start again? Be moving it forward. Now Taylor, 4 balls left of his spell this afternoon. 5 runs for Notts to win. They sneak a dot ball in. Grantner, who's been on the field his 2nd innings as a substitute for much of the 47 overs. Guided behind square. That'll be 4. And the scores will be level. Just the 1 run left for Notts to cement their place in the Metro Bank playoffs and to put an end to what has been a very enjoyable but ultimately short-lived Surrey campaign. We'll have to wait for the net run rate logistics to work themselves out to see whether Notts manage to get themselves a home playoff or an away playoff. 1 to win. And that's it. Notts win by 6 wickets. A very fine performance by the visiting side, led by George Munsey, who made a wonderful 130 and then iced by that man on your screen there, Carl Verena, who finishes unbeaten on 57 off 46 balls. So unfortunately that does bring a close to the Metro Bank campaign for Surrey. It's been a highly enjoyable 8 matches. Cameron Steele, your thoughts on the season? And then we'll say goodbye to our friends listening.
Congratulations to Nottinghamshire. We don't know what position they're going to go through, but they have played outstandingly today. Kept themselves in it with the ball and restricted Surrey to under 300. After the start that Surrey got, they would have been wanting to get near 350. Excellent captaincy from Haseeb Hamid. Top bowling from Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington, but the main show has been Carl Verena and George Munsey, who've led their side to victory. And it's been an impressive campaign for Surrey. We've had a mix of youth and experience
Well, there is the batting card for Nottinghamshire. George Munsey's 138 off 132, without doubt the defining innings. He swept and reverse swept to his heart's content. Then Haseeb Hamid led from the front, 51 of 49. He was a little bit unlucky with his dismissal. And then Carl Verena, the Metro Bank man for Notts, was there at the end to put on a show for a crowd here that ended up being just over 5,143 in as the final attendance. And the bowling card, 2 wickets for James Taylor, who was unlucky to concede as many runs as he did. A few overthrows, kind of putting a little bit of damage on his figures. But otherwise, it wasn't really the bowling's problem for Surrey. They bowled pretty well. They just came up against a batting lineup that was on fire on a wicket, where really they would have been looking to defend a few more than 298.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not enough runs for Surrey. We saw Ryan Patel play beautifully this morning for his 100, complemented by the evergreen Dom Sibley, but just not quite enough runs. 298 for 8. Stalling in the middle. Freddie McCann taking the big wicket of Jason Roy, and James Hayes and Dylan Pennington taking 6 wickets between them, and just not enough runs. Surrey's bowlers weren't able to defend it. Dan Worrell bowled a beautiful opening spell, but unfortunately all of that was in vain for Surrey as their campaign in the Metro Bank 50 over Cup ends, and Notts Outlaws win by 6 wickets here at the Kia Oval.
So Lancashire will play Nottinghamshire in the playoff match. We'll have that confirmed for you once Nottinghamshire's result gets fully logged. But for now, thank you very much for joining us across this one-day cup campaign. We'll be back next week with the County Championship, where Nottinghamshire are back in town playing Surrey in the Festival of Red Ball Cricket. But for now, thank you to everyone who's tuned in. Thank you to everyone who's been working on the stream. And thank you to me.